On March 31st, 2010, insurance agent Randy Stone was gunned down at his office. His body was found by his wife of 19 years, Teresa Stone. As a matter of procedure, investigators needed to question the victim's spouse. They bring Stone down to the station for a formal interview.
Should I call David and see if he'll come up? Yeah. I wish I had Joe's number. All the numbers that I need are at the office. Yeah. Oh, he's got everybody's number in his cell phone, but I can't get that. Nope. How is she? Yeah, well, I called the office is what I did. I didn't call a cell phone. Yeah, I text him, but yeah, I already told him where I've been. I gave him all the text messages, all the phone times I called him. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I was. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. Well, I'll call David Ison real quick. All right. All right. Okay, Mom. All righty. Bye.
Need some air flow on these things. Hey.
I don't know. It's perfect in here.
Is it? Okay. Like I said, this is Detective Schmidley. Hopefully this won't take long. This is Teresa. Her husband is Randy, who's at the office today. Teresa, we're here to get a formal statement. Again, I talked to you about a lot of stuff out there, but now we gotta get more detail what took place, because you know Randy better than we did, and you also know your lifestyle better than we do. So basically, Randy's your husband. How long have you been married?
Almost 19 and a half years.
Married 19 and a half years. Did you ever have any kind of separation time at all?
No, never.
Okay, 19 and a
Well, when we first got married, I guess because he got activated for Desert Storm.
half. Oh, that's different. I'm saying.
Other as far as arguments and fights and stuff,
Right.
or separation, no, never,
Okay.
never.
You have 2 kids in common?
Yes.
And that is? Who's
Michael
that?
and Miranda.
Michael and Miranda. Michael's in Florida in college?
Yes.
Is he making arrangements to get up here now?
Yeah, he's supposed to be leaving around 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And Miranda, how old's Miranda?
She's 16.
You said Michael's 18.
Yes.
She's 16.
Yes.
And she goes to school at Tri-City?
Tri-City Christian School, yes.
Okay. This hopefully won't take too long.
That's okay.
I explained things to you pretty much when he was in the car, so.
That's fine.
Anybody else live with you guys besides you and your
No.
2 children and him?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
all right. You said Randy was in the Marines? When was that?
From 1986 to 1990.
Okay, and he was stationed in Hawaii?
Yeah. Lucky dog.
Hard life, yeah.
I know.
When did you guys get involved in insurance sales?
He's actually been in the business for 15 years. We've been with farmers for, oh, good Lord. believe it would have been 13 years next month.
Wow, that's quite a long time. Where was your office at? Was it always there on Nolan, or
Yes.
was it all those years?
Yes.
Never had any problems there at the office?
No, we've had over the years we've had a few weird people walk by,
Yeah.
but most of the times it's when him and I are both there.
Okay.
But if he ever leaves, I always lock the door.
Okay.
I always keep the door locked.
Both bolts, deadbolt and the lock?
Yeah, everything.
Okay.
I know when there were several offices around the corner from us, my mom almost got a purse stolen from her when she was just walking from her car into the beauty shop right around the corner
Okay.
from our office.
Yeah.
That was probably about 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
But other than that, no.
Okay.
Now, he's the actual agent, correct?
Yeah, he's the
And
agent.
you just assist him like with
I'm just
administrative,
I'm just the CSR.
okay. And
Well,
CSR
until just
is,
recently I got my
Customer
insurance
service
license, customer
representative.
service rep.
okay, customer service.
And then I just got my license a month ago. I just passed the insurance
Cool.
test because starting in May 1st, we were getting ready to go independent.
Okay.
He turned in his resignation from Farmers
Mm-hmm.
and we were gonna go independent and work out of our home for a year. That was our plans. We were gonna start from scratch again.
Wow.
Was there any issues with farmers? Why were you guys wanting to go independent?
Because Farmers has raised their rates and we have lost over 800 households. And they kind of just took we just couldn't help out our clients anymore. They took a lot of stuff away from the agents that we were not able to do. So we prayed about it. We've been praying for this for about 2 years now.
Okay.
And we just felt like that this was the right time
Okay.
for us to do this.
How was your guys' business when before they changed everything? Everything was flourishing pretty good?
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, we were still writing business and everything. It's just that, their rates just got really high.
Yeah.
And we were just losing good people,
Yeah.
good, honest people, good credit, pay their bills and stuff like that. So we just felt like that it was
Okay.
just time for us to move on and, have more of a variety for our clients,
Okay.
as
What
far
kind
as
of
insurance.
insurance company was it going to be called? Is it still for the farmers, or was it going to
No, it was Stone Insurance Agency.
So you got like your own name.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, see, with Farmers, we work for Farmers, but it's our agency.
Right.
So that means we pay for everything. Farmers
Right.
don't pay for nothing. And so when Farmers would buy our business back, they would pay us whatever our business was worth at the time.
Right.
And I don't know any of that stuff.
Okay.
Randy took care of all that.
All right. Well, he put his resignation in. You said, when was that? You got the call. Has it been a month ago?
No, he had to turn in a 90-day resignation.
Mm-hmm. So you had to do it before, so it'd be done by May 1st? Okay. Did he give you any ideas? When he resigns, do they buy the company back? Your guys' farmers, it said back, you said?
Yeah, they'll come in and take everything that we have.
Okay.
They'll take the office, they'll take the telephone number,
Wow.
they'll take all the files, they take everything.
Okay. And he never gave you an idea what that was going to be worth?
No,
If you need some.
That's all we have.
That's okay. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
At one time, I don't know.
Okay. When you guys,
Sorry.
that's fine. You work for an insurance company, so that's a kind of odd thing to ask, but do you guys get your life insurance, auto insurance, and everything through the same company?
Yeah, we had everything through Farmers.
And it stayed that way, as far as you know?
Yes, yeah, because I pay the insurance bill, so I should
Yeah.
know.
That's
He
what I'm
wrote
saying.
them up and I paid them
Okay.
because they automatically come out of our account.
Did
so.
he have life insurance and stuff?
Yes, he was. His dad died when he was 52
Yeah.
of a heart attack, and That was right after Randy got into the insurance business
Mhm.
and left his mom in a world of financial trouble.
Oh,
So he was bound and determined that if anything ever happened,
could be taken care of. You know, what kind of policy he had, how much it was or anything?
I don't, because he has a lot. He has several different policies with farmers,
Mhm.
and my district manager knows about all that stuff.
Who's your
but
district manager?
His name is Robert,
Oh, shoot.
and I don't have his number. All
Oh,
the
that's okay.
numbers are in Randy's cell phone.
That's fine. We can always look it up.
I know his work number, but I don't know his cell number, and his cell number is the one that Randy always called him on.
No sweat. So, Randy, being the guy that he is, ex-Marine, now he's into his own business and his own, trying to thrive on his own. Financially, you guys are doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to struggle because of, well, we weren't really struggling, I guess, but it's tough when you have a kid in a Christian college
Right.
and you have another one in a Christian school,
Right.
you know, and
And you're starting a new business on your own and all that.
our business with farmers, we pay out everything. We pay
Yeah.
for everything. You
Yeah.
know, we have our home stuff, but we weren't really struggling, but we
Just-
were just trying to be very careful.
Yeah, well,
And
it's-
we were basically starting over, so it was gonna be very tough and very tight.
I understand.
But that's something that we were willing to do,
Yeah.
so.
So you're not behind on any mortgage
No,
payments or
no.
car payments, anything like that?
No.
Not behind on anything?
No, absolutely
Speaking of
not.
mortgage, what's your address?
Um,
Wow.
yeah,
That's here in Independence?
yes, 64050.
Okay. And your cell phone? Okay. All right. What was Randy's cell phone? Cool.
What carrier is that?
AT&T,
AT&T?
sorry.
It's okay. So AT&T. Okay. Very close. I like the numbers.
He did that.
Cool.
He took care of me, he did everything.
Yeah.
I paid the bills.
What? How did Randy get along with his son?
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah. I mean, you know, they had their squabbles and stuff, but
When he got older.
yeah, well, more younger, but when they got older, they got really close.
Good.
Especially since he's been off to college, it's been kind of rough on Randy.
Yeah.
He's missed him very much.
Okay. What about your daughter? I've seen on Randy's computer screen she had little school issues, and he's still trying to help her out there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
it's my mom. He is always trying to help Miranda
Okay.
because she struggles a little bit more than my son.
She's daddy's a girl.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's daddy's girl. She loves her daddy.
Well, Randy. What about Randy and you? Any issues? I mean, other than what you said, like normal
Yeah.
spats here or there.
No, we hardly ever fight.
Okay.
We hardly ever fight, and if we do, it's for like maybe 5 minutes,
Yeah.
and we're
Just enough to blow a little steam off.
yeah. We used to argue a lot when we were younger, when we first got married. Of course, it's hard when you know, when you're separated for a whole year of your first marriage, and
Yeah.
then your son is born the day after he gets back from the military, and
A lot of catching up to do.
but no, we were very much in love.
What about today? Let's go back not even today. I asked you before, has there been any issues around the office or at home with anybody trying to maybe get themselves into the family, or also anybody gets like maybe a policy holder that's problems or anything like that?
No, and if they do have problems with the policies or whatever, they normally do not call us. They always call our district manager.
Okay.
So now Randy he will know from our district manager calling Randy, but Randy really doesn't tell me a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
because he doesn't want me to worry.
So you're not aware of any issues, any
No.
customers that would have been through Farmers that was having any issues with you or anything like that?
No, he didn't really share a lot of that stuff with me.
Let's start from the beginning today, okay? And let's go through getting in, going to the business, and what times everyone arrived, and let's kind of walk our way through that, and we'll touch base on things again. But let's just start from the beginning. Your office is open Monday through Friday, or on weekends, anytime?
Here's my schedule.
Okay.
I get in the office at 7:45 every day.
Okay.
The office isn't open till 9. But I always open the blinds. I answer phone calls at 8 o'clock.
Mhm.
Or whenever they start ringing, I answer the phone. That's just us. We don't let it go to voicemail.
Okay.
We just don't do that. He came in about,
You got there this morning,
I got there at 7:45.
7:45?
Yes.
Okay. No one outside, no one, never encountered anyone going into the business?
No one came in except for Dave Eisen, and he came in a little after 8, and the door was still locked, because I keep the door locked until 9 o'clock.
Okay. And that's when Randy arrives?
No,
Or just when business opens?
Business opens at 9, so
Right.
I usually unlock the
Okay.
door. Especially
So-
when I know that he's coming in soon. I usually, sometimes I even forget to unlock it, and he'll be at the front door, and I'll be like, oh crap, I left the door locked. When I'm there by myself, I always lock the door.
That's fine.
It's fine.
And he wants me to, so I always keep it locked. And if I don't recognize them, I know my clients. If I don't recognize them,
It stays locked.
I don't let them in.
So Dave Eisen, and we're talking Dave Eisen who works up at the police
Yes.
department.
Yes, he brought me a blank homicide report to fax to my son, because my son needed it for his criminal justice class.
Okay.
So I called him yesterday, and he said he would see what he could do and bring it by today if he could.
And how do you know Dave? Just curious.
We went to church
Okay.
for probably 15 years.
Okay. Same church that
Yes,
you're going to now.
same
So
church.
have you been going to that church now for 15 years?
I've been
or
going to New Hope for 30 years.
30 years. And New Hope where's that located at?
That is located off of Kentucky and
Whitney.
Whitney. Yes, thank you.
New Hope. Is that, what denomination is it?
Baptist.
Baptist. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you arrive, Dave comes in, he gets you the report for your son. This shortly after 8.
Yes, this is shortly after 8. He leaves about 8:15. Now, I cannot tell you what time my husband called me. It's all on the caller ID at the office.
Okay.
Everything's on the caller ID at the office.
What time was your husband expected to arrive?
Well,
Or what time was he going to get there?
Well, he normally gets up in the morning. He works out,
Okay.
and he normally gets in around 10 to 10:30.
Okay.
And that's about the time he arrived. this
So he
morning.
got there between 10. Did he call you?
Oh yeah,
in
he
between
always
that time?
calls me. Oh, I talked to him from our home phone
Okay. So what
a
time?
couple times.
You talked to him a couple times this morning then while you were there at the business?
Before he came in.
Before he
yes,
came in, okay.
Yes, from the home and the cell.
What were the conversations about?
He was leaving to go on a run.
Okay.
I called him and he didn't answer because he was in the shower. So he called me back, and I was just letting him know that a client of ours had called and they wanted to cancel their insurance. And they're really good friends of ours, and we used to go to church with them, so
Okay.
they wanted to talk to Randy. So I gave them Randy's cell phone number. So Randy was just calling to let me know the situation over that, which it was no big deal, you know. And then he called me when he called me at 9, and I'm sorry, I could be wrong on this time.
That's fine.
He called me about 9:30 and said he was going to go tan because we were getting ready to go to Florida to see my son. So he was going to tan because they open at 9 o'clock. So I think he went around 9:30 to go tan. Call me.
Where's he tan at?
We tan at Aruba Sun, right off the 24 highway down by the Richards Sunfresh or whatever that is.
Yeah.
So he called me when he was on his way home. I mean, he calls me all the time.
Right.
We call each other all the time and let each other know exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
We always do. And so he called me on his way home, and he called me before he got in the shower. And I called him back, and he was in the shower. Well, he called me back and said that he was getting ready and that he would be in, and I think it was around 10:30.
Okay.
But he called me when he was on his way. So, and then he got there and,
Did you get any customers come in?
yes, we wrote up homeowners policy today.
Okay.
Prior to him getting there.
No, after he got there.
Okay, after he got there. So no one came actually into the
No one came
business.
into the office until
Okay.
Randy got there.
Okay, until Randy got there.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he left to go get lunch.
Do you remember the last name of the person that had the owner's policy? Or did they put any money down, or?
No.
Okay.
Mortgage company, so we just built a mortgage company, and it was an older guy. He actually owns he is the mortgage company
Okay.
on the home. So he was getting the insurance for the lady that is buying the house. So he was an older man. He was really very nice. And so after he left, Randy comes in my office and we just, talk about business stuff, about what we're gonna do and what my day was gonna be for tomorrow. Cause I'm still training, going to another insurance company and stuff. I'm
Yeah.
just training on the computer. So, and then he decided that he was gonna go get us something to eat. So he left and we got something to eat about 12:30
Okay.
and got back a little after 12:30. We ate and,
Where'd he go to eat at?
he brought back McDonald's.
Oh, he brought back McDonald's.
Yes.
You know which McDonald's he went to? Just curious.
Let me think here, hold on. I'm trying to think of which way his car drove in. He went to the one on this side of Nolan. The one by the bread store on Nolan Road. That one right there. Across from the Quick Clean Car Wash or whatever that's called.
Okay, Nolan Gudgel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting the name of that street.
And so he left right around 12:30, got back shortly thereafter.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
We ate at his desk, both of us, and we talked to my son on the phone while we were both there.
On his cell phone?
Yeah, I called him from my cell phone.
Okay.
To my son's cell phone, yeah.
Okay.
On my cell phone.
When were you guys leaving to go to Florida? What was that? When was that? What was your plans?
We were leaving next Thursday
Okay.
to go to Kentucky to visit my son's girlfriend's parents, which we're very close to.
Wow.
And then we were going to get up the next morning and drive on into Florida to see Michael. We were going to spend 5 days with him.
It's a long drive.
Yeah. 7 hours from here to Kentucky, 8.5 from Kentucky to Florida.
So, but nobody else came into the store, or your business, I should say.
No one came into the office. I left at 1:30.
Okay.
And
you said you left at 1:30 then, as if you guys had lunch.
yeah, I went to US Bank.
Right, and that's there on Nolan Road, right by the,
Yes, it's just right down the street from our office.
let me find it here, I wrote it down, I can't remember right. Okay, yeah, US Bank on Nolan.
I went to the chiropractor.
Yeah, and what was his name?
Michael Pardun.
Yeah.
His wife even called me.
Pardun.
Yeah, Pardun.
That's right. He's in Blue Springs.
Yes.
What time was your appointment there?
Well, I was supposed to be there at 1:45 to fill out paperwork, and my appointment was actually at 2.
Okay,
But the bank was kind of slow, so I didn't actually get there till about 10 till.
that's fine.
But I called him and told him I was
That was your
on late.
first time there, right?
Yes. Oh, first time where?
At the chiropractor?
Oh, no. We've gone to that chiropractor
Okay.
several times. About a year and a half almost.
So you left at 1:30, you went to US Bank. Did you make a deposit or a withdrawal, or would you?
I just made a deposit.
Yeah.
Just our monthly deposit.
Okay. And then you went down to Blue Springs, to Mr. His office.
And,
Yeah, pardon, for his chiropractic appointment.
yes.
What time was it?
My appointment was at 2. I got there about 10 till.
Okay.
And I left there about 2:15. So I had about an hour to spare. So I went shopping to Dress Barn.
That's
Okay.
right.
I went to Dress Barn because it's just right down from Tri-City. So I wanted to be close so I wouldn't run short of time. So I left Dress Barn about 2:41.
Yeah.
I just ran on up to Tri-City and just sat in their parking lot and waited for my daughter to get out of school.
What time did she get out?
She gets out 3:15.
3:50.
And that's when I tried to call Randy 6 times. And he didn't answer the phone. But he called me back at 3:08.
Right.
I talked to him at 3:08.
So you called him 6 times, got no response.
No, and that's not unusual
Okay.
because when he's very busy and on the phone,
You don't touch
he
your phones.
he doesn't like to interrupt if he's talking business.
So did you call him when he was at the dress bar?
No, I did not call him when I was at Dress Barn. I didn't talk to anybody when I was at
Okay.
Dress Barn. I just called him. I called him when I was on my way up to the school.
Dress bar.
Let me ask you
Sorry.
one more question.
Yes, sir.
Did you purchase anything at Dress Barn?
No, I did not.
No purchases.
No.
When did you say you left the dress bar? I'm sorry.
I left at 2:41. That's when I got into my car
Okay.
at
Right.
2:41.
Okay. I didn't have that one down, that's what I was wondering.
I'm trying to be as
No, you're fine.
No, you're fine, and we appreciate it. So you said that Randy called you back then
he
about
called me at 3.
3:08.
I
3:08
called the last
roughly?
time I called him was 3:08, and he called me right back
Okay.
So he was busy.
and said he was just really busy on the phone. He was talking to one of our clients about fixing our fence because we have a little dog that likes to jump over the fence. I wish I could remember his name.
Yeah, I didn't get
The
his
last name is,
name. Okay.
and man,
Yeah, that's all right. No big deal.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine. Let's go on from there. How long was your conversation there when you spoke to him about 3:08?
oh, let me think. Oh, dear, let me see. Oh, I was probably 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then your daughter came out? Is that where you was at school waiting on your daughter to come out, right?
Yeah, I sat there for a few minutes before she came out
Right.
when I wasn't talking to him, but I was talking to some of the students. They know me, so they'll come out and talk to me and stuff, and so I sat there and talked to them for a few minutes till my daughter came out, and then I tried to. I don't remember if No, I didn't call him. I just texted him to remind
Right.
him that we were running by JCPenney.
Okay.
And this was after you picked up your
Yes,
daughter?
this was after school. This is about 3:30 because she
Okay.
was late coming out because of her boyfriend. So,
You gotta love teenagers.
yes, indeed. So, after we left Tri-City, I ran by Sonic and got my daughter something to eat. And then we went to JCPenney's and I texted him.
And the Sonic, is that the one down there by
On
Hereford
Jackson
House
Drive.
on Jackson Drive?
Uh-huh,
Okay.
yes, sir. It is.
And then you went to the JCPenney's.
Yes.
JCPenney's.
How long were you there at JCPenney's?
Longer than I wanted to be.
So you left about roughly
We-
about 3:30.
we
Went
left-
to Sonic and then got to JCPenney's.
Yes, we left JCPenney's. Well, I didn't call him. We left JCPenney's at 4:20.
Okay.
So I was supposed to be at the office at 4:30. Or at least I told him I'd be back by 4:30.
Yeah.
And I didn't make it.
Okay. So when you left JCPenney's about 4:20, did you make a couple purchases there or anything?
Yeah, we bought some sunglasses.
Okay.
Me and Marina both pair of sunglasses, and I bought her a couple of shirts.
Whose idea was to go to JCPenney's?
Well, my daughter said she needed sunglasses for our trip.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, okay, I got a $10 coupon. We'll go to JCPenney's and get you some
Wow.
glasses. So we made this plan 2 days ago that we would go because this was the only time that we could go.
Right.
So we did.
Okay. So what'd you guys do after JCPenney's?
We went home.
Okay.
And
We went home.
your address on 3rd Street, I'm trying to think of where, is that off Lee Summit Road?
Yes,
Yes.
it
Is
is.
that about 24 on Lee
Yes,
Summit?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you drove up to home.
Drove to home. My dad was there. My parents were home. My parents were there because our lawnmower quit.
Mhm.
So my dad is like he can fix anything.
Yeah.
What's your parents' name?
Bob and Barbara.
Spell your parents' last name.
GREENAWALT.
So they were there.
They were there. My dad was mowing my grass, which I told him not to. So
How long were you there?
How long? Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking that I hope they locked up my car because I have a checkbook in my car.
They'll probably lock it up. We always lock things up when we're done.
Because I went home and took took my stuff in, and my daughter, we took all of our stuff in, and I was home 10 minutes tops.
Yeah.
Because I just ran my stuff in, so I had on my mom, refilled my water bottle, and left.
And daughter stayed with your mom and dad?
Yes, my daughter stayed home. Because we were going to be working late tonight.
And so where did you go from there?
I went to the bank on the square. U.S.
Which
Bank.
one?
I'm not U.S. Bank. Bank of America on the square.
I didn't get all that last time. Deposit or withdrawal?
I made a deposit for Farmers Insurance.
Okay.
And about what time was this when you went to the bank?
I left the bank at 4:40. And then that's when I text my husband. I can tell you when I text him. I text him. God, I got so many more texts since then. I text Randy at 4:40. So I must have left I must have left the house at 4:40 then.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I just didn't really pay much attention
What'd you
to the
text him?
time.
Just that you're gonna be
I
there?
said, on my way.
Okay.
And it's not unusual for him not to respond to me
But she was busy.
because when he's busy, he doesn't.
And so you left your house about 4:40. You said you went up to which bank on the square?
The bank on the Bank of
America.
America.
Bank of America.
Yes. That's where our farmer's account is through. And they sweep our account every night. So
Okay, so that was a business deposit.
that was a business
Now
account.
the deposit at U.S. Bank earlier, that was
That was a personal.
a personal deposit. Okay.
That was our payroll.
Okay.
To pay for bills for tomorrow.
That's fine.
So you went to the bank on the square, and you already texted Randy.
I texted Randy
Nothing come
when I
back?
was. No, nothing came back.
Okay, and then where'd you go from the bank?
I went straight to the office.
Okay. You get to the office. Only car out there is just Randy's,
Yes.
and you park up next to his car.
Always. Always. But when I pulled up in the driveway, I noticed the blinds were closed. And that is not normal
Okay.
at all.
You go on in, you get ready to go in, and you notice you have to unlock the door. Now you said, are both locks locked or not?
No, the deadbolt was not locked.
Okay.
Just the bottom.
And how you knew that was when you tried it?
When I tried to unlock it, it was easy. I mean, I didn't even have to do anything
Right.
to unlock it.
And you said normally it's really tough to turn.
Very tough to turn. You almost break the key to unlock
Wow.
the deadbolt.
Okay.
And let me just touch base again. What time do you think you arrived at the office? Just
I'm pretty sure I got to the office right about 10 till, maybe,
10 till 5?
yes.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before, maybe a minute or two before, but it was right pretty close to 10 till.
Okay. And again, I apologize. I'm kind of getting in late on this. What kind of car does Randy drive?
He has a 2009 Chevy Malibu.
What color is it?
It is a dark blue.
Okay.
4-door.
And it was parked there at the business.
Yes.
Only vehicle parked.
Yes.
So the last communication you had with Randy then was there about
308.
3:08.
Yes.
Okay. And you never responded back to that one text when you left your house about 4:40. You said that immediately you noticed the blinds were closed. Now, what time does your business usually close? Let me ask you that.
We
much.
close at 5.
Okay.
But we leave the blinds open until it starts getting dark.
Okay.
And then we will close the blinds. Or he will close, because I normally don't work late.
Mm-hmm.
Once I pick my daughter up from school,
You don't come back to that.
I usually don't come back unless we really have a lot of business to do.
Okay. And you said you were going to be working late tonight. What were you working late on?
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
Well, we had a computer guy that was coming to work on my computer because my computer crashed last week.
And you said it was a Tony.
Tony, and I don't have his number.
That's fine, we can find it.
It's in Randy's cell phone.
So you wait for him to show up to fix your computer.
Yeah, we were going to just work until he showed up. He was supposed to, Randy told me he was supposed to get there right around 6.
But you're gonna work on what? Just your policies and stuff?
Yeah, we were gonna make lists of all the stuff that we were gonna have to sell, all the stuff that we were gonna have to box up and take with us. We were just gonna start because it was getting crunch time.
Correct.
That's what we were going to work on.
Okay. Now you get to the office, and sorry, we're trying to get this out of the way. You get to the office and you said the deadbolt's not locked, but the other lock is locked.
Yes.
You go inside, open the door, go inside. What do you see?
All the lights are off. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I yell. I say, honey, where are you? And I walk into his office and I turn the light on, and you know, the computer's up, everything looks fine. I walk into the back room back there and turn the light on, and he's not back there.
Which room is that? The storage?
The storage room, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Then I walk around the corner.
To your office? What do you see? Is the light off? Was the door shut? Okay.
You said the door was shut?
No.
No, the door was not shut.
Did you turn the light on? Okay.
So you could see him lying on the floor then, and the light was off.
What did you do? This is kind of important. What did you do once you saw him there?
I kept yelling for him to wake up.
Did you shake him?
I didn't touch you.
Okay.
What did you, let me change that, and I apologize, I don't mean to, we just want to be a little detailed at this, because it's important. Did you see any, I mean, he was obviously on the ground.
I saw blood coming out of his ear.
Okay, blood coming out of his ear.
And his eye was really puffy. And his skin was really discolored. And I noticed he wasn't breathing, but I didn't want to touch him. I was
That's fine.
scared.
So what did you do to help out? What did you do from there?
I stepped over him. And
Now one of those heaters was on right there by him too. Is it already standing up, or did you knock it over getting to the phone?
no, it was already laying down when I
Okay.
got there.
All right.
When I walked in the room, it was laying down.
Okay.
At first I thought he hit his head on it, but then when I saw the blood coming out of his ear, I
That's fine. So you stepped over him, and what did you do?
I stepped over him and I grabbed my earpiece
Pretty
and
fun.
put it on my ear. And I know you're supposed to dial 111, but I called my parents first and just told them to come to the office, and then I hung up and dialed 911.
Where'd you call them, at your house or their house?
No, I called them from my phone.
No, but did you call them?
Oh, I called them at. Oh.
You see what I'm saying? They were at your house when you left.
I know. I don't know if I called her cell phone or if I called the home phone.
That's fine.
I don't remember.
So
But you called from, you put your earpiece on, and you
I called
called
from
from
my
the
phone
office,
in my
from
office,
your
yes.
office phone.
I think I called the house, but I don't remember.
That's fine.
Who did you get a hold of when you called the
My
house?
mom.
Okay. And what'd you tell your mom?
I just told her. I told her, I said, Mom, something's wrong with Randy. I said, he's bleeding and he's not responding, he's not breathing. I need you guys to come to the office now. And I was saying it so fast I had to repeat it several times.
Okay.
And then I hung up and dialed 911.
From the office phone.
Yes.
And did you stay in the office where he's at doing this, or did you go outside?
No, when I got on the phone with the operator, she told me to get out of the office.
Okay. The dispatchers?
Yes. So I
Step
grabbed my
back.
purse.
Did you step back
and-
over him?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I stepped over him and walked out.
Where was your purse at? On your desk?
Yeah, my purse, my drink, my cell phone, I just kind of sat there right on the top of my desk.
Okay.
And I just, well, when I first walked out, I didn't grab anything.
Mhm.
And then she asked me to grab my cell phone or something. So I walked back into the room and grabbed my purse and my cell phone.
Okay.
But I left my
The
water.
dispatcher told you to get yourself in a purse.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go back outside, now you're waiting for the police and your family to arrive. Okay. Is it the only light you turned on was his office?
Yeah.
And the storage room?
I believe so, yes. I did not, because my light where my office is at, you have to turn it on at the door.
Yeah.
Both of those lights.
Okay.
One light goes to my office, the other light goes to the main,
Okay.
to the reception area there.
Yeah. Or family gets there first, right?
No.
Police get there first?
Aaron,
Okay.
yes,
And you know him from church?
yes.
So he gets there first, and you start to tell him something's wrong. He says you kind of break down.
That's when my earpiece fell off my ear. He knocked it off when he put his arm around me.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this, because was he working?
Yes.
So he was actually
A district officer.
District officer. Did he get
Yes,
dispatched for
he
that
was the
then?
first one that
Okay.
arrived on the scene.
Okay.
Okay. And from there, family and other police arrive.
Yeah.
Now you said your car was parked up by your husband's car. Who
Uh-huh.
told you to move it?
The police officers did.
Said back it up, put it over here?
Yeah, so my dad moved it.
Okay. All right.
My dad moved my car.
And from there, we showed up. Okay. We're going to kind of back up a little bit here. Questions I have. One is, why did you decide to step over your husband to get to the phone when you had a cell phone?
I don't know.
Just-
I don't think I was thinking
That's
right.
fine. That's fine. I mean, it's just something we've asked.
No, that's fine. I have no idea why I did. I really don't know.
We talked before about this, but you said we asked you about weapons.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What guns do you know that he had at your office or anywhere?
The only one that I know of that he has
Yeah.
was a little bitty thing.
Black gun?
Yes.
That's what you said earlier.
Little bitty thing. It's little.
And where do you keep that?
And I don't even like touching it.
Where do you keep that?
He kept it in his office.
Okay.
Do you know where at in this office that he particularly kept it?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
And like I said, if you don't know, that's fine.
I am pretty positive he kept it in the drawer at the back of his credenza.
Okay.
There's a small drawer back there, and that's usually where he kept his keys and his gun. Yes, because it was easy to get to if he needed.
And he kept it just because people kind of every so often strange people walk up there.
Yes,
Okay.
he did.
I asked just before too. There's been no problems with anybody whatsoever. No strange people coming in lately acting kind of odd and threatening to kill anybody.
Well, not threatening to kill anybody, but there was one guy that came in probably, and Peggy can vouch for this too because she was there when he walked in. In fact, he came in once when all three of us were there, and then my husband said he came back once when he was there by himself.
You know who this guy is?
No, we have never seen him
How long
before.
ago was this?
In February.
Okay.
This was in February.
And I'm sorry, Jerry. Who's Peggy?
She is another lady that works in our office one day a week.
Okay.
She works every Friday.
So she's like a customer service person also?
Yes, she writes
more
business.
clerical.
She's licensed too. She writes business for us too. We hired her because she's really good at what she does, and we were helping her out. She was helping us out. So.
Okay.
This
gentleman, what do you look like? Can you give a description?
Oh my goodness.
That's
I
fine.
knew you were gonna ask me this.
What made you guys worry about this guy? What made you kind of flag this guy?
I never personally talked to him.
Right.
Because I'm in that back office back there.
Right.
So, I just didn't walk out to talk to him. He was talking to Peggy. I don't even remember what he was asking for.
Did he look homeless or anything? Or?
Yes, he did. The time he came in, it was very cold because he had on a very heavy coat.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had a mustache. He was pretty tall.
Black guy, white guy?
No, he's white.
White male?
he wasn't real scrawny. He was very tall and not real built, but he wasn't,
Right.
kind
Medium
of
built.
medium built. Thank you. Yes. I just remember. Sorry. I just remember. I think he asked Peggy for money. He wanted to buy a bus ticket or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I wasn't in there, so I really didn't hear the conversation.
Peggy would know more if you talked to her.
Yeah, she would probably know more about that.
And your husband said he showed up once before?
Yeah, because he called me on the phone and told me that this same guy walked in and was wanting.
Now, let me ask you this now, I'm thinking about it,
Yes.
because it just kind of came across what I was thinking about. When you came up, the door to the business was locked,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Can that be locked from the outside, or can it be locked, is it only locked by the inside?
It's only locked by the inside.
Is it a turn thing?
You turn the little knob from the inside.
And it was locked.
It was locked.
But you can turn that knob and shut the door and it'll be locked.
Oh, so you can turn the knob.
Yeah.
Now, and again, I apologize. I'm thinking this is not a glass door. This is like a wood frame door.
No, it's a glass door.
It's a glass
It's a
door.
glass door. You can
Panel.
see in and out of it.
Okay, so someone could have locked it and pulled the door shut.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Our
I didn't know if you had to
clients-
have a key to do
Our
that.
clients do it all
Okay.
the time.
All right.
I looked at it up there.
I just thought of that.
It's called an entry door lock, actually. That's what it's called.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we go through all this. Is this guy? I mean, you haven't seen him, and he never showed up since the last time your husband talked to you about it.
No, he has not been in since the
February.
last time that I know of. Now, maybe he didn't ring you just to tell me because he didn't want me to worry because
Right.
he knows how I worry.
Was he older, younger?
He was probably in his middle 40s.
Okay.
And the only way that I really know that I could see him was because the window that is in Randy's office is kind of like a mirrored window.
Yeah, reflex.
Yes. So I can see people who come in.
Could you see if this guy had long hair, short hair?
He has short hair.
Short hair.
Yeah.
You want
And it was
taller?
brown.
Brown.
Mhm.
Was he clean shaven, unshaven?
I'm pretty sure he had a mustache, but he might have been a little stubbly.
Okay, so a little bit unshaven.
Yeah.
What about his clothes? Was he well dressed, or was he kind of a mess, or?
Well, the day he came in that I saw him, he had on jeans and a pair of tennis shoes. As far as his shirt, I'm not sure because he had a coat on.
That's fine.
He really didn't look homeless, if you know what I'm saying.
Right. Just maybe kind of unkept type person.
Yeah. So, he talked to Peggy for the longest time. And, and here's what's really weird, and this is just coming to me because I had laid a $20 bill, which is probably stupid of me. I probably shouldn't have done this, but I laid a $20 bill on her computer screen because we were giving her some money for writing a policy for us. So I laid $20 on her thing. Well, it came up missing the day after that guy walked in our office.
So,
And no one had touched it. Randy
Yeah.
didn't touch it. I didn't touch it. Peggy hadn't been in.
so he could have grabbed it.
So,
Okay.
and Randy said he kept his eye on him all the time, but
Yeah.
yeah, you just don't know.
Okay. Well, let's get back to Randy in the office there. Today, you come in and find him, you can do your thing. And you said he has his one small gun. Okay, we found that.
You did?
Yes. No other guns?
No.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Does he keep any guns at the house or anything? You aware of?
We have a safe, so I think he has maybe one or two in there.
Handguns?
And shotguns that his dad and my dad have given him.
Okay,
So-
what about Randy? Does he have a briefcase?
Yes, it was at the office.
Is that the, like
The
steel,
metal
looking
looking
one?
one, yes.
Okay. It was standing by his desk, that's what I'm asking.
Yes. I noticed it was there when
Your
I
office,
turned
you know his
light
office
on.
better than we do. He had an army cannon right there as you went door to the left.
He had a what?
A little ammunition army can.
Oh, yes.
Is that always there? Decoration?
It's been there for a long time. He just keeps forgetting to bring it home.
Okay.
He has an old buddy friend of his that he's also in the insurance business.
Uh,
And he brought it to him.
okay.
Randy kind of collects them.
Okay, that's fine. So there's no threats, no really anything sticking out except for that guy in February.
Yeah.
And then until you can find this. Gun wise, to get the little black gun, which we found today, it was loaded. It was a little 380. Any friends or family, anybody else that knows Randy, that would know anybody that he's been dealing with, it wouldn't tell you about?
No. He tells me pretty much everything.
Has he got? But I'm saying, if he don't want you to worry,
Oh.
like, is there friends of his, like guy friends, that he would open up more to say, hey, well, just so you know?
I mean, does he have a running buddy or anyone that he
No.
would run around with or confide in?
No, because we don't do that.
Okay.
He don't go off with his friends and I don't go off with, we just don't do that.
Okay.
We do everything together. As far as him telling, no,
Yeah.
huh.
Okay. You got any more? Go on.
I hope this is making sense, guys. I'm sorry if it's not.
No, you're fine.
You're great. You're great.
You're
We're just trying to put together, like I told you, your knowledge of what we don't know. Okay.
My mom, and I don't mean to sound funny on this either, but my mom called me a while ago and said, do we need to get a lawyer for you?
Yeah. That's people's options, but you know, you're here. You're free to leave anytime you want. You don't have no arrest or anything. And we're trying to do our best to make you comfortable.
I have nothing
Yeah.
to hide
Okay.
at all.
Now, let's go back to some, let's say, downtime in your guys' life.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we found those notes. You know, it was in his dress drawer.
Mm-hmm. The yellow one.
Yeah, the
Yellow.
little notepads.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And pretty much it sounds like you had a friend or something on the side, or
Well,
how'd that go? I mean, we don't know anything about that either. His name is Matt.
Yeah, he's a client of ours, and he kind of forced himself on me, and so it kind of came out in a conversation, and Randy was not happy when he found out about it.
Okay, he forced himself on you, okay, at the office?
No, this was at his house. We were all at his house for a birthday party,
Oh,
and it
So
was.
he's like a friend of the family then?
He's a client.
he's calling.
And he is a good friend, and he called and apologized for what he did, and everything's been fine. This was probably a year and a half, 2 years ago.
That's what you said, yeah.
Yeah. So everything's been fine
Okay.
since then.
I was just wondering why Randy kept the apology letters you wrote him for that long.
He keeps
Everything.
every card, every letter I write
Yeah,
him.
there's a card too. Yeah.
He keeps everything. I keep everything.
Was there anything between you and Matt?
No, absolutely not.
Just he tried to make moves on you.
Yes.
Randy found out.
Did he do anything specific? What angered? Or I mean, you said he tried to force himself on you. I mean, was he trying to physically touch you in a manner or kiss you, or what
Yeah,
was
he was trying to kiss me.
Okay.
We were at their house looking at the stuff they had done in their basement, and I just went into the bathroom to look what all the stuff they did, and he came in and kind of pushed me up against the wall, and I said, "Get away from me." And that was about all that happened.
Okay.
That was about it.
Is it Mrs. Matt guy? He's married, I guess.
Yes, he's married and has 2 children.
Nice. He live here in town, does he?
He lives far enough away
Okay.
that he can stay there.
But I mean, is it in Penance or is it like a?
No, he's in Kansas City.
Okay. Okay.
He's a Kansas City cop.
Nice. Okay. Great.
But I don't start trouble for anybody,
Right.
so that's,
Okay.
you know, so. Oh my goodness.
How old's Matt?
Oh, he's probably a little older than me. 40.
Okay.
I'm 38.
I don't know if he was on it. That's fine. I wasn't going to ask, being a gentleman
That's
here.
okay.
But I'm just thinking he maybe been a younger guy or something like that, trying to make a move, you know.
No, him and Randy have talked in the last several days because he does landscaping around our house all the time.
Okay.
So
him and Randy did get along after that?
yeah, they're fine.
Okay.
Everything was up in the air, great.
Good.
And so you guys saw him just here recently. Then
Yes.
you did landscaping for
Yes,
recently.
Yeah. We were actually going to have him start doing some more for us here in the near future.
Were you? Well.
No, I don't think that's going to happen right now.
No. As Randy, where's his family at?
He has a mom and a sister.
Okay, you're in Missouri? Or?
Yes, They were both there today.
Were they? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's poor mom.
Yeah. Because his dad passed away in '93.
That's what you said, the heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
How did him and his sister and everybody get along?
Oh, great.
Did it?
Yeah, because they pretty much rely on my husband to do everything for them.
Yeah, he took Dad's spot then.
Pretty much. And he got kind of, like, leave me alone. I have a family of my own,
Yeah.
Not that he was trying to be mean or anything, but, sometimes his mom can be kind of obnoxious sometimes. So it's like, she still thinks that she's his number one girl and that should be it.
Is his sister married?
She was.
Okay.
But she's been divorced for probably, 5 or 6 years now.
I'm looking at his side of the family now, as far as anybody that's intolerable or a problem with him,
No, I don't think I ever had a problem with anybody in his family, but his family is a bunch of. I'm sorry, I'm not a mean person,
You're fine.
But they're a bunch of losers.
Mm-hmm.
Half of them have been in jail several times.
Has anyone popped up lately? Like wanting money or anything?
No. They don't bug us for anything
That's good.
because Randy's very successful,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't ever bother us.
Okay.
Never. I don't even think they know where we live, which is the way I want it to be.
Okay. Okay. And there's nobody. Do you have brothers and sisters?
I have 2 brothers and 1 sister.
And you guys, they all got along with Randy, okay?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay. And Randy took care of you.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Very much.
Did he ever carry a gun in that suitcase of his? Well, as far as you know?
No, that little one is the only one he ever carried on him, as far as I know.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, because we talked to Joe.
Uh-huh.
Joe says he showed him a gun at the office. It wasn't that little one.
Okay.
He says it was like a Glock.
I think he did have a bigger one at one time, but I think
Has a laser sight on it, he said.
I think he sold that one.
Okay.
I don't think he has that one anymore because this little one's the only one I've seen for a very while.
How long ago would you think he sold it?
Oh, good Lord.
And do you know who he sold to?
I have no idea.
Okay.
He doesn't tell me when he does stuff like that.
That's
I
fine.
don't know anything about his
That's
guns.
fine.
It has been probably a year or so
Okay.
because he replaced it with this little one.
Okay. Now, other than
That I
this,
do
Mr. Nobody else has kind of approached you on the side or had any problems with you and Randy being together or anything?
No,
Okay.
never,
All right.
not at all.
So this is just a complete surprise. Okay.
Someone took my husband's life away from me.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to work on here. That's why we're talking to you first. Here you go. Can you think of anything else?
In the trash can.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Back to the letters, the yellow tablet. In your trash can, they had a letter that somebody had written for about happy birthday and all that. It's about this big. It was all tore up. And it says something about, something like you're the most beautiful person or some kind of thing like that. It's all these big ramblings of good stuff about, it's about that long, about that big. It's a white letter and it's black writing and it's all tore up now. There's a bottom of your trash can at your office.
Oh.
It said happy birthday at the top of it, and then at the bottom it's happy. Then it had all these initials on the bottom, like there were initials meaning something. Well, think about it. I'm gonna go see if the lab. They took a picture. I'll see if I can show it to her and she give me a refresher behind.
Hang on just a second, we'll be right back.
Okay.
I heard that.
Oh my gosh.
You okay? Need anything? We're about done here. On that letter, they didn't take a picture of it, but they collected it, so we
Okay.
didn't see it because it's on property. But it's a note about that big.
Yeah, I remember. And I've had it for a very long time because I kind of had a secret admirer. It was left on my car door. I
Today?
Oh no. Oh no.
Where was your car at the office?
It's not even the car that I have now.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was. That's been several years ago. And I just found it the other day. I was looking for my what do you call it? Dental card.
Yeah.
And I found it in there. And
Where was that? In your drawer? Or?
no. It was in my purse. I have a little thingy that I keep all my credit cards in.
Yeah.
And it was in there.
Who's the secret admirer?
I don't know who he is.
Wow.
I've never gotten another note from him ever.
No calls?
No calls, no nothing.
Have you guys been getting any calls at all lately with somebody hanging up or anything?
Yes, let me think. Was it today or yesterday? But the calls show up private, so
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Because my husband answered the phone a couple of times, and well, no, it's probably been more than that. And he said, well, I don't know who they are. They keep hanging up.
Never said a word to you, like guy or girl?
I never answered it. He did, and he never told me. So I don't know if there was any breathing. I don't know. He didn't say.
Okay.
He just said they weren't. They just hung
Has
up.
he been getting calls like that you know of?
Well, not that I know of, but like I said, I don't know. I just don't know if he would.
Sometimes we'll tell you because
tell
it
me.
worries you. That's why
I
we're
would think he
touching
would tell
base.
me.
That's why we're touching base to anybody who could fight in it other than you.
No,
because-
I know he would tell me. I know he would.
Okay, well, I want to ask you something again, like we asked you before. You going in and finding him like you did and everything? And here's the thing, and please don't take this wrong. I told you before we had to ask questions and things to get details.
I understand.
We understand how people think and what goes on sometimes with people. When you went into the office and you located him laying there on the floor, and you checked him and yelled at him and everything, we found a cartridge by his feet.
You found a what?
A cartridge.
A shell casing.
Shell casing. That's what we're asking you. If there was a gun laying by him or anything and you moved it,
I didn't see anything. I
Okay.
swear. I did not see anything. That's why I didn't know where the blood was coming from. I saw blood under his head and coming from his ear, and I saw his eye was swollen and his skin was discolored. So I didn't see anything. I could not figure it out. That's why I thought maybe he hit his head or something.
okay.
I have no idea.
Well, that's what we're saying here, because talking to Joe and talking to some other people, when I brought you up here, somebody else got a hold of me too. They said your husband does have the .40 caliber handgun.
He does?
Yes, and that's what we're saying. And you being his wife, you should have seen or known about it.
The only one that I have ever seen is that little bitty one. Now, like I said, I don't go down in the safe downstairs.
Right.
So
Well,
all I know what he has downstairs in the safe is his shotguns.
he carried this one in his briefcase.
He did?
Yep. So
That's the information we're getting.
that's what we're getting told, and that's from somebody that knows him real well. So what we're saying to you is,
Well, okay.
if you would have seen it,
Okay, well, here's the
maybe he
thing.
shot himself.
Well, no.
We're saying if you maybe shot himself for some odd reason or another,
Would you have grabbed
would you
the
grab
gun
a gun
and
just
moved
to
it
say
someplace
it don't look
to-
right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't touch guns. He knows I don't like them, and I don't touch them at all.
That's fine.
But I asked him this morning to bring an Avon book for me, and I assumed he put it in his briefcase. So I opened his briefcase, and it wasn't in there. But I didn't see a gun in there.
Okay.
I didn't see anything in there
Okay.
because I opened it up, and I did not see a gun in there. I did not know he had another gun. Not like that anyway.
Well, and that's what we're saying. And don't get me wrong. Please don't get us wrong.
No.
But the thing is sometimes people
React
will
differently.
react differently. Yeah, and they will do something that you least expect them to do. We've dealt with this a lot, and that goes with suicides and everything because we've had them before where they didn't even leave a.
And you would tell us if there was a gun there, if you would have picked it up and moved it someplace.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I'm a very honest person.
And we do that. We have to do that for a safety factor too.
Oh no.
If you don't know guns very well,
I-
you don't want to put it in your car or something. You have to go off when you're driving.
Are you kidding me? When he asked me to go into the house to get that gun for him off of his nightstand, that's all I can do is carry that thing out there.
When did he do that?
Oh, if he ever leaves it.
Okay.
He carries it with him everywhere we go.
Okay.
And that's the little one you're
The
talking
little
about?
bitty one, yes. He carries it with him everywhere we go.
Okay.
And like I said, at this point we're still investigating things. Okay, so we can't rule anything out. Was he ever depressed about anything? Is he on any medication
No.
that would, so no
I was
suicidal thoughts or anything like
Not
that?
that I know of. I was in the hospital last week. My gallbladder decided to act up on me.
Mhm.
But he was there pretty much all the time. I mean, he did go to the office and work for a little while I was, and I mean, he just had to. You can't just close the office, and we couldn't get a hold of Peggy, so he had to go for 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
So, I mean, he didn't. Yes, he's stressed. We both get stressed because of the job and stuff, but we don't ever take it out on each other.
No.
We're just not that type
But
of
would he
people.
be the type, since he's not to worry you, would he be the type if he was depressed or had any thoughts, he'd keep it to himself? I mean, people do it.
I'm just asking.
I would not think so. He just didn't seem to be that way.
Well,
And I've been
And we're
looking
just
for-
asking because, like I said, I don't know anything about the scene. I don't know if he would have taken his own life or if this is an intruder or something like that. But we at least got to ask those things from you. So you're telling me that you're not aware of him being depressed over
No.
anything. I mean,
No.
not severely depressed where he might need to go see a doctor or psychiatrist.
No.
Wasn't on any type of medication.
No, never.
Okay,
Didn't take
and
anything.
never talked to you about harming himself or anything like that.
No.
Okay,
And you said he didn't drink,
No.
and he's a Marine, so he didn't do any drugs.
No. He doesn't have no tattoos.
Okay.
No, never.
When you and him normally communicate, you call each other on your cell phones.
Yeah, that, or if he's at the office, I call him at the office.
Okay. Did he ever text you?
Yeah.
Does he?
Well, sometimes he doesn't like to text.
Most guys don't.
He's not a texter.
Yeah.
He hates texting. Why don't you just call me?
Yeah, most
Okay,
guys.
fine. So we really didn't text. I mean, we text but not a whole lot.
Who do you text? Your kids mostly?
Yeah, Michael, Miranda, Randy's sister,
Okay.
my best friends, my mom.
would there be any problem if we look at your phone, look at some of the text messages on it, just confirm times?
Well, I can look at the call log
and
for Randy.
get the call logs and stuff like that?
Help yourself.
Okay.
Ooh, AT&T too. Great. These are always fun.
Oh, gonna.
Unlock it.
Oh, no, it's easier if you just raise it up like that. Sorry.
Okay. Now, your text messaging, like you said, well, I got your call log too. It'd be nice to know.
That's fine.
Okay.
Now on Randy's phone, I don't ever look at his texts, so I don't know.
Right, we gotta do all that too.
I don't look at that. He don't look at mine. I don't look at his. We just don't,
You
and
send him a message that says,
We
"Are
know.
you busy?" at 6 minutes till 3, so 14:54 hours
Yeah.
today. That's the one where you ask him if he's busy, and he never responded back.
No, I don't believe he did on that one. No.
Okay, that's what we're saying.
No, because he called me and said, "Yes, I'm busy," or "Yes, I've been busy." He told
Okay.
me that on the phone.
Who's Brittany?
That's my son's girlfriend.
Ah, okay,
He ordered them tickets to a concert today, so I was
that's
calling
right.
to let her know.
Yeah. It says you're at we're at JC Penney's.
Mm-hmm.
That's at 3:45 today. I hate all this
Yeah,
junk.
probably. A lab can take photos of that just
Yeah.
to confirm times because I mean,
And it's when you're at 20 minutes till 5, you said you're on our way there. And Jesse,
He's a friend he's my son's best friend. He's here.
okay, who's
Here.
Dwayne?
Dwayne who?
Oh, Dwayne.
Dwayne, that's my brother.
Okay. Okay, so Dwayne used your phone to text this guy.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Because Jesse texted me and I couldn't really see the keyboard.
Okay, your mom's asking where you are. That's probably when she was sitting in here.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay, you haven't had any, but there's no threats, no unfamiliar.
No, never.
in the secret admirer, you said that he left a letter on your car a year or so ago,
It's probably been 3 or 4 years ago.
and you've had this note in your purse.
I totally forgot about it, to be honest with you.
And when did you tear it up and throw it in the trash can?
Yeah, I just found it yesterday.
Okay.
When I was looking for my, because I scheduled my daughter for her wisdom teeth to be pulled out.
Mhm.
So as I was going through, I found it and I just ripped it up and threw it away. I didn't really want my husband to find it. So.
Did he know about the? What did the note say?
You know what? I have no idea. when you said it said happy birthday on it, I was like, huh?
It had birthday on the front, and the bottom said happy birthday, and it had a bunch of different initials, like text message initials.
I honestly cannot remember. To tell you the truth, I do not remember what it
Well, it looks like
said.
a lot of people wrote on your Facebook.
Yeah, my church members. They're all my church members.
Yeah.
We don't have any enemies.
That's what we're trying to get at here. To us, if we see, you're used to getting your text messages and reading them stuff. To us, if it was in a third person,
Sure.
we could look at them and say, "Wait a minute,"
I understand.
but you would take it as non-threatening.
Threatening, right. I understand.
Yeah, Mom's going to come up with you.
I
And
know.
again, no issues with any church members.
No.
And do you like go on dates with any of the couples from church or anything? I mean, like, do you want to go out to dinner, catch a movie or something, or
We do
is there-
with well, we have a lot of people over our house. I like to entertain
Okay.
people.
Yeah.
There's one couple in our church, which is my husband's cousin. He married one of my best friends, so we hang out with them a lot.
Who's Bud?
My son,
Oh,
I called him that.
this
since
shut
he
down
was-
his Gmail and he's mad.
Idiots. I know, he's so bad.
Yeah, that's okay. I got a son. Like mine's 21. Trust me.
Oh goodness.
what's your husband's cousin's name?
Carl.
Carl and
Oh, Christina.
Christina.
He's a good friend of ours.
The attorney.
Yeah.
Answering your mom's question about an attorney.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see anything there. There's nothing message-wise.
I just, you know,
Did
Thank
you
you.
look through all of them, the sins and
Yeah,
Okay,
and there's
okay.
nothing there. Most of the ones you received, like I said, are Facebook. People responding, saying they're praying for you, and they were on your wall, Facebook, that kind of thing. And then your mom wanted to be here with you, and she says, "Do you need a good attorney?" But you're not going to need an attorney. You're not under arrest or anything. So.
I'm not worried.
No, you're just closest to Drain than
I
anybody.
understand. And
and again,
I was hoping to see.
when you were there this morning, you pulled up the blinds. Did you pull up the blinds this morning?
When you opened up,
Open them up.
Oh yes, I always open them up.
Okay, so
Always.
you open up the blinds.
Yes.
Uh,
So they're probably gonna find my fingerprints all over that office.
well, yeah.
And is it natural for your husband to lock a door when you leave, or does he usually feel confident enough? I mean, obviously the area,
The only
you obviously don't
time-
feel very good
No,
about the
he
area if you
doesn't.
have to keep your lock.
Yeah,
if you have to keep it locked.
Yes. The only time that I can remember, and like I said, I don't usually work late with him. I don't work late hours with him, so I honestly cannot tell you what he does when
Mhm.
he's working late, but this was not late. So this was not normal for the door to be locked. I can tell you that right now. And the blinds to be closed is not normal. He never closes the blinds this early.
Okay. Has it ever closed before when you guys were there to get stuff done?
Only when it gets dark.
How long you guys known this Tony? Yeah.
Oh, good Lord, he's been a client of ours for probably 10 years.
So you've talked a lot to him and stuff.
Oh yeah, he's been in our office, he's been in
Did
our
he ever
house.
show up after while the police were there? I'm just curious.
Not that I know of. And he might have tried to call the office or Randy's cell phone to tell him that he was going to be late or he wasn't going to make it because he works for Cerner, which is a computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
company?
software writer.
Yes, that he's very good at that. And so a lot of times, you know, when he says he's going to be there, he doesn't get to make it. So
But he was scheduled
Mom.
to come
I'm
to
going to look
see.
at it. I don't know.
He was scheduled to come this evening about 6 o'clock.
Yes, that's what my husband
Because
informed
your
me.
computer.
My computer crashed. So he was going to try
And
to
you got a
fix
good
it.
spelling on his last name.
Yeah.
It's
Um,
hard.
It's okay.
and you'll find. I'm just trying because these are people we'll have to touch base with.
And the Facebook.
I told you.
Any
Church group like that's going to be on there a lot.
lost my train of
I would be
thought.
lost if I didn't have them.
Anybody they have contact with or talk to is just like to talk.
Cleaning companies.
No,
Does someone come into your office and
me.
you clean your
I'm the
office?
cleaning company.
Okay, so you don't hire a cleaning company.
No,
There was an alarm system on the building, but the alarm did not work.
no, it's never been hooked up. We've been
The
there
door-
for 13 years.
Ding thing on the alarm
Didn't
didn't
even know there was one.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It didn't work, so.
Okay. my landlord, I don't even know how to get a hold of him. Randy has all of his numbers.
You know his name?
His name is Charlie. Office is right down around the corner
Ah,
where that, you know where that beauty salon is at?
yeah.
Over there? Down underneath is the State Farm building, and then you got Charlie.
And Charlie, is he a pretty good guy?
Is he what?
Pretty nice guy?
Oh, yes, he's awesome.
Okay.
He's the best landlord.
Now, he knew
could
you guys
ask
were leaving
for.
though, didn't he, there?
Yes, he did.
But it would still stay farmers, it's just somebody else would come in and take over.
No, they would just shut the whole thing down.
Oh, okay.
Farmers just shut the whole thing down.
I know
And how far away were you from transitioning into your
May
own business?
1st.
May 1st.
Yeah, a
Okay,
month
so about a
away.
month away.
See, somebody stole the AC unit on the side of the building too, didn't they?
They did?
Well, I mean, it's been a while, but there's pieces of copper there.
Oh, yeah, they put them on the roof.
Oh.
They've stole them like 3 or 4 times,
Okay.
so they put them on the roof.
Anything else you can think of, bud?
No, I can't think of anything. We just got phone numbers for everyone that,
I believe we do.
I
You s-
can't
give
give
us your
you,
mom.
no, that's fine.
I can't give you Tony's number because
No,
I
that's
don't
fine.
know.
No, we
Sorry.
looked that up. Your mom and dad's phone number?
Uh-huh.
What would it be?
Yeah, just
You
give
want
some-
their cell or their home?
Either one B's are good.
Probably,
Probably the cell number.
probably sell.
It's
And Barb and who?
Bob. Bob.
Barb and Bob?
Bob and Barbara.
Okay. And what's your last name? That's right, you got that.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? We can look up Mr. Well, what's the lady that works on Fridays?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Do you need her number too?
Yeah,
Yes.
pretty. Talk to Peggy.
Hold on, let me get my mind in gear here. Oh shoot, I'm calling her phone.
Don't call her. She'll be asking.
Okay, hold on, let me. It's
Okay, good. Anybody else we can think of?
do you need to know? I mean, I know he called my brother.
Well, who's the guy that was doing one of your landscape?
The officer, Kansas City officer, Matt
Oh,
Burt.
Matt.
Everything?
I don't. I'm
We
sorry.
can look that up. That's fine.
And he's still with Kansas City Police Department?
As far as I know, yeah. Randy just talked to him just a few days ago.
How do you
Yeah.
spell his last name?
There's somebody I thought of, but I can't think of their name now.
Now my brother Kevin said he did talk to him around 1 o'clock today. No, it was
Oh.
earlier this morning.
You don't have Robert's number, do you? You said no.
I have his work number, but I don't have his cell number.
Oh,
It would
so
be it would be in my husband's cell phone.
Phone, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And you guys probably have no idea if and when I'll get that back.
No, we're just gonna, well, basically what we're gonna do is try to get the information off of it.
Here's my only thing.
Yeah.
All of my bills and everything are at the office.
Mhm.
Cause I pay all my bills at the office.
Mm-hmm.
How am I supposed to get them?
Like bills
can-
for personal bills?
Yes, so personal and business bills, so
okay.
I can get them,
Where would they be at?
because he has taxes that are due soon.
Pictures of the text?
If you're sitting at my desk and you turn around to my credenza,
Mm-hmm.
my bills are in the second and third trays.
Right.
Business are in the second, personal
Lab with you?
is in the third. They're just there. The envelope, there's a big brown
Tell them
envelope
bring a camera.
that has my husband's personal or business bills in it because I have to keep them separate.
Right.
So I would need that too because that has all the bills from last month that I have to make sure that we're all paid.
What's gonna have to happen is we're gonna have somebody go out there with you too. My gosh. Stuart. Yeah. Okay. Sure will. Bye. Yeah, somebody's probably gonna have to go with you when you go in, if you get to go in, or we'll have to go and find it for you and bring it to you and show we were giving it to you.
I understand.
When your parents showed up there, did anybody else go in there with you at the office at all?
No, they wouldn't let me back in.
Good.
I never went back in.
So
Nobody.
nobody else went in there?
No, I walked in just like I told you to, like I told you I did. And then when Aaron showed up, I walked out the door and I never went back in.
Did your husband have any appointments today that you know of?
Anyway,
Or appointments, new appointments, or? I mean, he said he's busy.
Well, yeah, no, I thought you said someone came in and they canceled a policy, or they.
oh no, they called him this morning on the phone. They
Okay.
never showed up.
No, that
They
was.
never.
So while you were there with him, no one ever came into the offices.
No, just that one guy this morning that we wrote that homeowner's policy on.
And what was his name? Do we know what his name?
His name was Larry.
Larry.
Yes. And we were both there. That was probably
Probably sometime after 10:30 before lunch.
Yes, it was around 11:30.
Yeah.
11:25, 11:30 when he came in.
Okay, and you wrote up a policy for him?
Yes, we wrote up a homeowner's policy.
Right back.
Okay. On the, and again, and I want you to just be real honest. I think you've been there. On the secret admirer, do you know who this person is?
I don't. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I
mean,
haven't
and I'm
gotten-
going what Detective Stewart had said. He had said something about happy birthday on it.
Yeah.
I mean, so did this person know?
Evidently they
You and know when your birthday was?
Evidently they know me. I don't know who they are. I couldn't tell you left from right who the heck he is. I assume he is a guy.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean for that to be funny. But I don't, seriously, I have no idea who he is. And it's been several years. Like I said, I just found it. I wasn't looking for it. I just ran across it and couldn't believe I still had it.
Okay.
So I thought, I better get rid of it because I surely didn't want my husband to find it. And if he did, I mean, I would just explain to him that it was just left on my car window, just like I'm telling you guys, I'm being honest with you, and I have no idea who he is. I don't know. It's been several years ago, so I honestly don't know. I have never gotten any more letters, nothing. I've never gotten phone calls, no mysterious phone calls, no nothing.
Okay.
So,
And
I don't know.
No affairs on the side or anything like
No.
that?
No.
He hasn't had an affair with someone? And just be honest
Several
with me.
years ago, he did.
Okay,
But that was right after we got married.
okay,
That was a long time ago.
okay. But nothing recently?
No.
You guys haven't been separated or anything?
No,
Or
no.
issues with that?
I mean, and I hate to say this, but I feel like you need
And be
to
honest
know.
with me,
You need
because,
to know.
you know, I mean, anything
I know.
can help us.
He had trouble with pornography, so.
He had trouble with pornography?
Yeah. But, we got through all that.
Okay, when you say he had trouble with pornography, was he watching it on TV or
No,
doing it on a computer?
He would pull it up on the computer.
Okay,
But it's been several months, probably a year or so.
okay, so, but within the past year, when we say he's having trouble with pornography, what do you mean by that?
Well, he would just go on websites and just
Okay.
look at them.
Okay.
And I approached him about it. So
Okay,
we got that out of the way.
and when you say you got it out of the way, what do you mean by that?
Well, that's why his computer is the way it is now. He switched his computer so I could see everything. Because it used to be like this, so I couldn't see anything.
Mhm.
So he turned it like this, so whenever I did walk into his office or
You
walk
could
past his office, I could see everything he was working on. Because he wanted to be honest with me.
He didn't go to any counseling for
No,
pornography?
it wasn't that deep.
And it didn't cause any friction that
No.
you guys were wanting to get separated
No,
or
no.
never had to leave the residence or anything? No one left the residence or anything?
No, never.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Ever.
Okay.
Never, 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 never. It never got that bad.
Anything else you can think of that would be helpful to us?
Oh, I can't think of anything.
Hang on just a second, okay? We should be wrapping this up here shortly. Okay, hang on.
Can I look at my messages?
Yeah, go right in. You're fine.
Okay, Teresa, we're done here. We need to take and get pictures of the Texas
Oh,
today, get times down and stuff.
Sure, that's
Okay,
fine.
my phone's going off again here.
My phone was going, I had like
No,
9 new
where are you
messages.
There.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, let me help you.
Yes, sir.
There.
Yeah, let
And
me
then you
step out here a
just-
second.
When you hit, just view it, and you just hit this side over here, and it just go to the next one after that. Those are all people from Facebook, so I don't know if you need to see them or
Okay,
not.
yeah, I wanna go from the very beginning.
Okay, that's
or
the
very end. This
That's
is
the last one I
you
just
got?
got. Yeah, I just got that. Oh man. The light goes out quick, so you have to be fast.
Okay, and how can I turn it back on
Oh,
without?
just hit a button.
Okay, now do I have to hit back to go to the next?
No, just hit this side over here.
Okay, and then give me the next one. Okay.
This Kansas City officer. He does landscaping work on the side?
Yeah, he pretty much does a lot of stuff on the side.
Oh, does everything?
He's done all his landscaping and everything, and he did our neighbors next door to us too.
Okay. Do you guys pay him to do that, or does he just do it?
Oh no, we paid him.
Do you have a check or what?
I don't know how Randy paid him.
Oh, Randy paid him. Okay.
I honestly.
I don't know if
have
he kept
no idea.
records of him or not, because he's got to find out who he is and see what his job is and all that stuff, what he does. But we're almost done here, so we'll get you out of here. Have you talked to your mom at all?
No, I haven't. I know she's probably worried. Oh my goodness.
It's warm in this room.
Ugh.
Your mom's probably still downstairs, isn't she? Because
I'm
we're gonna give you a ride to your car. She is. Let me find Steve. Steve? Schmidley?
I like your green.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Hey, Amy, ask him if he wants me to stay. If you don't mind.
Let's let her go back.
Yeah. We'll take it downstairs. I think her mom and dad's down there.
Yeah, I can't at this point. We got phone numbers in case we need to call them back.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What's that guy's name?
Yeah, Jerry Stewart.
Jerry. Can I go to the restroom when she's done?
Yes. Want to do it while she's doing this?
That's fine.
Come on.
Oh,
Said
goodness.
it was exceptional circumstances, but
basic questions. It's like a. All right, so we're gonna miss a call.
Yeah.
You about got them?
No, I'm getting hers, what she's sent.
Oh, okay. Who's gonna talk to Anthony? Oh, I guarantee it's Twitter. How far? Yeah, Jason. Oh, really? He's saying you guys can go back. Oh.
Hey, Virgil.
Yeah, it was. Who's in here?
Had a lot, didn't I?
Yeah.
Had a lot, sorry.
That's okay. Guarantee my son's got a lot more than that.
Well, my son texts about 6,000 texts.
Are you working on anything?
That's my son.
Yeah.
Although now that,
6,000.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
although now that he's got Skype on his computer,
Oh, boy.
he can see his girlfriend now.
Julian wants to do a little briefing on his one, you know, and then.
What's
All right,
that?
we'll be there in just a second.
On the other one?
Yeah. Joanne wants to do a briefing in there on his.
There'll be a minute here for us.
Joanne wants to do a briefing in there on his, on the beds.
Have Mikey,
Okay. There you are. Thank you.
You're welcome.
we're done. We'll take you downstairs, let your mom in, take you to your car or whatever. Well. Okay.
Teresa Stone returns to the police station to collect several of her husband's belongings that investigators collected. While there, police question her further about her relationship with her husband, Randy.
You know, if you open up the bag and there's blood on some stuff, you need to be prepared for it, or have somebody, maybe give it to somebody else who can deal with it, okay? Maybe they can clean it up.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, I understand. I wish they would clean property like that up before they give it back to us, but they don't do that. I just need to tell you that before we start, okay? Do you need some tissue or something? I can get some for you.
I'm fine.
Okay. Now there was some money that I think you were also asking about. Okay.
Was it in his wallet
Well,
or was it?
Yeah, it was like $15 or something. It wasn't very much. I talked to the prosecutor. They told us anything that deals with money, they prefer that we continue to hold on to that for now.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
And probably later on, that'll be explained to you. Maybe you don't understand why, but there are reasons why we have to keep the money.
I understand.
One I think was a deposit for one of your customers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hopefully the insurance company is taking care of them.
I talked to my district manager and he said they already got it covered for him.
Okay.
So, and I saw her at the funeral and
Mm-hmm.
she had asked me about it. I told her that it was already taken care of.
Okay.
So I think they took care of that. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You don't know when I'll be able to get his cell phone or anything back, do you?
When I get the go from the prosecutor, I'll call you right away.
I just know that he has a lot of contact numbers in there that
Sure.
I
It's
don't-
like customers and
that
stuff?
I don't even have.
Okay.
That people that I really need to get a hold of, and
Mhm.
they're not in our computer system.
Okay.
Because a lot of numbers he just kept in his cell phone because he just talked to him all the time,
Okay.
and he never put them in. And I always get on to him. I'm like, honey, you got to put him in the computer, because if I need to get a hold of him
Sure.
and I can't get a hold of you, how am I supposed to get a hold of him? And
Right.
he's like, I know, I'll do it. And he's never done it. So I'm not trying to rush you guys. I'm really
Yeah.
not. I just know there's some important numbers that I'm
Sure.
gonna need, and
Sure.
I don't have them.
I think probably, anything that's in that cell phone, as you probably already know, we can get. And
Oh, I know.
We can download. So
Oh yeah, sure.
I don't know that there's a big issue why we have to keep the phone itself if we've got all of the information in the phone.
Mhm.
Once again, to be honest with you, that's something I really haven't thought a lot about, and that's my fault because I
No,
haven't
that's
been
okay.
in contact with you yet.
I just
Okay. Typically, when I do work a case like this, I like to try to get with, the victim's family. In this case, it would be you there. Within a week or so at the most, just to
if I would have known you wanted to talk
introduce
to Miranda,
myself.
I would have brought her with me.
No, I don't need to talk to her today.
Oh, okay.
I already talked to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh.
meant to say.
You talked to her already.
I was the detective that talked to her when she came up.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
But no, I don't need to talk to her.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
That's okay, that's all right. But within a week, I like to talk to folks. Now, last week was crazy. I mean, we were putting in, 16-hour days.
And I already heard you guys
Easter-
were already crazy.
Easter,
Before any of
before
this
that,
ever-
because we had another tragedy that occurred that we were just
I know.
wrapping up. And so I apologize that I haven't been able to talk to you.
No,
yet.
it's okay, I understand. I know you guys are all busy.
Yeah.
And we're trying to get on with our lives, but it's so
I
hard.
understand. I don't even know what to say when I'm sitting down with somebody like in this situation.
I never dreamed I would ever be in this situation, ever. We were supposed to grow old together
Mhm.
and retire together.
Well, and you had a beautiful life, didn't you? You were married for almost 20 years, weren't you? You got 2 great kids. You had a good, good business, and I'm sure you probably have a beautiful home.
All I can say is that God has just blessed us tremendously through all of our lives,
Mhm.
through getting married and our children and our church family and our business. I mean, it's all because of what God has done for us. It's not because of what we've done. It's because of what God has done. We've just tried to be faithful to Him.
Sure.
And I guess that's why I feel like that I just tried to leave everything in His hands because I know He's in control of everything.
Yeah.
Even though I tell my pastor and my youth pastor, I know I'm not supposed to question him, but it's so hard not to.
And I think, they also say that God's not going to do anything to you that you're not strong enough to handle. Now, I don't know why this has happened. I don't know. Like I said, I guess someday you'll find out when you go to heaven and you talk to the Lord, and He's going to tell you why. But
And I keep asking Him that. I keep asking Him. I mean, I know I'm a strong woman, but I need
well,
my baby back.
you're going to have to be strong because you got 2 babies out there, don't you? I know Michael, I know he's 18, but he's still your baby.
He's leaving Monday to go back, or Sunday to go back to college.
Is he going to college down at, is it Pensacola? So what he told me, I talked to him the other day, so.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go back, but I told him, I said, Michael, that's not what your daddy would want.
He wants to be with you.
I know, and I want him to be with me, but I feel like that his college education is very important to me, and this is what he wants to do, what you're doing right now.
He's a CJ student, yeah.
And this is exactly what he wants to do, even more so now.
Mm-hmm.
And he only has 3.5 weeks left, and his best friend that goes to our church, and we've known him for probably 5 or 6 years, and he is going to continue to stay with us until Michael gets back from college.
Okay.
And so Miranda and I won't be in our house alone. I mean,
Okay,
we have a
that's good.
security system and everything, and
Yeah.
and that I'm not really worried about. I just knowing that someone else is in the house with me that I know,
Sure.
and I know he can protect me because
Yeah.
he's kind of like a trained fighter. I mean, he's training to do those fights and stuff.
The
UFC,
UFC, or
yeah.
whatever?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so,
Okay.
I know that he will. I know he would give his life for Miranda and I. He's like my adopted son
Sure.
because he's just a couple years
He's,
older than
he's
Michael.
Michael's best friend. Or
Yes.
their best friends, aren't they?
Yeah, and so he's just been super.
But you need that support system. I know you got the church in your family, but the church is the church and your family's back home and you're in a house.
I know.
So to have people in the house to lean on. it's
And my
important.
parents were just like, you know what, we'll come in and stay with you every night. I'm like, and my dad, both my parents are retired. And they live in Bay City. They live quite a ways away, and I guess you could, I'm the baby of the family, so I am my daddy's girl.
Mhm.
So if anything happens to me, or if anything happens to my dad, we're just right there.
Right.
Because just 3 weeks ago, I was in the hospital for gallstones, and
Really?
I've never had anything like that in my entire life, ever. I've never been in the hospital for anything, just to have my children.
Right.
And I had them natural. I had nothing. I've never been sick. My husband and I, neither one of us had ever been sick, ever. And all of a sudden, there I was in the hospital with 3 gallstones. I'm like, this is just not supposed to be. And my dad was right there. 4 o'clock in the morning, he was at the hospital. That's just how my parents are.
Sure.
And
That's-
and it's been really hard for my dad because Randy was like a son to him. And my dad was Randy's as close, Randy's dad died when he was 52. And they really did not have a real close relationship. So my dad was his dad. He called my dad and my mom, dad and mom all the time. It was just like they were, it's been really hard for my dad. And I think it's hard.
What's your dad make of all that? What does he think?
He doesn't know what to think. None of us know what to think. I lay in bed at night and I just wonder.
And that was one of the things I wasn't going to ask you right now, but since we're talking about that, I'll go ahead and ask you. It's been, about 12, 13 days since this
2 weeks today.
2 weeks. So in 2 weeks over this time frame, has anything popped up into your head that you might even try to explain why anybody would want to do such a thing?
I don't know. Randy knew so much more people than I did because he actually came more in contact with our clients and stuff that I did.
Right.
So, and I wasn't always there because Michael and Miranda were in school, so I always had to go pick him up. And then when I picked him up from school, I went home and I stayed home with the kids.
Okay.
He didn't want me to come back and work late.
Right.
I hardly ever worked late.
Okay.
Hardly ever, unless we had something that both of us had to get done and we had a lot of work that we had to do. I never worked late.
Would Randy tell you if he was having an issue with a customer or even an associate or something? If it was really getting ugly, would he share that with you or would he keep that to himself? Or had he shared anything like that with you?
Because we've never had any issues, no problems with anybody. So I would hope he would tell me, but he also knows that I worry about everything, and he doesn't want me to worry about anything. And he's always been the, he's a Marine, so he's always been the tough. Take charge, and I can handle it. I can handle everything. I don't ever want you to worry about nothing. I'll take care of everything. And because when I was in the hospital, I told Randy, I said, okay, how are we supposed to pay for this? And I did everything in my power not to go. I did, because that's just me. Not that we don't have or didn't have a lot of money, but because we don't have a lot of money, we're just very frugal with things, and but I'm cheap. He always told me I was cheap. And I don't spend money.
He was the one that spent the money.
Okay.
As I found out that I have no credit cards in my name. Nothing. They're all in his name. So I have
Oh,
nothing.
really?
I have nothing. I have no credit cards in my name. None.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he would never put any of that stuff on me. Ever.
He was a generous guy.
He
was
just-
generous, wasn't he?
Oh,
Generous guy.
oh, are you kidding me? And he always said that I taught him how to be that way because I'm a very giving person.
Mm-hmm.
I love serving people. I enjoy working with people. In my church, I enjoy
That's what I
doing
hear. Everybody
whatever.
we've talked to thinks very highly of you. You're very well liked.
I love working with people. I love serving people. I'd rather do things for anybody. I don't care what it takes. And my children know that, and my children are the same way. My son would give his shirt off his back. That's just how he is. Michael has a heart of gold. And I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, I watched, I heard about your Argentina trip. And I watched your presentation that you gave to the church. Did you know that was online? Yeah, I watched it. It was very interesting. But and I listened to Randy gave a sermon one time, and I listened to that because I want to try to get to know Randy because I just feel like I need to know you. He's not just a name on a piece of paper.
He was a wonderful man.
He sounded like he was a very, very nice guy, and everybody loved him.
Yep. He was always right there beside me. We always did everything together. And if we didn't do it together, we'd find a way to do it together. Always.
Well, you need to know that we're pulling out every stop that we can to find out
I know you are.
who murdered your husband. And we've got every resource we have at this department we're using. We've got the federal agencies involved in this to help us do things. Last time I counted, I think last week we were up to about 32 different detectives and agents were working on this case. Okay? So we're doing everything that we possibly can. We've had tips come in. We followed up on all of them. We're continuing to get tips from time to time. The tips hotline has provided us some information. And we've gotten some information from sources we didn't even expect. So I'm hopeful, I'm very hopeful that this is gonna bear fruit and we're gonna be able to make very, very good progress on this case for you and for your children.
And you don't know, as far as our business computers and stuff, I know they took all of them.
They did. Now you have to remember that in this building we don't have the equipment needed to download and examine that type of equipment.
Right.
That has to be outsourced.
Right.
And right now the computers are actually in possession of federal agents.
Right.
So they are actually doing the magic they do. And once again, kind of like the cell phone and everything else, just as soon as we don't need it any longer for any reason, I'm going to be getting on the phone and calling you. I'm going to say you can come and get those right now.
I understand.
So I know those are business computers. Were there personal stuff on there too that you needed to get to? Or is it
No,
just
just
farmer
business.
stuff?
Just all my stuff was farmers now. As far as Randy's, I mean, he had all of his emails and stuff going to all that stuff. So as far as I know,
Okay.
we don't have any personal stuff on there. I don't have any personal stuff on it.
Now, do y'all have a computer at home?
Yes, I do.
Is it in operation?
Yes, it is, but it crashed like a month ago.
Okay.
So I don't have anything on it.
Okay.
I have nothing on it. That's why I'm asking about the computers, because Randy's computer and my computer has all the farmer stuff on it.
Okay.
Has everything on it.
Okay.
And see, now the district office, they have permission to pull up my stuff.
Okay. Is that a desktop or a laptop that you have at home? Is it
No, it's a desktop.
desktop?
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't even thought of this, but while we're talking, I'm just throwing this out. Do you think it'd be possible that we could try to recover some of that stuff prior to the computer crashing? Just to see if it might help us. It might maybe be something there that might That
Well,
might
we
provide
know-
a lead.
We never worked on our computer at home though. That's the thing. We were never on the computer downstairs. If I was on the computer downstairs, I was either checking my bank accounts or something like that.
Right.
I did most of that at the office,
Sure.
but like if Michael called me and said he needed some money or something into his account, then I would go downstairs and transfer. We usually we only had the computer at home. If, like on the weekends, if a client called our office and we'd call and check the message and they needed something right away, and we would be at home, then we'd run downstairs and pull up something or replace a vehicle or fax and proof of insurance if they needed it, which our fax doesn't even work at home anymore. So,
Okay.
but most of the times if you're an agent, they usually take your word for it over the phone and say, well, just fax it to me Monday when you get in the office.
Okay.
So that's what we would do. So you can, if you need the computer at home, that's fine, but there really isn't anything on it. His emails didn't come at home. His emails came to the office. All of his emails came to the office and on his cell phone.
Okay.
Everything. That's how he set it up, and that's how it all was.
Okay. And you're right, there may be absolutely nothing on there, but I'm just one of those kind of guys. I
No, I understand.
want to find out.
No,
you
I
know.
understand.
And if
But-
there's even one thread, one sentence on an email or something that might give us some,
Right.
help us.
No, I understand.
I don't want to lose it, so.
No, I understand.
But if it crashed, they may not even be able to.
Well, the motherboard has crashed 3 times
Okay.
on it, and we just replaced the hard drive
When did you?
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
And Randy didn't even put anything on the computer.
Okay.
He didn't put anything on it because he told me we were actually going to sell that computer because we were going to go independent.
Okay, right.
And so we were going to keep our 2 computers we had at the office and sell Peggy's computer, the one that they took in the hall in the reception area there. We were going to sell that to her and sell our computer at home because it crashed. There's nothing on it. We didn't even have a thumb drive.
Okay.
We didn't have anything. We didn't back up anything because we really didn't do anything on it.
So the hard drive that's on there now is only about 3 or 4 weeks old?
It's just about 3 weeks old.
Okay.
And there's just and he didn't download anything on it. I mean nothing, because I got on it the other day and I was like, okay, I don't even have the farmer's website to even pull it up. I didn't have anything on there. He didn't even download it. No, normally the farmer's website is our homepage because that's the one we go to all the time. But he didn't even download that on there.
Okay.
So I just don't. You're more than welcome to have it if you want it.
If you don't mind, I mean, when you go home, we can have one of our people go over and pick it up.
It's just that's the only thing that I have at home.
Yeah.
That's my only problem.
That's the only computer?
That's it. That's all I have.
Okay.
That's all I have. And if I ever have to do anything, I don't have a computer to do anything.
You know, if there's not, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to make promises I can't keep.
No, I
would just
understand.
tell you that if we took it, I mean, I would tell them, please expedite this. I want to get back to Teresa as quickly as possible. Just download what's on there. We'll look at it later. I just want to get the computer back to her.
Right. But like I said, I just don't. I just know. He didn't even look at his emails on that computer downstairs, and we just never hardly ever used it. We just had it there because like the kids need it. Marina needs it for school because she has to have a computer for school for her stuff, you know. And before Michael went to college, he had to have it. So, but we bought Michael a laptop, so he has that at school. But I just and I'm not trying to tell you not to take it. We just never used it for anything personal. None of his emails. I know for a fact none of his emails. He never looked at his emails on that computer downstairs because it was all to the office and it went straight from his Outlook to his cell phone. And we don't even have Outlook on that computer at home. He's never downloaded it. We've never had it. We've never had to use it for anything because we've always had it at the office.
Sure.
And we lived at the office.
Okay.
Pretty much.
All right. Well, you know, I'll leave it up to you. If it's okay, I'm going to arrange to look at it because that's just what I do for a living. Okay. But nobody's I'm certainly not going to twist your arm. Or I know how dependent people are on computers these days. You know, I mean, my whole life's on a computer. Right
I know.
now, so.
I know.
But if you allow us to, then I would like to do it, and I promise I'll get it back to you just as quickly as I can download it, okay?
Yeah, because I do need it for some stuff.
I will tell them expedite. Teresa needs her stuff back.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll make sure that we get out there this afternoon.
Okay.
If you're gonna be home.
Yeah, we have church tonight. We'll be home till about 6:30.
Okay, all right.
So my parents are coming over for dinner. I don't even know what time it
It's
is.
a little after 4 now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Couple things, I just got a couple notes down here, because I know that this is not this wasn't scheduled, you may have other things to do, so I don't
That's
want to
okay.
keep you here too long. Let's see here.
I carry my baby with me all the time. My district manager made for me and Michael and Miranda.
Mhm.
They went on his Facebook and got pictures of him.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
Isn't that
You
neat?
got 3, and you
Yeah.
got room for one more. What's that? I don't have my
It
glasses
says,
on.
a love without end, is what it
Yeah.
says. And it has 3. This picture was taken in Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that picture was taken in Argentina also. And this one was taken in front of our fireplace on my daughter's 16th birthday.
Yeah.
And they, for the kids, they put him on a keychain and had a verse put on the back of it.
And then Farmers did that.
Actually,
Farmers?
my district manager,
Mr.
Randy's district manager with Farmers did that.
Mr. Davis, is that? Okay.
He has just been, he's just
Really
been,
stepped in and kind of took control of that
yeah,
office,
he's just
didn't
been,
he?
yes, he's just been totally awesome. And I just never dreamed, of course, I never dreamed any of this would ever happen, so I just didn't, he's just been wonderful. I mean, he is just taking care of everything for me.
Okay. Well,
I don't even, I mean, I don't know what to do. I really don't.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
I-
it's just all at
It's like
once,
my whole
everything.
life has just been taken from me. I know I have my children, but it's like,
You're dealing with your emotions, but then you also have to deal with the realities of life.
I know.
And, you know,
And I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do as far as keeping the business and surviving.
I know that you guys were gonna go independent. Is that something that's not even in reality now?
I can't do that by myself. It was something that Randy and I were gonna work hard together.
You're gonna try to
But I
run
just
that
can't.
office on Owen Road? Or another office somewhere?
I'm gonna have to find another office. I can't go
I know
back
you
there.
can't go back there.
There's no
There's no
way.
way you could do that. I'm sure Farmers.
My
still
parents
won't
wouldn't let
catch
me
you.
either.
Oh, boy.
My daughter definitely won't let me.
You don't need to go back to that.
She won't even go near it. I don't even like going in there. I don't go in there by myself.
I wouldn't either, you know.
I can't.
But,
It's like a nightmare.
well, you just have to, every morning when you wake up, you just have to remember that you have family and friends that love you
I know.
and support you, and the Lord's gonna look after you.
I know. I go on a run every morning. I try to.
Yeah.
And I talk to God and I talk to my baby.
Yeah.
Even though it sounds corny.
It's not corny at all. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna find out who did this. I guarantee you. We're gonna find out who did this, and that will give you some closure. And I know the kids need it. The kids have to have closure on this. They cannot spend the rest of their lives wondering why did this happen to my dad. And they're gonna be married someday, be having grandbabies, and you know, they need to know. They need to know what Grandpa
And
share this.
Miranda is keeping a journal.
Mhm.
Her and I both are, actually.
Yeah.
And she wrote in hers, what am I supposed to do at my wedding? Who's going to walk me down the aisle? Who's going to be there when I graduate?
I know. This is hard. It's hard. Okay. How about, I need to talk to you about this. When the crime scene examined, when they went and did their thing, one of the things that they do is they take swabs looking for DNA, okay? They did swab a lot of stuff. They sent that down to the lab. The lab people are telling us these are pretty good swabs. We can actually profile these, what we have. But of course, we don't know who the DNA belongs to. It could be yours, could be Randy's, could be Peggy's, because she's in there a lot. So, if it's okay, we need to get your DNA as to eliminate. That way they know that, okay, this is Teresa's, her DNA's supposed to be there, don't worry about it.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's just a little thing where they put a swab in your cheek and then they send it to the lab with the other evidence. Are you okay with that? Can we do that? Okay. So I need to get a buccal swab from you so we can do that. I'm also gonna have Peggy come in just as soon as I get hold of her, so we can get one from her too.
Okay.
There's really nobody else that spends a lot of time in that office routinely. do
Just
they?
the three of us, and she's usually only there every Friday.
Right, so, but we'll get hers just to be sure that she's
That's fine.
eliminated too.
That's fine.
Let's see, I talked to you about, I'm gonna be trying to get a hold of you probably every couple of weeks at the most. Just to kind of tell you, I mean, I can't tell you everything that we're doing,
Oh,
but
I
just to
know.
let you know that things are still working and we're still working hard and kind of what we're doing. If the day ever comes where we just absolutely have nowhere else to go, and we just don't think that we followed every lead that we can follow, and we just don't think we're gonna solve this unless we get a phone call, from a caller to give us new leads, I promise I will call you and I will tell you. I will tell you, Teresa, we can't keep working on the case because there's just nothing else for us to do. We've done everything we possibly could, So I'll let you know. I'm not gonna just let you for a year, 2 years think, well, they're still working on the case every day, because if that's not the case, I don't wanna mislead you in any way. All right. So I promise I will call you if we ever stop working on this case. And I'll try to get a hold of you to kind of let you know where we're at as time goes by. If you ever change phone numbers or anything, please let me know so that I can get a hold of you if I need to.
I will.
All right. Once again, we already talked about the property. It's going to be bagged up. You probably might want to let somebody else deal with it before they give it to you. So if it's got, blood or something on there, maybe you might have them clean all that up before you see it. It's up to you. I'm just kind of giving you a heads up on that. Okay, like I said, we do have a lot of hopeful leads, and we think we are actually making some progress on this case, okay?
I've been praying.
Well, I think everybody has, so.
I know they have because I can feel it. I don't think I can make it through my days if it wasn't for people praying for me.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any questions of us or how, anything that we can do to try to help you right away? I mean, I know the computers we talked about, and the cell phone, but is there anything else that we can do for you to try to help you?
No, I don't think so now. About the DNA stuff now, my daughter she would come to the office with me sometimes after I picked her up from school. We were running back to the office sometimes too, so I don't know if you might want to take one from her or not. I mean, I'm just trying to help you out with that because
sure.
I know she has sat at Peggy's desk, she's sat at my desk,
Okay,
so she's been there, just to let you know.
yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll get yours and Peggy sent down there, and then we'll
Okay.
see what they say about
Okay.
that. And I don't want her to come up here unless she absolutely has to, so if I think,
Yeah, she's
'cause
already
I know she's,
panicked enough.
I don't want to upset
Let
her.
me ask you something. Detective Brady, did he mention anything to you about me being followed?
He mentioned something to me, what is today, Wednesday? Was it Saturday or Sunday? It's been a while since he mentioned something.
I was followed last Thursday when I took my daughter to school, and I was followed again on Monday.
Okay.
And my daughter was with me, and she was
Okay.
freaking out.
Well, why don't you tell me about it?
Which one? Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Thursday morning, we used to leave our house at 7:15.
Mm-hmm.
And how many years have I taken my daughter to school?
Mm-hmm.
And there's never, ever been a vehicle sitting in the driveway of the church on Lee Summit Road.
That's the one Brady told me about.
Yeah.
Was that the first one?
Mhm.
Because that's the one he told me about.
Mm-hmm. And I lost them on my way home because I took a different way home, and they didn't get through the light. At least 23rd and 291.
Okay. Is that just him sitting in him or her, or could you tell?
It was two guys.
Okay. And just them sitting in the church, did anything else happen?
They just pulled out as soon as I pulled out. As soon as I pulled out of Lee Summit Road, they pulled out.
Okay,
And they followed me. When I changed lanes, they changed lanes.
okay,
I mean, they did everything I did. And they drove very slow to try to stay far enough away from me. Both the guys had sunglasses on. They were probably, I would say they're probably in their early 40s. But when I turned on Little Blue Parkway to take my daughter to Tri-City, they turned the opposite direction that I turned.
okay,
But when I came out of I was in Tri-City Christian School for about 30 minutes
okay.
because I had to meet with her principal. And, but somehow they knew when I pulled out of Tri-City because they got in the same turn lane. They even cut off a vehicle.
Same vehicle?
The same
That
vehicle.
was in the church?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a white Trailblazer, one of those extended ones, and it had the black racks on the top. It had no license plate on the front, but it had one of those black frame thingies, I guess, for where the license plate would fit.
Mm-hmm.
I never saw the back license plate because they never got in front of me.
White Trailblazer. Late model, kind of?
No, it was fairly new.
New?
I would say it was probably 2007 to 2009.
Okay.
It was very clean. The wheels were very shiny.
Okay.
Um,
And you noticed that vehicle with you all the way to Tri-City?
all the way to Little Blue Parkway.
Okay.
And Monday morning, my brother stopped by my house and talked to me. Well, Monday morning, I told Detective Brady that now there was a Ford Ranger that had police written across it, and it said voluntary police or something like that. Now I did see it. It came down Broad and made a circle. It turned right in front of my house and went back down Broad.
Okay.
Now right after that, there was a black Chrysler 300. They came down my street, stopped in front of my house where the street crosses, went down in the cul-de-sac, turned around and parked in front of my neighbor's house down there. And was down there until I got done talking to my brother Dwayne. And I talked to him for about 25 minutes in my driveway.
About what time did you first?
This was about a little after 9, probably 10 after 9, something like that.
Okay,
Because I didn't leave my house till about 9:45.
okay.
And so I left my house at 9:45 and I was going up to 10 and I went up to 10 and they were right behind me on Lee Summit Road. As soon as I pulled on Lee Summit Road to pull on to 24 Highway, they were right behind me.
Okay.
And somewhere between, let me think. I'm trying to think of the name of that street. It's right there by, oh my goodness, what is the name of that street?
What area are you talking about?
On 24 Highway. I'm heading, I don't know my directions very well, sorry. I'm heading east.
East would be like
east.
after Susquehanna?
Yes,
toward-
I'm heading east on
Okay.
24. Yes,
Okay.
I'm heading east on 24. Man, what is the name of that street? Oh, goodness. What is the name of that street? Because I know they
East or
turned
west
on
of
that
two-
street.
East or west of 291?
They turned,
Before you get to 291?
oh yes, oh my goodness.
There's Lee Summit, there's Viking, there's Holder, there's...
It's
gosh, how many streets
before,
are
it's before Tasty Freeze, and there's that Bullard auto body.
Yeah,
Okay, and there's that street right
I
there.
know what street you're talking about.
Okay, they turned somewhere in that area,
Okay.
and I never saw them again. Until I passed that street again. So it's like they were sitting there waiting on me to pass again.
Okay.
And then they got right behind me and followed me till I got into the turn lane to turn back on Lee Summit Road, and then they passed me. And that's when I saw the license plate, and it said Illinois license plate on it. And it was the same vehicle. They had some kind of GPS or something on the mirror, on the windshield of the driver's side.
Okay. Have you seen the vehicle since then?
I have not. I have not.
What about the Trailblazer?
Have not seen that
since
either.
then? Has anything unusual happened in the last You know, that was Monday.
Well,
today's Wednesday.
when I got back home and I was supposed to go pick up Miranda's boyfriend because he lives like 5 minutes from us. So her and I went together to pick him up, and they followed me to his house
Okay.
when I was sitting in the driveway. And there was another vehicle that joined in with him.
What vehicle, when you were going to your Miranda's boyfriend's house, what vehicle did you notice?
I noticed the black car and a gray,
The black Chrysler?
and a gray one.
And
It
a
was
gray car?
same kind of vehicle,
Similar to the Chrysler?
Chrysler 300, yes.
Okay,
And they both followed me the same spot.
okay.
They both made the same turns I made. In fact, when I turned into his housing addition, the black one turned at the top of the hill and waited. I saw him pull in
Okay.
by a house and waited there.
Here's what I suggest on this, and I don't have a good answer for you right now. Brady did talk to me about this, but that's been several days ago. I didn't really think much about it at the time. But, some of this other information you're telling me I hadn't been made aware of.
Well,
There's a couple of things that could be going on. One, of course, there's the possibility that you're just, with everything that's
am I
happening.
panicking?
That's one possibility that I'm not saying, but I'm not saying it
I
didn't
understand.
happen.
I understand.
I have heard that at times insurance companies sometimes will launch their own investigations.
Well,
but I don't know.
I asked my district manager about that,
Mhm.
and he said, no way.
Okay.
Farmers would never do that, ever. He said they would, he reassured me over and over again, but they would never, ever do that. Because that has nothing to do with anything.
What about any other insurance companies? Because I haven't even looked at, is
Farmers is the only one that we've been with Farmers for 13 years.
Okay. Y'all don't have policies through any other, you always
Nope.
use Farmers,
Nope,
strictly
everything was
Farmers?
with Farmers.
Okay.
And like I told those other guys, when they first interviewed me, I told them, I said, my husband took care of all that stuff.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
And I don't want to scare you at all, so please don't get scared or anything, but we do know that from time to occasionally, when you have an incident like this and it's kind of high profile, in other words, there was a lot of newspaper articles, there was, I understand, just a
You don't think
huge
it could have
turnout at the
been like the
funeral and
papers
everything.
or whatever?
Papers, I'm not sure what they'd be fishing for.
I don't know either.
But sometimes what some folks will do, and you said you have an alarm system on your house correctly. Sometimes, and this has happened more than one time, when there is a death in the family, we actually have people out here in this community that read the obituaries and stuff. And when you got something kind of high profile like Randy's death, they actually are trying to watch you and see when a good time might be to actually break into your house to do a burglary. I don't know if you've thought about that. You say you have an alarm system?
Mm-hmm. And I said it every time I walk out my door.
What they're doing is, because here's the deal. A lot of times when you have an unexpected death, or even when it's an expected death, but a lot of times when somebody dies, there's money involved. People, they get money from their employers, maybe they get money from policies, but all of a sudden they're into a little bit of money. All right, and that's normal. But we have burglars out here. We have people who basically make a living breaking into houses, and they will target people where there has been a death in the family. With 2 or 3 weeks after the death, they figure, okay, maybe there's cash in the house, because like you said, a lot of times churches get together and they give somebody money to help cover expenses, and so they're looking for money. They're looking, if they think that somebody has fallen into money, now maybe they've bought a new plasma TV or something, they're looking for that. Now, I'm not making this up, but they may be watching your house just to see if there's a pattern when when they know everybody's gone, and they're gonna try to kick the back door, and they're not looking to hurt anybody, but they're looking for cash and property and stuff like that. A lot of times people will leave town after a death like this, and so.
Which we did, but I had someone stay at my
That's
house.
Good, okay. So, I'm not saying it's that either, and I don't wanna scare you, you got enough
I
on your
understand.
mind,
I
okay?
understand.
But, this does happen. People will actually get on the internet, do the research. I mean, they can find your address in a heartbeat on the internet. And they will wait for you to be gone, and if they know you like to go, for example, well, just talking to other people, I know you usually left the office to go get Miranda to pick her up at a certain time, so you get into your normal habits. Well, they may be looking for your normal habits right now.
Well, here's another thing though, that what I told the detectives 2 weeks ago, my husband has taught me to be very aware of my surroundings.
Sure.
That's why I don't know if that was just a sense that I had or what, but here's the thing with Randy and I, when we were at the office and we worked together, he wouldn't come in till like 10 o'clock
Okay.
in the morning.
Okay.
And then when he got in, I would go home. I would go home and work out because I get up early and take Miranda to school, and then I would go into the office. I was in the office by 7:45 every day.
Okay.
And I would work there till he got there. And when he got there, I would leave sometime between 12 and 12:30, and I'd go home and I'd work out. And I would either come back and work till I go get Miranda, or I'd stay home until I go get Miranda.
Okay.
So Randy was very cautious of that, and Randy is very smart when it comes to just common sense. He's very smart, common sense. I mean, he may not have went to college and may not have had a college degree, but he was the smartest man I know as far as common sense stuff. I mean, he would tell me and the kids stuff, I'd be like, never even crossed my mind.
Yeah.
But he would think about it.
Sure. Because
Of him being in the military, he was in combat so many times when he was stationed in Hawaii. He was in combat. He was over in Bosnia. I mean, it was in his head. And so he just taught me. He taught me how to be protective of myself. He taught me karate. He taught me defense classes. He taught Miranda and I that all the time. He even taught my son, because he just taught me how to be.
Well, it sounds like it, because you were able to pick up on unusual traffic in your neighborhood and so forth. So
it's just something. After 20 years, how can you not? I mean, he just taught me how to.
Okay. Well, do this for me. Then if you see the next time, whenever you see something like this, and you just know for a fact, and what you need to do is you need to call 911. If you have a cell phone, you call 911, and you stay on the line. And you tell them that somebody's following you, and that you're afraid. What they will do is, as you're driving down the road, they will continue to ask you, where are you at now? Where are you at now? They will get a police cruiser headed your way and try to intercept you and get that car pulled over.
Okay.
Now, you just keep on driving.
Okay.
They're going to stop the car.
Right.
They're going to identify the driver, try to find out who he is.
Right.
They will identify him and so
Right.
forth. And at least that way we know if you're being followed, who that person is, and ask nothing else, ask for an explanation.
Right,
You know,
right.
are you following this car?
Yeah.
And then we can do some background on that driver or whoever passengers in the vehicle. We can do some background checks and find out if they might be, like I said, might be somebody that's just telling you because they're trying to set you up to break into your house.
Here is something else that shocked me: how they found me so fast. Because when I was on my way to get Kyle, which is Miranda's boyfriend, when I was on my way to get him, when I was turning on to the ramp to get onto 291 from Truman Road, because I go down Lee Summit Road, hit Truman, and hit 291 and go in that direction, they passed me. They drove right past me. But not 2 minutes later, they were right behind me on 291. How did they find me so fast? That's what I want to know. How in the world? As I was driving, I was like, how did they get behind me so fast?
Yeah.
How did they know that was me?
Yeah.
I mean, I told my son, I said, have they bugged my car? Have they bugged my phone? I mean, I don't know.
Well, these burglars, they're not known to use bugging devices. That's a little high tech. I don't know. It's just, I mean, I'd have to be there
But it's
myself.
it's just very disturbing to me because I've never had anything this happen before, ever. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I have not come into a lot of money, okay? I have not come into a lot of money.
You don't have to convince me, but what I'm saying is people, but you have to remember what a lot of money is. $5,000 is a lot of money to
That's
a common
true.
thief, okay?
That's true.
$2,500 would make their month, okay? These people, when they steal, when they look for, you know, most of the robberies we have, they don't get more than a couple $100. But they're willing to go to prison over $200. They'll be more than willing to break into your back door for, you know, $2,500. You know,
And we do live in a nice house. My husband always, my husband came from the wrong side of the track, and he'll tell you that. He came from the East Bottoms, and he was bound and determined that he was not going to live the life that his parents lived. He was not going to do that. He was going to make sure that his kids lived better. He was going to make sure that I had what I needed, and that's just the way he thought.
He's a good man.
He even took care of my parents, and he was gonna help them pay off their camper. You know, they just bought because he knew that they could not afford it, and he knew that we were going to be using it.
Sure.
So he told them that he would pay for half of their camper. And you know, somebody out there robbed my husband of a blessing and robbed me of a husband for the rest of my life.
I know.
It is not fair.
I know, Teresa. So, like I said, you call 911 the next time somebody's calling you. All right.
I will.
We're going to catch.
I felt bad calling Detective Brady, but I didn't know what else to do.
The thing is, I don't know, Brady. He can't really help you. That's why.
I know.
You know, you got to call, and if you call later, it's hard to really help you.
No, I understand.
But if you call 911, that dispatcher can start moving patrol units
Right.
your way, and they can help you. And that's how you need to handle it.
Okay. Well, now I know.
Okay. All right. We're gonna be with you. We're gonna try to help you the best we can.
I
If you
know.
ever need anything, you call us. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out here. I'm gonna call the crime lab gal to come down here and get a buccal swab real quick
Okay.
from you. Okay.
Mhm.
Once we're doing that, once we're done with that, we'll run down to the property room. You probably have to sign a couple of pieces of paper, release that property to you, and then we'll get you on out of here so
Okay.
you can get home. I know you got a dinner. It's 4:30 now. You got a dinner date, you know, with your in-laws. Is that what
Yeah,
you said?
my parents.
Your parents.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, and then.
And we have church. We have to leave our house
we
at
have
6:30.
church tonight,
Yeah.
So, and what I tell you, I met your pastor, Pastor David Love.
Oh, did
I
you
met
really?
him. Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's super. Him and his family, they've just been awesome.
Oh, I tell you, that's I really was impressed with him.
They were awesome before this.
Yeah, I understand you all.
But-
He told me that you all were actually both your families were, you know, very friendly.
We played
with each
games
other
together
and so forth, so.
and you know, go over to each other's house for dinner and
Yeah.
just, I mean, all the time.
Yeah.
We did
I've
it
had
all
at
the
least
time.
3 members of your church invite me. I've talked to them, invited me to come out to the church because y'all. They said you cook,
Oh
and
yeah,
that visitors always get to eat for free.
that's
on
right.
Sundays.
That's right. I cook in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
Randy and I also had a Sunday school class. I sing in the choir.
Yeah.
I clean the church.
Mhm.
But I love it.
Yeah.
I work with the teens too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just something that is the way I was brought up. My parents brought me up that way, and it has not only is it my upbringing, but it's something that my heart desires.
And you've been
to
there
do
since
that.
I heard you've been there since you were a little girl.
I've been there
Same.
since I was 7 years old.
Yeah. It's
So
it's
I've been
like
there
a
for
home
30.
to you.
I've been there for 31
You've
years.
seen them come and go, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
It's been pretty great. Oh, my daughter's calling me. She's probably
Oh,
freaking out. Why
okay.
I'm not home yet.
I'm gonna go call a crime lab.
Okay.
Call your daughter if you need to.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Well, I was actually talking to the detective that talked to you. Do you remember him? Rosenwarn? He's actually the one that talked to you. And he is just super nice. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he questioned you and Michael both. No, at the police department. Yeah. Oh, he is super nice. Just super, super nice. So he was just, giving me some rundowns of some things, and I was just kind of talking to him about a bunch of stuff. So I told him about, the people who were following us and stuff like that. So he's going, I'm getting ready to go downstairs and get Daddy's stuff, and then I'll be home. Yeah, they have him out in a waiting room. No, but that's okay. I really like this guy. This guy is he's the one that, he's the main he's the main investigator of this. And I really felt comfortable talking to him. Yes, this Rosenborn, yeah. Yeah, I really like him, I really do. He thinks you and Michael, no, he went down, they gotta get a swab from me because they found, my DNA and stuff at the office because, I work there and everything, and they just wanna eliminate my DNA, and they gotta call Peggy in and eliminate hers. So. He thought you and Michael were all, just wonderful children. he thought I had good kids. Oh, whatever, your brother is too. Yeah, they are. So we'll be home in just a little bit, okay? Is Grandma and Grandpa there? Right. Oh, they're not there yet? Okay. All right, honey, we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, bye.
They were outside in the van.
Oh.
They are changing out vans, moving all their stuff from one side
Uh-oh.
to the other.
Oh.
Did you get a hold of them?
Yeah, I talked to her. She remembered you. I
Yes,
told her, I said, he's really nice. She's like, yeah, he was.
My heart just goes out to her. I got a daughter, an only daughter, and it's just, you want to do everything for them.
I know.
You don't want anything bad to happen to them.
I know, she tells me all the time, Mom, I just want my daddy back. I'm like, oh, Miranda, if I had the power. I had to go up to our church this morning to make some copies and stuff because I don't have a copier anymore at the office, so I have it, but it's just kind of like buried right now with everything. And my youth pastor, Justin, said that he had a dream last night that someone found a way to bring him back. Oh my goodness. I was like...
That's somebody that has thought of nothing but what's happened since the 31st. To have those kinds of dreams, that's all they think about.
Well, him and Randy were like best friends.
Yeah.
I mean, they've only been here for like 3 years, but I mean, they were so much alike. It's scary, seriously. And Randy he always thought of Justin as his brother. I mean, it's just the way it is. When you have been in a Christian family for so long, and then you have new people that come in. I mean, we took Justin under our wing, and I mean, he stayed with us, for a while because we have our basement downstairs. We have a bathroom and a spare bedroom down there, and he just stayed with us the whole time.
Hello.
So, hi.
Okay, I need to, first of all, this is just a consent that you're allowing us to take a buccal swab. So it's just going to be used so that they have so they, if I said it's your DNA that they retrieve, then it's explainable. I just need you to put your name here. It just says that, having been informed and fully understand my constitutional rights, which, well, you didn't really go into that, but basically you don't have to do this. That's your right. You can refuse this. Nobody's gonna think bad of you if you don't wanna do this, okay? She's actually just going to, and I guess I would hit saliva. She's gonna take buccal swab from saliva here, so we'll just mark that. You're gonna actually put your signature. What's today though, 11?
14th. Today's the 14th.
Good grief.
I know.
That's about 16. 3. Let's see. Just need you to print your name on that line, and then sign your name on that line that you're volunteering to do this. And then probably you want to check that box right there. So I'm going to try to get hold of Peggy today. Have you talked to Peggy anytime recently?
I talked to her, I think it was yesterday morning. She
Okay.
called my house. I wasn't home. She called my cell phone, left a message, and I called her when I got back home.
Okay. I'll try to get a hold of her later today. 'Cause
Do
I need
you have her cell number? I have it if you don't.
Yeah, I actually interviewed her and I got that information
Oh, okay.
from her, so
Okay.
I should be able to get a hold of her without any
Okay.
problems.
Yeah, that's the only number I have for her is her cell phone.
Is it in that phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and take care of this first and I'll make sure I have the right number.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure I got it.
Okay.
Okay, just a swab on each side of the inside of your cheek. There's one. And these are sterile. Okay.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
All right.
I was gonna ask you, has there been any conversation or discussion at the church about possibly sponsoring like a reward or something? Has anybody brought that up to you at all? And maybe you're not even comfortable with talking, like the pastor about something like that. Sometimes that generates, when there's, how people are, you get a little reward money, you start maybe getting a few more tips.
Well, my mom kind of mentioned something to me about that. I haven't, my pastor's out of town,
Okay.
so I really haven't, and we weren't here Sunday because we were out of town ourselves,
Okay.
and he left Monday morning, so
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to talk to him about
Okay.
anything.
That's just something that you might think about. I don't know, like I said, some people don't feel right about asking for
Right.
something like that, but I would, if you wanted me, I could talk to the pastor about that and just bounce it off of him to see what he thinks.
That would be fine.
Okay.
That's her number right there.
All right. So
I'm
I've got
sorry,
my
can you
glasses.
say
I
it? I'm
forgot to
sorry.
bring them to work today.
It's
so-
and if you leave her a message, she's really good at calling back.
Okay.
So, I'm not one to what am I looking for? Cooperate.
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting here thinking, when you watched it, I was thinking, is this something that I would have to have my lawyer present with, and I
mean
don't know
on the
why I
vehicle swab?
would, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why I would, because
Well,
I have nothing to hide,
think
so
about it this way.
I just,
We know your
No.
DNA's in there.
Oh,
because you work there.
right.
Okay. But when they look at an unknown
Mhm.
DNA sample,
Mhm.
they have to be able to say, okay,
They have to eliminate,
could this be Teresa's?
right,
We don't know if it's Teresa's
Right.
because we don't have her sample.
I understand.
So if we have a DNA sample from part of the room and it's yours, well, it's probably going to be, well, of course it's her DNA.
Mhm.
She works
That's
there.
right.
She,
Right.
of course her hand might be on that desk.
Right,
okay?
right.
So all we're
Yeah,
trying
my
to
hand was all over that place.
all we're trying to do is help the lab out.
No, I
So
understand. No,
now,
that's fine.
if that profile doesn't fit you,
Mhm.
and it doesn't fit Randy,
Mhm.
because we have his DNA, of course,
Right.
and it doesn't fit Peggy,
Mhm.
well then, we're interested in that
Then there's a
sample.
problem.
Or maybe not even a problem,
Right,
it could
right,
be a
right.
customer.
Well, yeah, we have clients that came in all the time.
Sure.
I had clients sat at my desk. Peggy had clients that leaned over
Mhm.
on that thing up there
Sure.
in front.
So,
Our mailman, our UPS guy,
exactly,
Randy had people sit at his desk all the time.
exactly.
So,
But what if
You know.
that sample, they run it through the system,
mhm.
and it hits on somebody who's
Sure.
been in the system before,
Sure,
somebody who's already
I
been in
understand.
prison.
I understand.
So that
Yeah.
would be great if
Yeah.
something like that happened.
I understand. And I know my lawyer, Michael Daly, and he's a great friend. He's a client.
Mhm.
He's a great friend, and he's been very good at helping me, you know, and stuff. And I'm just not one to cooperate when I know I have absolutely nothing to hide.
I know.
I was deeply in love with my husband, and I just don't understand why someone would take him out of my life.
Yeah,
I just don't understand it.
I know.
So-
You you don't have to convince me, okay? I can see that you love your husband, okay?
Oh,
You want to do this hard part now? Go downstairs and get his property?
yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get this thing.
While examining text messages and emails, investigators discover that Teresa Stone has been having an affair with her pastor, David Love. With evidence mounting that Love shot Randy, police confront Teresa Stone with what they've learned.
I'm telling you, Brother Love pulled the trigger. I'm telling you, this is the motive. This is the reason that your husband is dead. It's up to you to tell us exactly what happened, exactly what was going on, all right? Now, I've got about 20 detectives out here, and I'm going to be honest with you. I got about 20 detectives out here that want to take this to a grand jury today, tomorrow. They think there's enough evidence against you to have you charged because they think you're involved in this. And either not that you killed him, but that you have something to do with this. And do you know why? Because of this? Because your statement that you gave the other night to Detective Stewart is full of inconsistencies and untruths?
What?
I'm telling you, they have torn that statement apart. We have a page and a half of things that's not jiving, all right?
Like what? I have told you everything that happened on that day.
Well, I'm telling you that
I have
They have
receipts to show you. My daughter was with me.
we're
Are
not
you
saying
kidding
you.
me?
That's what I'm telling you.
Oh my
That
God.
there's trouble here, Teresa. There's trouble here. All right? You have got to tell us what happened that day. And if you don't tell us, then I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 24 years, and I'm telling you, I can see the direction that this is going. And if you're not truthful with me and tell me everything that's going on and what you know, you're going to be a soul out on a plank, all right, all by yourself. My investigators believe that you are involved in this, either in the cover-up. They
There
don't.
is no way.
I'm telling you.
I would never do anything to hurt my husband. I love him so much. That's why I was trying to get rid of this. That's why I was trying to get Brother Love out of my office. We were trying to start over. I didn't want him in my life anymore. I wanted to just be with my husband for the rest of my life. Please, tell me.
I'm telling you something. Somewhere
Tell
down,
me
somewhere
what is not
down,
driving. I want to know what's not. I need to know.
For example, you say you went to the bank and made a deposit, right?
Yes.
You've been to the bank 3 times. They say that there is no activity on your account that afternoon.
There is
Alright.
2. I have the receipt to prove it.
Well, I'm just telling you what the bank's telling us, okay? If you got a receipt, we'll look at it, all right? But I'm telling you, the bank's telling us 3 times now, we've checked 3 times.
You checked with U.S. Bank
U.S. Bank.
on my line of credit.
Yes.
The line of credit is not in my name. It is in Randy's name.
They checked both your names, okay? We didn't go up there half-assed and just say, okay. They pulled up they were very helpful. They pulled up everything. We did it 3 times with them. And they're saying, we're sorry, but there's no activity, all right? That's their mistake. We'll figure it out. If you
I
got a
will pull it
receipt.
off of the computer
Okay.
myself and show it to you.
Okay.
I have the receipt that I went to the bank on the square
Mhm.
to make a deposit.
Okay.
I cannot
I'm
believe
just telling you, the bank's
this.
saying there is none, all right? So if you got a receipt, you better make sure you hold on to it.
I will go home and find it.
Okay.
I cannot believe this. I seriously cannot believe this.
That's true, Teresa.
No. I have the receipt from my chiropractor's office. I have the receipt from JCPenney's. I have everything. I was with my daughter. I picked her up from school. I went home. My parents were there. Are you kidding me?
When the detectives came over to your house to look for that gun to see if there might be a gun box or something, I've read the report and I've talked to them, and they said that you did about everything that you could think of to try to keep them from finding that box.
I did not. They did not talk to me.
They said if it wasn't for Michael, they would never got that box.
They didn't talk to me about anything.
Well, they said Michael came up there. Michael thought that the gun box might be under y'all's bed. He started to look under, and you
Michael
shut
knows
the
more
door.
about that gun stuff than I do. I don't know what Randy does with it. I swear to you, you give me a stack of Bibles and I will swear to you. I don't know anything about Randy's guns. Michael and Randy did all that stuff. They never shared any of that stuff with me because I didn't like them. Miranda and I did not like them. We always ran away when it came to that stuff.
Do you know he always used to show that gun off? We have people that come here and say he used to show that gun off all the time in the office. He was proud of that gun.
Yeah, I know he was.
Okay.
I know he was, and he showed it to the people, the detectives, or our clients who worked here. He always showed it to them. I was never in there when he showed that gun to them, ever, because he knows I don't like guns. I didn't even like him carrying it in his briefcase. I didn't like it at all.
Mike said they would clean that gun in the house. Mike, even your son told me that you knew about the gun.
Yes, I knew about the gun.
Okay, but you told us you didn't know about the gun.
Who didn't know about the gun?
You told us that you didn't know about the gun.
Yes, I knew he had that gun, but I knew he got rid of it.
He didn't get rid of it. That's the gun that killed him.
Then who has it then? That's what I want to know.
It's in the same place where these cell phones are.
Then who has it?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Who do you think has it?
I have no
Who do you
idea.
think got rid of these phones?
Who has the phones? Or who had the phones? I gave my phone back to this man right here.
Mhm.
And what he did with it after that, I have no idea. Never did this. No. 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 No, he didn't do this.
If he had these phones, he's involved. These phones don't fall off the face of the earth. This phone, 217, was purchased 2 weeks before your husband died. That phone was purchased for one reason. Because they knew Randy was going to die. And they needed a way to communicate with somebody that he thought wasn't going to be traced back.
You know why? He purchased this phone because his wife found the other phone that he had. And he told me that. That's why he purchased that phone.
He purchased that because his wife found this one?
Yes.
When did he tell you that?
The day he bought that phone.
How'd that come up in conversation?
How, what come up in conversation?
That he had bought a new track phone. I mean, how did that come up?
Because his wife had the other one,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't want me to call it.
Okay.
That's why he bought another phone.
But this one was operating right up to the 31st. Matter of fact, of the two phones, this was the last one that actually made a phone call. And that was about an hour or two after Randy was found deceased. And then they both went blank. And we know this phone was traveling around the city making phone calls after Randy. Did I tell you we have a video? Did I tell you that? Did I tell you we know exactly what time your husband died? Because we have not one but two videos. We have seen the car, and we have seen the man get out of the car.
Who is it?
I'm not going to tell you who it is.
Why not?
I am telling you because I'm trying to get some truthfulness out of you. Because I'm telling you that if you don't sit here and tell me the truth about everything you know, I'm telling you, you're going to end up in a whole lot of trouble. More trouble than you could ever imagine.
I am telling you the truth about the phones. All I know is his wife found this phone, so he had to go buy this phone. Now, I don't know if he got this phone back and she didn't know that he got it back. I don't know. I did not talk to him on that day. I had not talked to him since that day he left our office because I was too mad. Randy and I were both too upset. So we didn't talk to them or anything. We didn't talk to Brother Love. Nobody. We were trying to start our lives over again and just move on. Because we had already gone to a new church.
This was a planned killing.
No.
It was a planned, premeditated killing. And more than one person was involved.
Why?
Why?
Yes, why? Why would they do this?
You know, Teresa, you know why.
Because of me? Because I would give up what I have for this? No.
Your life has been spinning out of control for a while now, Teresa. It's been spinning out of control. And everything that you have learned since you were 7 years old in your church, for whatever reason, you've taken a wrong turn, all right? Matt was in here and talked to me the other night. And he, being the cop that he is and knowing that his career's on the line, he told me everything that happened between you and him. And I know it was more than just a kiss.
I know.
Okay? There are things been going on in your life. I'm going to tell you what I think. And this is coming from my heart. I think that you have been manipulated. You have been used. I think somebody has taken you away from your values and everything that you believe in this world to be good, and has sent you down the wrong road, and has talked you and got you into something that you would never have dreamed of ever being involved in. And I believe that. And I believe that. And it's a horrible situation. But the person that has done this to you, needs to accept responsibility for their actions. In the same way that you're accepting responsibility for your actions. You're accepting responsibility because you're paying the price right now, having to sit here and talk to me and go through this. You are the one that's paying right now, and the other person that's involved in this, they think they got away with murder scot-free. They think they don't have a thing to worry about. But here you are. Here you are. And I do not want to see you have to bear the burden of this alone. I don't want to see you have to bear this. You have got to open up to me. And if you want any consideration, or if you want anybody to help you, then you're gonna have to come and tell me the truth, and you're gonna have to do it now. You're gonna have to tell me the whole truth. You got to tell me the truth. And I'm telling you right now, I know that you haven't even been able to sleep. I know that this has eaten you up. You're not a bad person. You weren't raised to be a bad person. And I'm telling you that you cannot bear this. You cannot bear this on your own.
Let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
You're not lying to me about anything in here.
There is not one lie that's been said in this room. And I will tell you something else. There's stuff I know that I'm not even going to tell you. All right? And I can't tell you because I can't sit here and tell you everything. Because when you walk out of here, you've got cell phones. You got people, you can talk. The thing is, I can't tell you our whole case, but I can tell you there's more evidence than what's on this table. But I'm telling you this because this is a wake-up call for you. I'm trying to make you understand we're serious here. We're not playing games. I'm telling you that there is a prosecutor out there that is chomping at the bit to get involved in this thing. You know something that you're not telling me. You know more than what you're telling me, and I'm telling you.
I just want to know if you know who did it. Can you please tell me that?
We have our suspicions. And I'm telling you, probably within a few weeks, we're going to know for sure. But by then, it's going to be too late. If you're holding back, it's going to be too late for you. It will be too late because it's, right now, like I said, I've already got people out here that honestly believe that you've been holding back and you have not told us everything that you know about this situation. And that in itself will get you charged in a court of law. On a case like this, anybody who does not cooperate fully and disclose everything that they know is subject to get drawn into this net. And those that are cooperative and fully honest and come to us and say, this is what happened. The first person that comes to that door, comes into this office and makes that statement, that is the person that gets consideration. That is the person that looks like they have a conscience. That is the person that looks like they actually care about what happened that day and they want justice and they're willing to accept responsibility. That is the person that is going to get back on the road to where they need to be, especially with their Lord. I'm telling you, if you know something and you don't confess now, I'm telling you, you're not going to be able to get through this.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Do you think he did it? Be honest with me.
I'm not here to talk about him right now.
No,
okay?
I need to know.
No, I need to talk about you. We'll talk about David when we need to talk about David. And we'll talk about other people that we're looking at. We'll talk about them when that time comes. And we're talking about you tonight. This is your time. It is your time to help us solve this crime. It is your time to tell me what you're not telling me.
I am telling you about these phones. And that's all I know about those phones. I know he bought this one because his wife found this one. Now, if he got this one back, I don't know. He didn't tell me that. He just told me not to call it. So I didn't. And I was trying to ignore him. I know he called my phone, but I wouldn't answer it. I didn't want to talk to him. I wanted to start over with my life.
This was, tell me again, this time be truthful. Tell me what was the nature of your relationship with David, truly. If you can't even do that much, I can't help you, Teresa. If you can't even be honest about that, I cannot help you.
Well, obviously he was in love,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess I was at one point.
How long ago?
Just recently. Probably a couple weeks ago. No, well, probably about a month ago.
Mm-hmm. About a month ago you felt like you were in love?
No. A month ago, I wanted it to end.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to start my life fresh with Randy.
Okay. Let's back up.
Okay.
I need to know. Mhm.
9 years ago.
Well, I need to know what kind of things have been going on between you and him before you decided that you wanted to put an end to this thing. Because I know it wasn't just phone calls. Couldn't have been. If we're gonna get these people off my butt, these people that want to get you indicted, you're gonna have to share. You're gonna have to show that you can be completely honest when the hard questions are.
And if you talk to him,
What if I talk to him? When I talk to him, it's gonna go down just about the way it's gone down with you. There's not gonna be much difference. I'm gonna ask him straight up questions, and if I think he's lying to me, I'm gonna call him on it. And that's the way it's gonna be. I don't treat anybody differently. I'm calling it on you. I'm calling you. I don't think that you're not being truthful with me about the nature of your relationship. And it's important.
do you understand that I'm scared?
I understand you're scared. And if you tell me why you're scared, what exactly scares you, I will try to help you. We'll get through this. Because when you say you're scared, I need to know exactly what is it that scares you. Because if that's what's keeping us from getting to the truth tonight, we need to take care of that. And we will. What scares you? You can talk to me, and you're going to feel better after. I'm telling you, you're going to feel better after you talk to me.
I just don't want this to get out to anybody.
I'm telling you, we're not going to wave red flags and tell the world, okay? Teresa, I already know what you're going to say, but I have to hear it from you. I have to hear it from you.
Yes, we had sex.
Okay.
And you know that.
I know that. I know that. And you know what? I'm not going to judge you for that. Okay? Do you think that you're the only one that's gotten in that kind of position before?
I just never thought it would ever happen to me.
Well, and you know what I think? I think probably it was David's doing. He's the pastor of your church.
I know.
He is the leader. He is supposed to be taking care of his people.
I know.
And he didn't take care of you. He violated everything that he stood for in that church when he started pursuing you. You know? And I'm sure, and I've talked to him, and I've talked to a bunch of other people, and they say that man can really be convincing. I mean, he is slick.
I know, my husband has said the same thing.
Well, he used his skills to be able, once again, to turn you away from your values and what means the most to you. And he did that. Okay? How long has this been going on?
10 years.
Okay. So this affair's been going on for off and on, or pretty steady?
No, it's been off and on.
Off and on? For
Every
10
time I
years?
try to stop it,
he always makes me feel, I don't know.
What are your feelings? What are your feelings for him? Obviously, you had some feelings for him, or this wouldn't go on.
I
like
did.
that, right?
I did.
Okay. So you were in love with him. This must have been hard on him. The fact that you were leaving the church. That you had told him that you don't want him. You gave him his phone back, right? You gave him his phone back. You were trying to knock it off, trying to stop it. When he came into that office, is that what that was about? Did he come in there and tell Randy that you guys had been together?
No.
Did that ever come up?
No.
Okay. So that didn't come up. He was just telling you about this Bruner guy.
He was telling Randy about it because he was tired of other guys trying to come on to me.
Okay.
Because
David was tired
Yeah.
of other guys coming on to you?
Mhm.
All right.
Because I would tell him, and I probably shouldn't have. I just wanted to start afresh. I wanted it to end. I tried to end it a couple of times before. Actually, last year, I tried to stop it.
Okay.
And I wouldn't.
How did he take it?
Not very well.
Tell me about it.
Well, he's not really an angry person. He doesn't get angry.
Mm-hmm.
But he just wasn't happy.
What did he say?
He said, I understand, because I just told him. I told him, I said, this is not right. This is not what we're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what God wants for us. This is not the way it's supposed to be. And I don't even remember what he said.
And where was that? Was that at the church?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
And how long ago was it?
It was August of last year, actually.
August of last year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because he keeps kind of throwing it up in my face.
Okay. So that's about the time about this track phone. So how did he end up giving it back to you, and y'all continue to communicate?
Because he just kind of slid in there again and kind of made me feel bad, I guess.
Okay. So this, as you're describing it to me, this is pretty involved with David.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
More than I wanted it to be.
David wrote in his letter here, let's see, there's a line in here. I'm not in control of things yet, but when we are fully together, our birthdays will be exciting, blah, blah. What's that mean? I'm not in control yet, but when we are fully together,
I don't know.
what do you think it means when you read that? I'm
Maybe
not
he
in
had
control
something in his-
yet.
Maybe he had something in mind.
Did he ever talk to you about anything he had in mind?
No. I always told him, if God wants us to be together,
Mm-hmm.
then he will put us together. I always told him that. And I always told him, I said, I love Randy. And I hate doing this.
Mm-hmm. Did Randy ever suspect?
Maybe after after the second year, maybe.
Okay.
But he really never came out and said it or anything.
Since we're being truthful,
Mhm.
all right, and there's no secrets about this, okay, it's already out.
Mhm.
Was there ever a time when you became pregnant with David's child? Because I think you did.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was about 6 years ago, actually.
What happened to the baby?
I miscarried.
Okay. Did anybody know about that except you and David?
About me being pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, Randy knew about it.
Okay.
He knew about it.
Okay. You gotta clear this up, because as far as I know, I don't know if it's true or not, okay.
Mhm.
Had Randy had a vasectomy at some point?
Mhm.
Was this before you got pregnant?
Mhm.
Okay. How did that go over? Or how was that explained?
Because we went to the doctors, and the doctors told us that it happens a lot.
Okay.
So,
So you just figured it was a malfunction, for
Yeah.
more lack of a better
and
word,
we
right?
had a couple clients who had happened to them.
Okay.
So,
How did David take it? I guess he knew. What did he, or did he know?
oh yeah, he knew.
How did he take that news?
Well, he was kind of shocked. He didn't see how it happened, but I don't see how it happened either. But
Okay.
and in that situation, all I can say is that God spared me that day.
You mean the miscarriage?
Mm-hmm.
What do you know that you're not telling me up to this point about this whole situation? What are you holding back? Even if it may, you think it may get you in some trouble, you gotta tell me. It's better coming from you than from somebody else. Because if it comes from somebody else after we've talked to you, I mean, you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna get drawn into something that's gonna snowball, and it's gonna get huge, and it's gonna be expensive, and it's gonna get ugly, and nobody's gonna wanna help you. And I'm talking about people within the criminal justice system. They're not gonna wanna help you at all. Because they're gonna say, you know, Detective Rosewarne, you talked to her at least 2, maybe 3 times. You spent hours with her, and you gave her ample opportunity to tell the truth about everything. And even if she did something that was wrong, she just sat there and thought she was gonna try to get away with it. And at that point, they just go ahead and start filling out paperwork, legal paperwork, and they don't care anymore. But if somebody like you, somebody that really up until David Love did his magic with you, up until that you've lived a good life. You've lived a good life, and you got 2 great kids, and you got a great family, and you've never hardly done anything wrong in your life. That's the kind of person that they want. They want to come and rescue. It's the kind of person that they want to help. It's the kind of person that they want to say, you know what, she did do this wrong, but I think that we can probably show her a lot of consideration because of the kind of person that she is, and the person that actually killed your husband. I don't give a damn about him. He deserves no consideration, none. But they will lump you in with the person who pulled the trigger if you don't tell me everything. They will absolutely lump you in there. And you know that. And you know that if you don't do the right thing, you know that you're never going to get back with your God. And that is so important to you. And you know that God can forgive anything, but you've got to feel some pain. You got to feel a little pain before you can feel good. And you know the Lord, he felt a lot of pain. But look at the good that brought. And you tell me what you're involved in and what your extent of this. You tell me that, I'm telling you that when you walk out of this room, you're going to feel so much better, because that burden is just going to be lifted off your shoulders. And you can start a new beginning, and you got people that can help you and get you through it. And when I go brief, the next time I have to go over to the courthouse and I have to talk to the prosecutor, then even I can talk good about you. And I can say, you know what? Teresa showed the courage. She showed the courage to do the right thing, and she helped us solve this case. And the person that took Randy's life can be held accountable. And Teresa made it happen. We did a lot of the work without Teresa, but Teresa closed the deal. But you can't be scared. You've got to put your faith. You got to put your faith in God. And don't be scared. I would not tell you something that wasn't true, Teresa. I'm not that kind of person.
I know, and I trust you.
And I don't judge anybody either. In that very same chair that you're sitting in right now, just a month ago, I talked to a guy that killed a baby. He killed a baby. And you know what? Of course he's in a lot of trouble, but you know what? I didn't judge him. I'm even still communicating with him. I'm still talking to him. I'm trying to help him. Because I'm not the kind of person that judges. I know that people get twisted around and they get wrapped up. And people like David and other people, they get in their heads and they make them do things that they would normally never, ever think of doing. Because it's not them. And I promise you, whatever you tell me, I'm not going to judge you, and I'm not going to just throw you out there in the ocean without a life raft. Nobody's going to do that.
He tried to contact me on that phone.
Mm-hmm.
I never would answer. He left a message, and I checked it
When?
that day.
Okay. Tell me.
I honestly don't remember what he said.
You gotta remember.
I didn't even listen to all of it. I didn't want to hear it, so I heard his voice and I erased it. I honestly don't.
You heard David's voice?
Mm-hmm. He left me a voicemail. Oh God, I don't even know what he said.
You know how important this is.
I know.
You gotta
I
remember.
know.
That was a big day. That's a day you'll never forget for the rest of your life. So you can.
I know that.
Was this when you were driving from home?
No.
When?
I think he left it when I was still at the office, because I pulled the phone out
Mm-hmm.
and I had a message,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe I checked it before I went to the bank, and I did go to the bank.
I'm just telling you, we would keep checking, okay? If you got the receipt, keep it, okay? All right. So, what are you doing with the phone that day? That was the day that your husband died,
I
right?
know, I have it. I mean, I had it.
Okay. Where's the phone now?
I don't have it anymore.
What did you do with it?
I threw it away.
Where?
I don't know. I don't know. Let me think, hold on. I tore it apart
Okay.
because I didn't want any more communication with him. He tried to call me several times. He tried to call me on my cell phone, and I wouldn't answer it. I knew it was him. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him at all.
What are you doing with the cell phone that day?
I didn't want to communicate with him. What am I doing with
I
it?
mean, why did you even have it?
Well, I just had it. I mean, he gave it to me.
Okay.
I mean, that's how he communicated with me. But I don't even know if I don't even know if I even used it after that day he came in my office to talk to Randy and I. I was so mad at him. I think when he texted me, I would read him and never respond. I didn't want to respond to him. I didn't want to talk to him. I was mad.
But this phone made a phone call later in the afternoon. I mean, like, late.
It did?
Excuse me.
I'd like to know when.
This is the wrong, we've got a bunch of more phone records. This is the wrong one. It's not what I need. As I recall, the last time that anybody used this phone, like I said, it was after we know that Randy, was killed. It was after. It was, as I recall, it was like, I want to say it was 4 or 5 or something like that. That's when the last time this thing was used.
I got rid of that phone. Mrs. Love took me to go to the bathroom, and I had to go to the bathroom, and I got rid of it.
You were at the church?
No.
You said Mrs. Love?
Yeah,
Took you to
she
the
was at the
bathroom?
crime scene.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now okay. So you had it at after you found your husband?
Yeah, it was in my purse. I
Okay.
carried it in my purse.
All right, now I understand.
I'm
So
trying.
she took you to the bathroom.
I'm trying to be honest with you.
I know you are. I know you are. And that's when you got rid of the phone?
Yes, I tore it up.
Who was the last person that you ever called or talked to on this phone that you recall?
The last time
The very last time you ever used that phone? And
when I checked the voicemail.
while you were at the office?
No, I checked the voicemail when I was on the road.
Going where?
When I was going to the bank
Okay,
before I went to pick up my daughter.
okay.
That's the last time I
So
checked the voicemail.
You checked the voicemail when you went to US Bank?
Yes,
All right.
I
And
checked
there was
it.
a voicemail from David?
Yes,
All right.
that's the last time I checked it. That's the last time I used it. When she took me to the bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
I took off the back, broke the back. I broke the phone in half.
What bathroom are you talking about?
I went to the bathroom at, oh gosh. Enterprise.
Enterprise?
God, I can't even think about it.
She took you to an Enterprise? Was this while the detectives were doing their stuff?
Yes, I just
and
told him
you had to go to the bathroom?
yeah, I did have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And, I didn't want any more communication or anything,
Now, this
so-
was after you found your husband?
Yes.
You know what that looks like, right, Teresa?
Yes, I know.
I mean, you carried that phone all day, and then after you found your husband, you left the crime scene to go to the bathroom, and while you were there, you destroyed a phone. You know what that looks like.
I know.
How are we gonna explain that? What did David tell you on that voicemail? You have to tell me.
I'm trying to remember because I don't even know if I listened to it.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I'm just saying this is very important because it's gonna help you. Because if we leave this open, while what you just told me, it makes you look like this woman destroyed the phone because she knew that her husband was gonna, she's working with somebody and destroyed the phone. And but I'm telling you, that's how people are gonna perceive it, and perception is damn near reality in a courtroom, okay, or anywhere else. You know, I mean, you could have destroyed that phone when you left to go to the bank. You could have destroyed that phone anywhere along the way. But the time that you destroyed it was the time when you'd found your husband murdered. Okay? That doesn't look very good. It doesn't look good at all. But if you can try to remember what was on that voicemail, maybe that might explain something,
Well, all he did was he left me a voicemail message and he told me he wanted me to call him.
Okay. Do you know where he was at when he called?
No, I don't. He did not tell me. Sorry.
Okay. He wanted you to call him. Mm-hmm. That was it?
Mm-hmm. He wanted me to call him on this phone.
On the 217?
Mm-hmm.
And did you try to call him?
Nope.
Okay.
I didn't, because I didn't want to talk to him.
Okay. Had you talked to him at all since the blow up at the office?
No. Nope.
Okay.
I had not. I didn't want to talk to him. I was mad at him.
Okay.
I was mad at how he was treating my husband and how he was treating me, and just walked in and just did what he did, and I was mad.
Getting away from the phones for a second. You called your parents, right, after you found it, Randy?
Yes.
And what did you tell them?
I just told them that something had happened to Randy, and I needed them to come to the office right away.
Are you sure that's what you told them? See, what you told them, because I got it from your mom and I got it from Miranda, what you told them was that Randy had been shot.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
All right. That doesn't square with what you've told us up to this point, and it doesn't square with what you told the 911 operator. That's a problem. That is a problem. You told your parents specifically that Randy had been shot. You knew that he'd been shot because you told your parents that he'd been shot. You told the 911 operator you think he might have fallen. You never told him that he'd been shot. You kept that to yourself. When you talked to the ambulance dispatcher, the person who needs to know what's going on there medically, you never told him that he'd been shot. You've been talked to 3 times now, and you never said that. You knew that he'd been shot, but you didn't tell anybody. Somebody told you that he was shot. Somebody told you that he was shot because you knew he'd been shot. And you didn't want us to know that. That goes right in with these phones, and these phones getting destroyed after the body's found. You know more than you're telling me. That is how they're going to hang you, Teresa. Those kinds of statements. And I told you that I got reports up to here that's full of that kind of stuff. Who told you that he'd been shot? How did you know he'd been shot? And why didn't you tell us? You're not being truthful with me,
I didn't
You're
know.
not being truthful.
Okay, I didn't. He sent me a text and told me,
Who did? Say it. Brother Love.
he sent me a text and told me not to go to the office.
Why?
I don't know why.
When did he send you that text?
When I was on my way to the office.
From your house? Or when? Before you got to the bank or after?
No, when I was on my way back to the office, after I dropped Miranda off at the house. He sent me a text and told me, he said, seriously urgent, do not go back to the office by yourself. That's what he told me. And I ignored it.
What did you think he meant by that? When you read that, what did you think that meant?
I don't know.
You didn't call him?
No, I didn't want to talk to him.
But you get a text
I
like
was mad
that.
at him.
I understand. I understand you're mad at him. But you know, if I'm driving here to the police station to work and I get a text message from my wife who says, do not go there. Urgent. Don't go there.
What I thought
I am
was,
going to call her and say, what in the heck is this about?
I just thought maybe he was there with Randy arguing with him and he didn't want me to walk in on him. That's the first thing I thought of.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting.
So you thought there might be a little confrontation
Yes.
going on?
Yes. When I got there,
Teresa,
no.
why would you not tell us that? Why would you not tell us something that important? You're protecting.
Because I'm
You're
scared.
protecting this man. Or you're protecting yourself also. You're scared. But you're also trying to protect. And you're protecting him and you may be protecting yourself.
What do you want me? What do you want from me?
Teresa,
I'm trying
Teresa,
to tell you
I
everything.
Teresa, I want you to be the first person to come forward so that we have the opportunity to try to help you. I don't want to help David. I swear, listen to me. Listen. If David comes in here and he confesses to something that he's done, he'll be the first one. And you know what's going to happen? He's the one that's going to be given consideration. And everybody else that's involved in this is going to go right down the toilet. And we're not going to be able to help them. I want to be able to help you. Out of all these people, I know Brother Love's not the only one involved in this. He is not the only one involved. He's obviously up to it in his eyeballs. But there's somebody else involved too.
Who?
Remember when I told you that we have video?
Yes.
All right, listen to me. I know more than I can tell you. But I'm telling you, brother, it's not just Brother Love. I'm telling you. That means if you don't talk to me, if you don't tell me what you've done, we are gonna have to give these jerks more consideration than we'll give you.
Who? He's the only one that told me. He just texted me and told me not to go to the office, not by myself.
What else has been said? What else has been said beside that? When did you first know that something could be up? Something just wasn't right. what text message, what phone call, what letter, what anything, what has ever been said to you prior to the 31st that something might be up, that somebody might do something extremely stupid, even if they just intended to go scare Randy?
The only thing that I know is I text David from that phone on my way to the chiropractor's office.
Mm-hmm.
I told him, I said, you have messed up my life.
Mm-hmm.
Leave me alone. And then he started calling me like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't answer the phone. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Mm-hmm.
And he called and left a message. And I checked it. He texted me and said, oh God, what did he say? What did he say? Oh, what did he say?
Think.
I am thinking, what did he say? Oh my God, what did he say? I know he sent me a text before he sent me that other one. Oh my gosh. He sent me that text about, it was around 3 something. The first one he sent me was around 3 something.
Mm-hmm.
The second one he sent me was the one that said, seriously urgent, do not go to the office by yourself. That was the last one he sent me.
What time was that? Was it before or after the last text you got from Randy? You got
Oh,
that
it was,
3:08? So this was closer to 5.
yes.
Okay. Think, Teresa. Think about that text. It might be one of the most important things that
Oh my gosh. Seriously, I think the only thing on that text was that he was going to the hospital to see another one of our oh gosh, members
Okay.
that was in the hospital.
Okay.
That's what he told me.
That was a text
That was a text.
on to this phone
Yes.
from that phone,
Yes.
217,
Mhm.
that he was going to go to the hospital.
Mhm.
And do you know about what time that was? I know it's been a long time. And then it was about what time when you got the other one? And the other one said
I got the other one right before I got to the office.
right before you got there.
Mhm. I was actually passing Sonic on the Nolan Road when I read it,
Okay.
and it was all in caps. My dad's probably wondering what's happening to me.
I know it. But you realize this affects the rest of your life. So
I
I
know.
understand that. Did you know what you were going to find when you got there?
No, I did not. I did not expect that at all.
Did you expect anything?
No. The only, with him texting me that, the only thing I thought of was him and Randy are into it.
Mm-hmm.
But Randy really never tried to argue with him. He just tried to ask him to leave a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and he wouldn't leave.
Why didn't you tell somebody about that message before now?
I don't know. was just scared.
Scared of what?
Scared of what might happen to me.
Did you believe
I mean,
that?
I
Did you
don't-
believe that Brother Love had something to do with this, even before you came in here tonight?
Do I believe?
No, before you came in here tonight.
Oh. Back in my mind,
You had to ask him about the message. Your husband's been killed. And right before you got there, you got this all caps message, don't go there. How could you not confront him or talk to him? You've had to talk to him about this. I know you've been
about
to the
what?
about what was that message about?
Oh, no.
I mean, you got that right before you found your husband.
I haven't talked to him.
You haven't talked to him at the church
No.
over Easter weekend or anything?
No, I was gone.
Okay.
And then he left. He called me last night. And
You
I
didn't
was
call
very,
him? What did he say last night?
that he was praying for me.
He's praying for you.
I was very short with him and I was not really nice to him on the phone.
Did you ask him about the text message?
No, because my family was around
Okay.
and one of our church members was at my house.
Okay. In the last 20 days, you never got on the phone
No, I
to
haven't.
Brother Love and said, did you kill my husband? Why did you send me that text message? You never discussed or tried to get a hold of him.
No, because every time he was at my house, there were so many people around.
I understand that. But there were times when you could get to a phone and talk in private.
I didn't want to talk to him.
You didn't want to
Because-
find out who killed your husband?
I was afraid of what he would say. I don't know if he
Well,
would.
I would like to hear what he... If somebody killed my
Do
wife
you-
and I suspect it, and they tell me, you know what I'm gonna do?
You think he's going to
That's
tell me?
great. That's great, because now I'm going to the police.
You think he's going to tell me?
Well, he has to explain the message. He has to explain. He has to explain why did you sent me that message not to go to my office. Why? You had to know that my husband was going to be there with his head blown off. You had to know that, or you wouldn't have sent me a message like that.
I didn't think about it that way. I thought maybe they were just arguing. I never thought to find anything like that.
Who would Brother Love conspire with to do something like this?
I have no idea. That is the honest truth. I have no idea. I've always thought of him as an honest man. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, you know he's not an honest man because he's had an affair with one of his congregation members for almost 10 years. And he comes into your office and stirs up all kinds of crap between you and your husband,
I know.
okay? And we haven't even discussed some of the stuff that's probably happened within the last 10 years. I'm sure you could write a book of all the ups and downs you've had with him over the last 10 years and all the trash that we don't even want to get into because we don't need to. But you know he's not a good man or an honest man. And then you get this text message from him 5 minutes before you find your husband murdered, and you don't come to the police and tell us. Teresa.
I'm sorry.
But Teresa, it all goes back to look like a conspiracy that you and him are working together.
No. Never.
Everything points to that.
No. I told him to leave me alone. He wouldn't stop texting me or calling me.
I think they, as a matter of fact, as we sit here, I think they're out picking him up. And Shelton too. Okay? What are they going to say? what are they gonna say when they come in here? I think Brother Love is gonna break down like a cheap shotgun. I think he is gonna spill his guts in about record time. I would bet 30 minutes. And he will tell us everything he knows. Because this guy, you know, he's never been in a police headquarters and he's never been interrogated, but that's what he's gonna get. And I'm telling you, Teresa, if he tells us stuff that you're not telling me, then it is not gonna be good. It is not gonna be good.
I am telling you.
If you had knowledge
I did
about
not.
what was gonna happen before it happened, you got to tell me now.
I did not know anything. He never said anything to me about any of this stuff. Nothing. Until that day I got that text message.
But you never asked him about it after it was over.
No. Because I was scared of what he might tell me. And I don't know why.
Did you want to continue to be with him?
No, I did not.
Did you not want to rock the boat? Let bygones kind of be bygone. I know that sounds
I wanted him.
flippant, and I'm not trying to be flippant
I
here,
wanted
but
him out of my life. I mean, you know, I wanted to break it off. And I wanted to just be happy with my husband. That's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do.
were you on this phone? Not at the Sonic, but even before, over here, over in this area? Were you on this phone that day when you were driving down Truman Road? Because the cell phone tower is right here by the police station, and it shows that you hit the tower as you were, whoever had this phone, and you already told me it was you.
Yeah.
So that you hit the tower. Actually, these things are so precise, they will tell you what side of the towers they hit. So according to this,
I might have been checking a message or something.
yeah, that's what we're asking.
Yes.
We think that you were actually listening maybe to a voicemail
Yeah.
in that area. Do you know what voicemail that was?
Like
I mean, wouldn't it have to be from him if it was on this phone?
yes.
Did you ever get phone calls from anybody except Brother Love on this phone call?
Yeah, I got several wrong numbers.
Okay, not wrong numbers. I mean, did you ever use this phone for your day-to-day type,
Oh, no.
you know, friends, family, that kind
No,
of
no,
thing?
no. No,
So
sir.
if there was a message on there, then it
was
would have been
from
from him.
Yes.
Okay. Please try to tell me what you remember when you were checking that message. Because this would have been before the text that you got it going by the Sonic.
Mhm.
What was that message? It had to be important because by this time Randy, he's already gone. And within 5 minutes of that, 6, 7 minutes of that message, you get
He just asked me
a
to
text
call.
message.
He just asked me to call him. That's all he did is ask me to call him. He said, please call me. I need to talk to you. Please call me. And I just erased it
Okay.
because I was already mad. I didn't want to listen to him. I didn't want to hear his voice. I was already too upset. I didn't want to hear his voice. I just didn't want to talk to him. I was just ready for him to just leave us alone and let us do what we needed to do.
Mhm.
But he wouldn't. He wouldn't leave it alone. I don't know. I don't know what else to tell you.
I need to know that you're not leaving anything off the table.
I'm trying to think.
Okay.
I am trying to think.
I need to know that when David Love comes in here, or anybody else associated with him comes in here, and they're questioned,
Mhm.
I I need to know that they're not gonna drop a big bomb that is gonna blow up in your face. I don't want him to sit there and tell me that, you know, Detective Rosewarne, I'm gonna be honest with you because I know I'm in trouble here. And I'll do whatever, I mean, I'll tell you the complete truth because I know someday this probably is gonna go to court. Of course, all murder trials, all murders do go to court. And I want to get the best possible deal I can get, so I'm gonna be completely truthful with you. And I don't want him to tell me that, you know, it was quite some time ago that, you know, Teresa and I sat around and we talked about this. And we talked about, you know, the advantages of Randy wasn't around anymore, the advantages, how we could be together, or as far as that goes, whatever insurance or whatever money that Teresa might get, you know, that would go a long way to help build that new church they're trying to build. You know, if he comes in and tells me that kind of stuff and we're able to corroborate that, and the prosecutor feels like, you know, you weren't honest, then that's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not going to be the only one talking here. The other side's going to be talking. And if he tells us stuff you're not telling me, and we believe him, or if the prosecutor believes him, then you're out there on that island all by yourself with nobody to help you.
The conversations that we had, I just listened.
Okay.
He did all the talking.
And I just want to know what he said.
All he said was that all he said that was that
This is your life. Don't mess it up. Get it off your chest. You don't know him anything. Get it off your chest.
he would just tell me that he could take care of it.
Could take care of what?
Could take care of him and I being together.
When was the last time you had a conversation like that? I mean, estimated, ballpark range.
A couple months ago,
Couple months? How often would he talk like this?
and I would tell him,
Mhm.
it is not in your hands. It's in God's hands. If he wants us together, he'll put us together.
And you said that earlier.
And I said that several times to him.
Mhm.
I told him. And he, of anybody, he should know that.
Of course he should. Of course he
And
should.
he knew I didn't like it when he said it either. I kept telling him, it's not in your hands, it's in God's hands.
What were his exact words? Exact words that you remember.
Boy, he just...
Now, don't try not to paraphrase. Try to tell me what came out of his mouth. If you can. Let me ask you a easier question. How would a conversation like that even begin? I mean, put it in context for me. How would something like that even come up, or even how would that even start to happen for him to even make a comment like that?
Well, I never really talked much. He, you know, he would just start the conversation and just say that, you know, we would do good together in the Lord's work, and he said, God sees what Randy's doing to you, and he sees what Kim's doing to me, and he kept throwing Bible verses
Mm-hmm.
up at me, and what other Bible characters did in the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
and how they murdered and God still blessed them and stuff like that. And I was like, and I kept telling him, I'm like, that was then. This is now.
Mm-hmm.
God is the one that's in control, not us. We have no control over that.
Did he use the word murder?
No,
What did he say? I mean,
he never said anything. He just when we would have the conversation, he would just say that he could take care of it.
and what did that mean to you?
He would take care of it if I wanted him to, and I said, leave it alone.
Okay.
God will take care of it.
And what do you think he meant by that when he said, I can take care of it? Be honest with me. What do you think he meant?
I don't know.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, what did he say?
Well, he kept referring to, oh gosh.
What did he say, Teresa?
He just kept referring to Randy's guns.
I want to hear about that.
I mean, that's all he told me. Now, as far as Randy showing him his guns, I don't know about that.
Well, try to make me understand, because I wasn't there. Keep in mind, I wasn't there, so I'm trying to piece this together in my mind, but you're kind of being a little spotty here. You say he was referring to Randy's guns,
Mhm.
but I need to know specifically, what did he say about Randy's guns? How did he say it, and what did he say?
That's all he said. He just said,
Well, I mean, he didn't say, I'm referring to Randy's guns. I mean, he said something within a different context. What did he say? Exactly what did he say?
he just said, well, Randy has showed me his guns in his gun case. I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Okay. And he said what?
Well, that's all he would say. I mean, that's all he would say. He would just say that Randy showed me his guns in his gun case. That's all he would say.
But is this during the same conversation when he's talking about, I can take care of this and we can, obviously, what he's trying to say is that you guys can be together somehow. Was this within the same conversation?
No, it was in several different conversations.
Okay. How many conversations would you say in the last couple of months, or if you have to go back further, that's fine, but within the last couple of months, how many times have this type of conversation come up between you and David Love, the way you're talking about Randy and taking care of things and maybe you guys being together and guns? I mean, how many different times did this come up that you can remember?
I honestly don't know. I know it came up more within the last couple of months.
Okay. Are we talking more than 10?
No.
Less than 5?
5, 6, maybe, something like that.
Where would the conversations take place at?
Where would they take place
Mhm.
at? Mainly on the phones, I guess.
Okay, so these are telephone conversations?
Yeah.
They're not face-to-face?
No, I hardly ever saw him face to face that much.
Within the last couple of months?
Yes.
All right. So these are phone conversations.
I just.
Once again, how would a conversation like that actually come to that point? I mean, how do you work up into that? You know what I'm saying?
Well, he always talked about how his day or night was at home.
Okay,
And he'd ask me how mine was. And I said, mine was fine.
okay.
And
If you can just like try to recall one of those conversations and just, I mean, I know this is hard, but I have to get this in context correctly because I don't want to get the wrong idea here. I don't want to jump to a conclusion. And the best way not to is to get good, accurate information.
I
Okay?
understand.
So if you can lead me into how a conversation like that would actually take place.
Well, he would just say that he missed me, and I would say, I miss you too, and he would always ask me, he'd always ask me, how's Randy treating Miranda, and I don't know.
So you're
how-
talking about family stuff,
Yeah,
okay?
we always talked about family stuff.
Who would initiate this kind of discussion? How would it,
Oh, not me.
okay,
I never did.
how would he typically initiate something like that? Where you're talking about guns and stuff?
Well, I never mentioned. I
Okay.
never said
No,
anything.
I'm saying within a conversation though. How would he initiate
Well,
that type of a?
It would only happen if he was angry or mad at Randy.
Mhm.
That's the only time that it would really come up.
What would cause him to get angry at Randy? Just for an example.
Well, maybe an email he got from him about finances.
Okay, so we've heard a lot about that. Okay, so he'd get angry about Randy blowing off about something.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then how would that transition into,
Well, he would just say, "Well, I can take care of it."
I could take care of it?
Yeah.
How many times have you ever heard him use language like that?
I can take care of it.
Or anything similar? With the same implication.
Oh, my stars. It wasn't that often. If it would have been, I could remember a lot more.
But you said in the last couple of months or so have been cranked up a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, so in the last
'Cause
couple of months.
That's probably when, about the finances and stuff have been a little more.
Things have been difficult between Randy and Love
Yeah.
since when? When did all that really kick up? Well, didn't he send an email to the pastor? Basically, it was kind of a long drawn out, this is the reasons we gotta leave the church.
Mhm.
How long ago was that? Do you know when that was sent? Because I remember that
Yeah.
you came down the stairs or something and you were kind of crying and you told Miranda, I guess we're gonna have to leave the church. And I think it was around the same time
Oh.
period, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was actually the day after.
Okay,
They were playing basketball at the
Yeah.
church, and Randy just kind of wanted to talk to Justin,
mm-hmm.
about what was on his heart. And he just wanted to talk to Justin. He didn't want Justin to respond.
Mm-hmm.
He just wanted to talk to him. And Justin just took it all out of context and just flat out told Randy that he was wrong and Pastor was always right.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of got Randy upset, and he's like, it's over. I don't know what his exact words were.
Mhm.
I can't remember, but he just called me and said he just got into it with Justin, and that he was just tired of everybody thinking that Pastor's always right, and that were leaving the church.
Okay.
And I was just kind of silent on the phone, and I was crying, of course, and he said, you can be mad at me if you want to, and I said, I'm not mad at you. And he just said, I'll see you in a few minutes, and I said, okay.
Okay.
And then Justin called me. I think what happened was Randy accidentally called Justin. Didn't mean to, but he did, and Justin called the house thinking that Randy called him.
Okay.
And Justin told me, he said, you know, you guys are our best friends, and he just said he was praying for us and stuff like that. So I went downstairs and told Miranda that.
Okay. And what time frame was that? You remember? What month?
You need the date?
No, just a month. Just a month.
Gosh.
It's
It was still cold outside, so I think it was probably the end of February.
all right. So since February up till the end of March, how many conversations do you think you had with David in which he would seem to imply that he could take care of things? How many different times?
Well, honestly, I don't know, to be honest with you. Man, I don't know.
More than 5?
In the last couple of months?
Yes. Since
Oh.
February, since the big blowout at the office?
Probably, yeah.
Did the big blowout at the office, did that crank David Love, did that kind of crank things up? Did he start blowing your phone out and everything?
Pretty much.
Since that confrontation at the office, did he use that kind of language about taking care of
I
things?
never talked to him after that.
You never talked to him after that?
Mm-mm.
But prior to that, he had been saying things like that?
Yeah.
Did he ever give specifics?
No.
Tell me again about what he said about guns, about Randy's guns.
Well, and this conversation only happened one time.
Mm-hmm.
And
About the guns?
Yeah.
Only happened once?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember.
Well, all he said was, well, you know, Randy has showed me, he has taken me down to his safe and showed me his guns.
Okay.
And I said, really? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay. And then we just kind of got off the subject because I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
But within that context, was he implying to you that he could take care of things with Randy's guns? Is that the implication? Is that how you took it? I mean, your wheels had to be turning when he's talking about.
Well, yeah.
We're talking about a pastor of a church,
I know.
and he's talking about Randy's guns and taking care of things. Am I getting this wrong?
No.
Okay.
Then I would say, no. I said, I kept telling him, I said, yeah, you need to leave it in God's hands. God's the one that's in control. And I kept telling him over and over again, if God wants us to be together, he will put us together in his timing.
Did David imply to you that he was willing to hurt Randy so that you two could be together? Or even kill him? Did he imply that message to you?
Yes, he did.
And did you tell him that's a no-go?
Yes, I did.
Or did you tell him that's an option?
Oh, no.
Did you ever imply to him or lead him to believe that that would be an acceptable option?
No, I told him, I said, because he even implied it about his own wife.
Tell me about that.
Well, he even said that he would take care of her too.
All right. Let me ask you this. We know that Randy was killed with his own Glock. We went out to your house or your parents' house and got shell casings, okay? From when he used to target shoot.
Okay.
And we already told you, they told you that night that they found a shell casing at the scene. That was, well, the ballistics, all that was checked out. They were same weapon fired, those shell casings. All right?
Okay.
I want to know how anybody could get into that office, get that Glock, and shoot your husband. Because we're talking about the former war guy, the Marine, the guy who knows karate, the guy who is on his game, the guy who is always looking around and looking around for you. How would anybody get that gun away from him?
I don't know. I have no idea. I keep asking myself that all the time.
Well, we
I don't
know,
understand it.
we know that whoever went in there, one, knew the gun was in there and how to find it,
And I didn't even know he had it in the
Okay.
office.
or two, somebody gave the gun to them and they walked in there with his gun.
But if
And that makes more sense. Because Randy's not gonna let just anybody go into his office and go through dresser drawers,
No.
right? I've been in the office. Nobody's gonna go in there and even walk around his office to the back of his desk, because that would be, other than someone like you or Miranda or Michael, that would be probably very unusual for any customers or even church people to walk back there. There would be no reason for them to go back in his space.
no, he
Right?
didn't even like me going back there.
Exactly. So when the person came in, my investigators, and I trust them, I trust what they're telling me, he already had the gun.
Who had the gun?
The man who killed your husband had the gun already. There's no way he could have got that gun away from your husband. The gun was passed off to him, is what I'm trying to tell you. That is why I got 20 detectives out here that want your head on a platter. Who would have passed that gun off? Only you would have been able to do that.
No, I don't touch guns. I don't like them.
But you were in his briefcase. No, don't. I know you don't like guns, okay? I know you don't like guns.
It wasn't in his
But that
briefcase.
doesn't really matter, all right?
That's the only time I opened his briefcase,
Mm-hmm.
was to find that Avon book. Other than that, I never touched his briefcase. I never touched it. I never touched his briefcase, ever, unless he asked me to go get something out of it for him.
And you asked, but you did get in his briefcase to look for the Avon catalog.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Did you take the gun out of there and pass it off to somebody when you left?
The gun was not in his briefcase. The gun was not in his briefcase because I laid it flat on the floor. I opened it up all the way. There was nothing in there. He always had it. When I saw him carry it, and this was last year,
Okay.
when the last time I saw him carrying it in his briefcase.
The Glock.
The Glock. He always put it at the side of his briefcase underneath all of his paperwork. But you could see it. It was big. It was plain as day. You could see it there. It was not there. And I looked.
Did you ask him about it?
No.
Because why?
Because I haven't seen it in a long time. And he told me last year that he was thinking about selling it. And I said, well, honey, whatever you want to do. I mean, I don't care. You know, it's your gun. You do whatever you want to do with it.
Who would know that there was a Glock or a gun at all? Who would know about it and be able to get to it?
Well, here's the thing. Randy, every time somebody came to our house, and I hated this, but every time someone came to our house, he would always take them downstairs and show them his
He's
guns.
proud of his guns.
Yes.
But we're talking about office here. Because whoever murdered your husband, obviously they planned this murder to go down in the office. They wanted to make sure there's nobody there. They certainly didn't want to do it when you were there, right? And they wanted to use his own gun. Somebody had to be able to go, like I said, it had to happen one or two ways. They went in there unarmed, wondering, okay, I'm going to go in there and see if I can't get his gun, and I'm going to shoot him with his own gun. That's the plan. But that's not a very good plan.
No.
Because if he's sitting behind his desk, how are they even going to get to the gun? Right? All right. So that's not a good plan. Secondly, they're not even gonna know for sure if the gun is there, because even though he liked to carry guns, that doesn't mean he's gonna take it that particular day. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'm a cop, and sometimes I run out the door and forget my gun. I have to drive back home and get it, all right? So they don't even know if the gun's gonna be there. So if they're gonna go in there and assassinate your husband, and that's what they did, they gotta have a plan, they gotta have a good plan. And it's not a good plan to go in there and just hope I can somehow get around his desk, somehow open up the drawers and look for a gun, and then somehow be able to point it at him wherever he may be and shoot him. That's a bad plan, because a lot of things can go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody has the gun in their belt when they walk through the door, they don't have to worry about the gun issue. They've got the gun.
Yeah, but if Randy was in my office,
Mm-hmm.
the glass there in front of his office
Mhm.
is a mirror glass.
I know that.
So he should be able to see and be prepared or something.
He's in your office.
But if he's
What I'm saying is he is in your office,
yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Which really
Are
doesn't,
you-
it really doesn't matter where he's at. The point is somebody either has the gun when they go in, or they know exactly where to find the gun when they go in.
But I
And
didn't.
does David know?
No, not that I know
Would David know that he keeps a Glock or any other gun, like, readily available right there in the desk drawer, or right there by his monitor, or what have you? Did you ever tell David that?
No,
Did you ever?
I didn't discuss guns with anybody.
You never discussed that gun?
No,
All right.
Randy's the one that discussed the guns with everybody. He's the one that told everybody, and I didn't even when like Joe would come in the office or David would come in the office, he would show them, you know, his gun and his big knife that he has in his office.
Mhm.
I didn't even like when he did that.
How do you think somebody would get the gun out of the office without Randy knowing about it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I have no idea. Because I would.
I don't want David Love to come in here and tell me that you guys met in some parking lot somewhere and you had a gun wrapped up in an Avon catalog and you passed it through the window.
The Avon catalog was at my house.
Okay, I'm just using that, you know what I'm saying.
No.
I don't want him telling me that you passed that gun to him.
If he tells you that,
Uh-huh.
he's lying.
But if he tells me that, it's logical.
He's lying.
Okay, but you understand the reason?
I understand,
You
but
understand
he's
how
lying.
Okay. You understand how hard it would be to get that gun from Randy? Randy's not giving up his gun.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. Are you
Yeah.
kidding me? I lived with you for 20 years. I know that. That's what I don't understand.
Was there anybody in that office while you were there that morning that would have access to? Is there somebody that you're not telling us about that went into the office that morning?
No, no one was in there.
That
but
would have
Randy
been
and
in
I.
there and had access to grab
No,
the gun.
no one was in our office that morning but Randy and I.
Okay.
And that is the honest truth. No one was in there. I don't even think we had anybody come in and drop off payments except for the mailman.
Did David Love ever tell you when he's yakking about taking care of things, did David Love ever tell you something to the effect that, you know, I know he keeps a gun in the office, this would be easy?
Well, he knew about his little gun, yes.
He knew about the little gun.
Yes.
And I think David Love even told me that when I talked to him at the church.
Yes, he knew about the little gun. But as far as, I honestly thought he got rid of that thing. Because he told me he was going to sell it.
The little one or the Glock?
No, the Glock.
Okay.
I know he had it, but I hadn't seen it in a long time.
Okay.
And when Michael found the case,
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked that we even still had the case, because he told me he was selling it. And when he sells a gun, or when he purchases a gun, he buys everything with it. So I couldn't believe that we still had the case, and we still had, Michael told me we still had,
When Michael was about to look under the bed, why'd you tell him, no, don't look there, and then to redirect him downstairs? Why did you do that?
well, because I thought there was another gun under the bed, but there was not.
What
It
kind
was-
of gun?
It was down in the safe.
He's an 18-year-old criminal justice student. Who cares if he sees another gun under the bed?
Well, no, I just know that Randy used to put one under there,
Yeah.
and I don't
Why would that matter?
think it was the Glock.
Well, they were looking for a box.
Well, I know. I just did not know if it was under there or not. I didn't.
Why didn't you just let him look? Because
He did look.
He thought, no, he started to look, and then my detectives tell me that you basically encouraged him, no, don't look under the, and moved them away from the bed, and basically pushed them out the door to go down to the safe, and then you and some other folks stood up there, and then really Michael had to almost bulldog his way back into the bedroom because he was determined to look under that bed because he was sure it was under that bed.
Well, because that's where Randy used to carry it.
Well, but why did you look like you were obstructing what the detectives were trying to accomplish.
No, I was afraid that because Randy used to carry, he had two different guns that he used to carry under the bed. One was the Glock,
Mm-hmm.
and he had another one. I think it was like a 9mm or something like that. Well, Michael said that one was, I thought that one was one that was under the bed, the 9mm, but Michael said it was downstairs. So I was just kind of scared. I didn't want them, I was afraid that if they found that gun under there, that maybe we would get in trouble for having a gun under the bed. That's all I know. I am telling you the truth. I swear on a stack of Bibles if I had one, and I don't swear. I am telling you the truth. I did not know that we had that box there. I did not know.
And it was found where?
It was found in our closet, underneath where he keeps his shoes and stuff. I did not know it was there. You should have seen the dust on it. I did not know it was there. And Randy, here's the thing. Randy does not sell without giving everything.
Exactly. Gun people do not sell a gun with just the gun. They sell the
Exactly.
magazines and everything that came with it. Now Glock, at the factory, they fire test rounds and they keep a couple shells and it goes in the box. It goes with the customer.
Mhm.
There were no shells in that box. Do you know what happened to them?
No, I don't. I have no idea. Did they get it out of the gun case downstairs? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the box itself.
Oh, no, I
The
don't
Glock
know.
box. There were no shell casings that normally come with the
Oh.
box when the gun is sold or bought.
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. I don't know.
Again, you see, when I got detectives that say it looks like she's obstructing us from finding the box, and then when we actually find the box after you've been upstairs alone for a few minutes while they've been sent downstairs,
I wasn't upstairs
now
alone.
the shell casings, huh?
I wasn't upstairs
Well,
alone.
there was a couple of people with you, right?
I was in my.
The pastor, David Love was there, wasn't he?
No, I don't think so. He wasn't there that day.
I'll
I don't
double
think.
check the
If he-
reports, but I thought they said David
Well,
Love
he
was
might have
one
been
of
in
the people.
He might have been in the living room.
Okay.
But I was in the bedroom with my attorney, Mrs. King, I think,
Uh-huh.
was in there. I don't remember who else was in there.
We don't need to beat that to death. What I'm saying, this is why people think that you had more involvement in it than what you're disclosing. You add all that stuff up together. When you add all of that kind of stuff up together, and then you throw this stuff in, when you throw all this in, it doesn't look good, Teresa. It doesn't look good at all.
I did not.
It looks like nobody's saying that you came up with this idea. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that you planned it. Nobody's saying that you're the mastermind here. Nobody's saying that, okay? I want you to know that. But people are saying that at some point when this decision was made, that Randy had to die, when that decision was made by somebody, Teresa was brought into it, and she did not stop it. Matter of fact, she made herself unavailable for the whole afternoon to make sure she wasn't going to be in the office.
I did not.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do, but I did not. No, I did not. I did not want my husband to die.
Even your actions at the scene seem
Oh my God.
suspicious. The fact that you didn't tell the dispatchers that your husband had been shot, even though you knew he had been shot,
I
that
wasn't sure.
That is a red flag.
I wasn't sure. I did not know for sure.
You were sure when you talked to your mom.
I told her that I thought he had been shot because I have watched enough TV.
But you didn't tell the dispatchers that. You didn't tell the police that. All right? I'll be honest with you right now. I mean, we've talked to all kinds of people, and you've been married to this man for 20 years, and he's laying there the way he's laying with all that trauma. And to see that would send most people flying out the door. Flying out the door screaming for help. If nothing else, people, they want to get away from that. They want to get away from that. What did Teresa do? You actually walked over the top of him.
I was trying not to panic.
But you had a cell phone. But what
I
I'm
didn't
saying
even think
is your
about using my cell
reactions
phone.
are just so abnormal. Listen to me. I'm telling you all these little things that people see.
I was just...
People see these things and they say, that doesn't sound like somebody that just walked in and found her, her spouse dead. That looks like somebody who maybe expected to see that when they came in.
No, I did not expect to see that.
All these little things. There's a bunch of them that people have pointed out. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of things. Now, I think you've done pretty good here. I really do. You've told me things here that I didn't expect that you would tell me, but you did. And I'm proud of you, Teresa. I'm proud of you that you have come forward and you've told us what you have.
But you don't
Okay?
believe me.
No, I believe the things that you've told me. I believe that text message. I believe everything you told me about David. I believe that you have had this decade-old long affair with this guy. I believe all that stuff. I want to know that when you walked in there, you really didn't know that your husband was going to be injured or killed.
I didn't. I was just expecting them to be talking or arguing or something. I wasn't expecting anything like that. Not at all.
But you're helping David for the last 20 days you've been helping David by not coming forward. A woman who's lost her husband like that should be burning up my telephone. You should have been burning up my telephone. Do you realize that in the 3 times that you've been talked to now, well, the time that I talked to you last week and today, and I've talked to you on the phone a couple of times, right? Not one time have you said, do you know who the bastard is who killed my husband? Do you know what are you guys doing to find the killer of my husband? I want to know what you people are doing. That's what I get from family relatives on all of our other homicides. That's what I get.
But I haven't
Not
been taught
once.
that way.
Well, I'm not saying you have to curse, but what I'm saying is you have never even asked me, Detective Rosewarren, please tell me you got some news for me. Tell me you got some leads. Tell me you think you know what happened.
Because I
But you
am the type of
haven't.
person who doesn't want to bother people. I don't.
Your husband of 20 years
I
has been
know.
killed.
I know that.
And you're not even asking me how the investigation's going.
Are you kidding
It
me?
makes
I
me
talk
think
about
that you
it
don't
all
want
the
to.
time.
It makes me think that you don't want to know if we're making progress
I
because
talk
you're
about
afraid
it all
we're
the
going to
time.
find something out. You're afraid we're going to find something out. You should have been burning up my phone about that. If nothing else, Man, I understand why you're afraid, why you're embarrassed about the affair. I understand that. That's normal that you wouldn't want to talk to me about that, okay? But that text message that you got, don't go to the office, urgent, don't go there.
Well, it wasn't on that phone, but.
What happened to that old phone? The one that you had that night?
What, that one?
No, well, when you were
This
here,
is my phone.
we were taking pictures.
This one.
Was that one?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same phone.
Well, you just said that's not my phone.
Well, I was talking about text messages like you just thought I got.
But you didn't even bother to tell us that. You didn't ask me how we're doing. You didn't ask me if we're getting close. And you didn't even tell me that you suspected David Love of being involved in this.
You know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you know what?
Mm-hmm. I just want to make sure that we're good. We have to be good before we leave this room. Do not help David. This is a bad man. He has messed your life up more than you could ever imagine. He has destroyed your family. He has jeopardized your future. Over what? Because he wants to sleep with you? And he's willing to even do his own wife and kill her? Do you think he won't kill her? If he was part of this, if he in fact organized this assassination of your husband, he will kill again. Don't protect him, and don't jam yourself up.
You know I want to say something else, don't you?
Yes, I know you do, Teresa. And I'm begging you to let me try to help you.
I just want you to know one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I never expected this to ever happen.
I know you didn't. But what did you expect to happen?
I expected him to leave me alone. To leave me alone.
But he didn't.
I can't believe this is happening.
I know.
I really can't. I'm making myself so sick. I'm sorry.
Are you okay? All right. What do you need to tell me? What do you need to tell me?
God help me, please.
No, you need to pray. You need to pray.
Please, God help me, please.
You know what God wants you to do. We both know what God wants. We both know. And we both know that it has to be done.
He told me that Wednesday night.
At night?
He told me that Wednesday evening at the crime scene.
Okay.
That if you guys ask about the gun,
Mm-hmm.
that Randy sold it 3 months ago. I just have a feeling that he took it. I don't know how. I I don't know where.
So you think that gun has been gone for 3 months? But Randy's never talked to you about that? Okay.
He told me that.
At the crime scene. If the police ask about Randy's gun, you're to tell them that he sold it 3 months ago. Do you think he sold it to Randy? Do you think he sold it to David?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Listen to me. Okay?
He also told me, and I should have called you. You know what he kept telling me? He kept telling me everything was gonna be fine.
Mhm.
Everything was gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
He took my baby away from me.
How do you know it was him? Did you know it was him before you came into this room? Hmm? Is that a yes? And how did you know?
Oh, I can't believe he did this.
How did you know that it was him before you ever came up here tonight?
You know I haven't been sleeping.
Yeah, I know you haven't. This is tearing you up. It's tearing Miranda.
And
It's
I'm
tearing
trying to
everybody.
protect a godly man. Supposed to be a godly man. He told me in my room that next day.
Mm-hmm. Courage, Teresa. Come here. Come here. What did he say? Teresa, what did he say?
He says, you know, if you tell them that I'm gonna go to jail for murder.
If you tell them what? Teresa, if you tell them I'm going to go to jail for murder, but tell them what?
He didn't specifically say.
What was he at? I mean, he must...
I don't know. He
You
just
didn't
said
tell
if
them
you
what?
tell them. He said if you tell them that I did it, I will go to jail for murder.
Or if you tell them I did it.
He told me that.
Then why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us about that information?
I guess I was just angry at him, and I just thought maybe God would just take him away and punish him.
Why did he go to Colorado?
I don't know.
Was that scheduled?
I didn't know they were going out of town.
What about Shelton?
I didn't know he was leaving either. I was
I don't know
gone.
if it was scheduled for him to leave.
Well, he had told me a couple of months ago that he was going to take his wife away for her birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me that Shelton was going with them. But he wound up going to South Carolina instead.
Did he tell you when he went in there? Did he tell you what happened?
Yes.
What did he say? And if this is probably, of all the things we've talked about, this is probably the most important. What did he say happened?
You want to know what I told him?
Yeah.
I told him, I said, this is not the way God wanted it to be.
When is this conversation? The day after? In your room? Okay.
I was so mad at him.
And you told him that.
It's
It's not what, yes, if God, because you told him already. If God wanted us together, we would be together. Okay? And then what did you tell him?
I told him, I said, I think I literally told him I hated him.
Mm-hmm.
I told told him not to touch me. And he kept telling me it was going to be fine. He kept telling me everything was going to be fine.
Okay. And then what else was said?
He told me he didn't even see it coming.
He said that to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he say how it happened? He just said he didn't see it coming. Did he say that he did it?
He didn't come out and say that he did it.
Okay.
He just said, oh my God.
Teresa? We're just gonna finish this. I'm gonna get you some water or something, okay? But we need to finish this little part up, okay? What else was said in that room?
That was it.
When he says he never saw it coming, what did you say?
I looked at him and I was like, what? What are you talking about? And then that's when he told me that, he said he walked in the office and he just aimed and didn't even look.
He said he did that?
That's what he told me.
So he said he pulled the trigger?
That's what he told me. He said he just aimed and didn't even look. He just did it. And I walked out of the room and I never talked to him anymore after that. I am not going to protect him anymore.
Did he say how he got over there?
No.
Did he say what time it happened?
No, he didn't tell me any of that stuff. He didn't tell me anything. All he told me was that. Oh my God.
Do you believe him?
Do I believe him?
Do you believe him?
Yes.
Do you know where he was between, say, noon and 3 or 4? Do you know what his schedule was or anything, where he was at?
Somebody told me he was at a hospital, but I don't know what time. I don't know where. I don't know anything. He told me he even told me he had gloves on.
Okay. Now, as we talk, you keep remembering little things, so I don't want you to forget anything.
I'm
So,
just tired of protecting him.
but tell me, let's not, like I said, you just told me about the gloves, so I'm just learning about the gloves. What else do I need to know? Because we're not going to protect him. But by gosh, if he did this, by gosh, you know where he needs to be, right? Okay. But we got to have good, accurate, detailed information. That's why you got to dig in that head of yours.
He told me the gun was 20 miles away.
They'd say where he dumped it. What about the phones? Now we know you got rid of one phone, right?
He said he ran over his, but I don't know.
Is the reason that you tore up the phone is because of what he said in the parking lot about the gun? You were scared that the phone might implicate you guys? Okay. So he says that in the parking lot, and then by that time your bells or your wheels are turning, right? Because he's telling you if they ask about the gun, he sold it. You tell him he sold it 3 months ago.
And it is awful. I'm so scared and I'm so upset that my tears won't even come out of my eyes.
It is okay. It is okay. Because, all right. It's okay to be scared. All right. Did he say anything else about where the gun is at? Did he say anything else about anything that would help us?
He didn't tell me where it was at. He just told me it was 20 miles away.
Okay.
And I never asked him. I was so mad and angry.
You're absolutely sure he said he pulled that trigger?
Yes,
And
that's
he
what he
didn't?
said.
You didn't say somebody else did it?
No.
Did he ever talk about when he left, what he did after he left
When he left where?
the office?
Oh.
Where he went, what he did?
No, I heard from my mom and Kim that he was at a hospital visit or something. That's why it took him so long
That's
to
why
get
it took
there.
him so long. I mean, we've been told that he was over at St. Joe visiting one of your church people.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Okay.
After that, I don't know.
Okay. But I guess what I'm talking about is when you were in a room talking, and after he admitted to what he did,
Mhm.
did he give any mention about what he did when he left Farmers after he shot Randy?
No,
Did he say where he went, what
No.
he did?
no, he did not.
Did he say where he had come from?
No, he didn't. He didn't tell me any of that.
Didn't tell you any of it?
Nope, he did not tell me anything like that. I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I guess I didn't want to know.
Do you think he would have involved anybody else in something like this?
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I thought I knew this man.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I knew him.
I'm gonna ask you something,
No.
and I don't want you to take it wrong, okay, but I don't want you to draw conclusions. But do you think that his son, Shelton, would be involved in this in any way?
I would hope not. He's in enough trouble as it is.
What kind of trouble is he in?
He got caught drinking and driving.
Got DWI?
Yeah.
Okay.
We found out the hard way.
Randy was not happy about the way it was handled, was he?
I know.
Didn't the church kind of pay for all that and kind of cover it up? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, he thinks that Randy and I talked about it. He felt like he should resign.
Yeah. The pastor or
Both.
Shelton?
Both.
Okay.
And I kept praying. I kept praying that God would just let him resign and leave.
Mhm.
I did. I kept praying that over and over again.
Okay. Do they have a very good relationship,
Who?
David and Shelton? I mean, are they, as far as father-son goes, do they seem to be pretty
I would assume so. Yeah. I mean, they seem in public like they're okay, and
okay?
I mean, you know, they've been over our house a lot. We've been over their house a lot, so I assume.
I just want to know if sometimes these things are kind of hard to do unless you got somebody acting like as a lookout and that sort of thing. I'm trying to figure out if David would have maybe. Do you think Shelton would be the type that would, even if his dad asked him, or would he say, "Dad, you're crazy, you're out of your mind"? Or would he maybe participate in what happened to
I don't know.
Randy?
He always told me that Shelton was on his side.
Mhm.
I don't know what that meant.
Did
but
Randy, did he ever have face-to-face confrontations or problems with Shelton?
No.
Just the pastor?
Yeah.
He stayed away from Shelton?
Yeah.
Never
He liked Shelton.
he liked Shelton?
No, he liked Shelton.
Okay.
He liked Shelton a lot.
So there was no issues between Randy and Shelton?
Mm-mm.
Okay, all right.
Shelton was also caught in and I don't know if this will help or do anything, but he was caught in homosexual acts also.
Is that at Bob Jones University?
Yeah, I guess you know quite a bit, huh?
We know a lot. We know a lot. So when you get 25, 30 investigators, we find out all kinds of stuff, but we were concerned, and our concern is that with Shelton getting a DWI and with the allegations of him being gay, with all that stuff going on, if Randy was kind of targeting Shelton Because maybe Shelton might have a grudge against Randy, and that's kind of what I'm getting to.
Well,
Would
if he did,
Mhm.
it was never shown in public.
Okay.
Because we used to teach, we, taught a Sunday school class with him in there, and, no.
Now there were rumors that he was gay, and I guess this is, maybe it's one of like the worst kept secrets in the church, I don't know, but would that jeopardize his job in that church? If he were exposed actually, and it became known throughout the congregation,
Yeah,
he would probably lose his job.
yeah,
Would David-
we would ask him to resign.
Would David also lose his job?
Yes,
Okay,
indeed,
okay.
both of them.
Did Randy ever threaten to expose
No.
his suspicions about
No,
homosexuality?
no,
Okay,
never,
just looking for motive here.
yeah.
Alright. So, you don't think that ever
Randy
came
did-
into play?
N-
Or was it just David's love for you and his affection for you?
Well, not that I know of. I didn't think, no, I wouldn't think.
And I'm not trying to put ideas in your head, I'm trying to, you seem like you're being very honest with me right now, so we have no reason to suspect
Well,
that
see-
Shelton was involved in Randy's murder, but we have to look at everything
See,
right
Pastor
now.
didn't even know Randy knew about Shelton being gay.
Who
Oh,
didn't know?
Pastor didn't know that we knew.
That you guys knew?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I knew.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, Randy and I knew because he shared it with Randy's niece,
Mhm.
and they were pretty good friends, and she always attracts homosexuals.
Okay,
So she told us.
okay. But you all
About it.
were, Randy wasn't threatening to
Randy
go to...
was not that type.
Okay.
Randy was not that type. He would never do anything to hurt Pastor. Why do you think we were leaving?
Financial stuff was part of it?
Well, no,
I mean-
why we were leaving. We were leaving because Randy did not want to overstep his boundaries
Okay.
with,
It's your church, we're just gonna we're
Exactly.
just gonna excuse ourselves and
Exactly.
you guys do what you feel
that's
is
right.
best.
Yes, he would never, ever do anything.
Did you ever see that email that he sent to Pastor?
Yeah, he read it to me.
Okay. Was there mention about the DWI
Yes,
and how it was handled?
yes.
But there was no mention about sexuality issues with
No,
Shelton?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
No, I don't believe so.
okay. I'm gonna get you some water. All right, we're almost done. All right, but let me step outside here and let you think a little bit, and I'll get you some water. All right. Oh my gosh, there's some cold water in there, Teresa.
What's wrong?
No, we've talked about so much, so I'm just trying to get my thoughts organized. Trying to figure out what we're missing, what we haven't talked about. If there's anything that doesn't make much sense. And it's hard to grasp all of it because we've been here and we've talked about so much. That's not your fault. I mean, that is just the way these things go, so. When David came up there and asked you about at the crime scene, and he said about the gun, he says if the police ask you about the gun or something, I sold it or he sold it 3 months ago.
He told me, he told me to say that Randy sold it 3 months ago. That's what he told me.
Okay, so that implies to me that somebody other than Randy had the gun. Randy didn't have the gun. That would imply that to me.
Exactly,
Okay.
that's what I've been trying to tell you.
And, which makes sense, because like I said earlier, you don't go in there to commit a murder if you don't have a weapon, all right? Which takes us back to that age-old question here is, how would David Love end up with the gun? How would he get that away from Randy? And even more than that, how would Randy, if Randy was missing, I mean, you know how much a gun, a Glock 23? We're talking $500, $600, $700, depending on where you buy it. It's a pretty expensive handgun. So if this gun just disappears, and Randy being the kind of guy he is, I mean, he's a law-abiding citizen, he's gonna know if somebody has stolen my gun, probably he needs to report it, because if somebody uses the gun in a crime, he certainly doesn't want to be tied to. But there's no report to that gun being stolen. I would think that he would mention it to you because you guys are so close, all right?
Mhm.
Hey babe, have you seen my Glock? My God, it's not my briefcase, it's not my desk. I turned this house apart, but he never said that to you as far as what you're telling me. So I'm trying to figure out, how could this gun be gone even for a few days without him mentioning it or reporting it stolen or coming to you to talk to you about it? That's not making a lot of sense to me. This gun really bugs me. How David Love got that, of all people in the world, the church pastor, how in the world he could have gotten his hands on that gun?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. The only thing that he's ever said to me was, Randy has showed me his guns in the gun case downstairs, in the safe. And unless he watched Randy open the case, you know,
Open the case?
or open the safe,
Safe?
you know,
Uh-huh.
to show it to him.
Has David been in your house with Randy there anytime recently? When was the last time David's been in your house where Randy was there and they would be looking at guns, or anytime recently?
I have no clue. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Because you don't think he could have stole the gun out of your house while Randy was there, unbeknownst to Randy?
Well, I mean, we don't get in the gun safe that much.
Okay, that makes sense.
So-
Unless he was going to show him a gun, there would be no reason to open it or anything, right?
No.
Like I said, Randy never...
You know,
I don't think he could have sold it or got stolen it for 3 months without people knowing about it. He must. Do you think he just came up with that number, 3 months?
I don't know. He might have. Just to tell me something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to get, I don't know. I really don't know why he just told me, just tell him that he sold the gun 3 months ago. That's all he told me. Because I hardly ever talked to him that night.
I don't think that gun could be gone for 3 months without Randy reporting it stolen. I mean, he might have even called Matt. He's a Kansas City cop, and he's pretty good friends with him.
Mm-hmm.
He might have said, "Matt, what should I do here? My Glock is gone."
No.
But I talked to Matt, and Matt said, "I never got a call like that.
No.
There's nothing in our police system that shows it was reported stolen." That gives me reason to believe that this gun probably had to be taken very, very recently, like within a day or so, or Randy would have noticed it. He would have noticed that gun gone. Somebody had to give him that gun. Somebody had to have access to that gun to give it to him for him to have it. He couldn't have had it for 3 months. He just threw that number out there. 3 months. He could have said 2 months. He could have said 6 months. For some reason, he said 3 months. But the fact is, that gun couldn't have been gone for very long. Randy would have noticed that. How in the world could he have gotten that gun? Who would have had access to get that gun? And he even admitted to you, he had the gun when he walked in.
The only thing, because whenever we would go out of town, he would always, you know, have someone come by and check our house and stuff like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And the only ones that I know of that, you know, even could get into our house was Pastor and Justin and my parents.
Your pastor had access to your home?
Well, because we would have them go in and, you know, take the mail in or the paper or something like that, you know. I mean,
So you have a key to your house?
no,
How would you leave them one when you guys would go out of town?
No, we would just give them their garage door code
Okay.
and they would go in that way.
Have you changed that code recently?
It's been the same for a while.
So you're telling me the pastor had your garage door code?
Well, I know he has given it to Pastor and Justin and my parents, of course.
Yeah.
Only because, you know, we've asked them to, you know, do things at the house while we're gone, you know, mow the grass and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And have to get in the house to get the key to unlock the shed because it's downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how he would get in the case, in the safe. I just don't know how he would have got it. I mean, I don't think Randy would have sold it to him without telling me. Well, I mean, he doesn't tell me anything about his guns. Really, seriously, he doesn't tell me that much about his guns because I don't like them, and he knows that. I don't even like it when Michael talks about him. So I'm just sure he would have told me.
The questions about the guns, when we talk about guns, I mean, you seem to be very uncomfortable when we talk about them.
I don't like them. I don't like to talk about them. I don't like guns. I don't like to touch them.
But, you know, it's not like there's a gun in here. We're
Well, I
just
know.
talking about guns.
I'm just saying.
This whole line of questioning just seems to make you very uncomfortable and very nervous.
I just don't like to talk about them. I just don't like guns. I never have. But that's the only thing that he told me was just tell him that he sold the gun 3 months ago. He told me that. He just whispered that in my ear, and I just barely caught it because I walked away quickly.
Sorry. Yes. Come on in, John.
Hi.
This is John Howell. He's been working with me on a lot of this, okay? I guess they've got David.
Here's the deal,
They
Teresa.
got David.
Here's the deal. Detective Rosewarren has done, I mean, he's been 100% honest with you. David's in custody and he's talking, okay? Right now is your chance, and you probably have about 10 minutes to tell us everything that's going on with this. Because a lot of the things you're saying doesn't make sense, okay?
About,
You've been on, listen for
I
a
need to
second.
know about what?
Okay, you've been honest, but he's had to drag it out of you, okay? And
I'm scared.
and we understand that, okay? But the fact is, David's in custody and he's talking. And it's like Detective Rosewarren said to you, is the first person that comes in and is being 100% truthful is the one that's the winner,
Right.
okay?
Yes.
When did David get the gun? That's the most important thing right now.
I don't know. All he told me is that he had a way to get it. That's all he told me.
When did he tell you this?
It's been a while.
Okay.
It's been several months.
And what exactly was the conversation?
He just told me that I'm trying to think.
Teresa, he doesn't, our bosses are out there and they're not very nice, okay?
I understand.
And when you sit here and you're saying, I have to think about this, I have to think, you know what the conversation is, and I
Well,
understand you're scared,
I just,
okay?
all he told me was, all he said was, I have a way to get the gun. I have a way to get the gun. I can make it happen.
Okay.
That's
And did
all.
you say, how do you have a way?
I said, no. I kept telling him to leave it in God's hands. If he wants us to be together, God will put us together.
Okay.
Just leave it alone. I just kept telling him that. I kept telling him that all the time. Just leave it alone. Let God take care of it. If he wants us to be together, we will be together.
Okay.
He told me, he just kept telling me that love will make you do crazy things. He said, I will kill for you, is what he told me. And I said, no, you won't. Leave it alone.
Did you know he was talking about Randy when he was saying this?
I was hoping not.
What did your gut tell you? You're a very smart woman. What'd your gut tell you?
Yes, and that's what I kept saying. Leave it alone.
Sure.
Let God take care of it.
Okay. How did he choose Wednesday?
I have no idea.
Okay. The
I have no
31st.
idea.
Well,
I haven't talked to him in several days.
Okay. Well, what I'm getting at is the day of the murder. You know, Detective Rosewarne's told you that we have 2 different cameras that cover the business.
Right.
And you leave at 1:31.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you were very adamant about having your alibi down for where you were at, when you made phone calls, and there was a reason for that. Okay?
There was a reason for...
There was a reason that you went to the certain places that you went to, that you're saving receipts.
I had appointments,
Okay?
and Randy and I talked about them. Randy's the one that scheduled my doctor's appointment for me.
Sure.
I wasn't going to go because I didn't need to go, but he scheduled my doctor's appointment for me. And I always go to the bank about that same time, the 31st of every month. I have all my receipts. I can show them to you. That's when we make our payroll every single day.
And this
Or
is
every-
at what bank?
U.S. Bank.
Okay. But when you look at the totality of everything, okay, you're gone. You know, at first you weren't being honest. And
I understand
you did
that.
the right thing, okay? Because obviously Detective Rosewarne has a lot more information than what he's sharing. And you look at the totality of everything, that's my biggest question is, how did he pick Wednesday?
I have no idea.
Did he tell you to leave the office for a while?
Nope.
Because there was phone contact that morning,
Yes, I got a message.
okay? And what did the message say?
It just said, please call me. And I did not call him. I did not call him at all. I told Detective Rosewarne that he told me, I told Detective Rosewarne that I didn't want to talk to him. I told him that I texted him on my way to my appointment, and I told him that I told him he has messed up my life and that I never want to see him again.
And what did he respond?
He kept texting me and calling me, and I never responded.
So what did those text messages say?
Just please call me, please contact me. That's all it was. And he kept calling me and calling me and calling me and calling me.
I'm gonna drop you a little hint, okay? Do you understand cell phone technology very much?
Yes.
Okay. Cell phone messages aren't stored physically on your phone.
Right.
Okay, they're stored on servers. And when we serve search warrants on servers, especially AT&T, we can see every text message. And with the track phone, we can see the text messages, we can get the voicemails, which we've done, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's why when he's asking you specifics, he's wanting to see if you're gonna be honest,
I understand.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there was more conversation than just please call me, please call me.
I'm honest with you. I don't remember, because half the time I did not even read them. I was so mad. I just deleted them. And I'm being honest with you. I was so mad at him. I didn't want to talk to him. I wanted no conversation with him. I wanted nothing to do with him. So I just deleted them. I did not respond to them. I cannot honestly tell you what they said. I honestly cannot, because I did not read them. I just wanted nothing to do with him. So I didn't respond to him.
Okay.
I did not respond to him at all.
There's a slight difference in opinion, obviously, with the
Okay.
records that we have.
Okay. And there may be, because I'm telling you honestly, I honestly do not remember all the text messages that I got from him.
Okay.
I know he called me several times. I know he called this cell phone several times, and I never answered it.
He called that cell phone numerous times,
I know.
right in a row,
I know. And I never answered it.
but he left a message.
Did he leave a message on that phone?
He did, because there's logs that show he calls, voicemail's left.
Okay.
And then it logs when you call the voicemail.
Uh-huh.
It calls every time, like your phone's sitting here right now,
Mhm.
it's hitting towers, and
Right.
it's reporting your location
Sure.
every second.
Mhm.
And that's how we knew you had the 739 number,
Right.
and how we knew you were coming down Truman and everywhere you went.
Mhm.
Okay? He's given you every chance in the world, but like I said, some of this just isn't adding up.
I am trying to remember everything.
So when was this that he told you he had a way to get the gun?
It's been several months ago. It wasn't just recently.
Okay.
And that is honest. It wasn't just recently. It's been a few months ago.
How do you think he had access to it?
I honestly do not know how he had access to it. Like I was telling Detective Rosenwarn, we did give them the code to our house to get in, because when we were gone, and we haven't changed it in over a year, and we
Okay.
go out of town a lot. So
When was the last time you were out of town?
with
Prior to the murder?
Argentina?
yes, Argentina.
And when
We were
was
gone
that?
for 10 days. We left the day after Christmas, the 26th.
Okay.
We were gone for 10 days.
What we're trying to do here is make sure that what you're telling us adds up, because, like I said, they're talking to him right now.
I understand.
And if he suddenly springs, hey, this is how I got the gun, and you're not telling us that, we're done talking to you.
I don't know how he got it. I honestly do not know. I, myself, before God, never, ever touched it, never, ever gave it to him.
Did you give him the code to the safe?
No, I don't know how we got the code to the safe. I honestly don't know. I know Randy has showed him the gun several times because he's been in our house a lot and he's gone down there with Randy. So I don't know if he stood there and watched Randy open it. We do have it hidden in our house. It's underneath Randy's ties. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
And
How did he tell you he was gonna get the, because he told you I have a way, but how did he tell you?
he
was
did
gonna
not
do
tell
it?
me. He did not tell me how he was going to get the gun.
Did you ask him?
No, I never asked him.
Did you say, I mean, what was your response to that?
My
comment
response
like that?
was, just like I told him, my response was, leave it alone. God will take care of it. If he wants us to be together, he will make it happen.
Did it concern you that he's coming out and he's flat out telling you that he can take care of Randy, he can get him out of your life, he has a way to get the gun. He's telling you, I can get this done, I can get this taken care of.
And I kept telling him all the time, leave it alone.
And I understand that, but did it cause you concern that he's telling you all these things?
You know why it really didn't? Because he's a pastor. And I expect a pastor to be above everybody else, not beneath everybody else.
Sure, but obviously he wasn't on board and he wasn't above board on a lot of the things he was involved in, correct?
Yeah.
And it's just, it seems ironic that you leave, like I said, it was like 1:31.
Yes, my
And-
husband and I just got done eating lunch, and I had a chiropractor appointment at 2:00, and I didn't set the chiropractor appointment up.
Sure.
Randy set it up for me. So, and I go to the bank the same day. I left at 1:30 because I had to go by the bank first before I went to the chiropractor's office. After I went to the chiropractor's office, I went to Dress Barn. I
Sure.
mean, I had time to kill before I had to pick up my daughter.
Sure.
I'm not lying to you.
We're just trying to figure out what it was, how this person chose that day.
Yeah, do you know why he did it this particular day?
I don't. He asked me. I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you is when I told you that I texted him and told him that he's messed up my life and I don't ever want to talk to him again. I don't know if that set him off. He always told me that it's the warrior in me. Whatever that meant, I have no idea. He said it's the warrior in me.
Do you think that, given the opportunity to talk to David, do you think that he would openly talk to you about this murder?
I don't know.
Because you haven't talked to him basically since after the funeral and stuff, right?
No, I mean, I talked to him last night on the phone a little bit, but I was kind of rude to him because I didn't want to talk to him. I was very angry because he had hurt another friend of mine in the church, and I was very angry. So I really didn't want to talk to him.
If, for example, say he gets questioned tonight and then he, let's just say that we let him go home. And say you called him like tomorrow or something, or even later tonight, I don't know. If you were to call him, I don't know if you could, do you think you could get him to talk about this on a recorded phone line?
Sure. If
Do
you
you
want
think
me to.
Do you think he would open up? He doesn't know you're here, does he?
No, I didn't call him. I haven't talked to him
Would
today.
he have any knowledge that you've been at the police station since 6 o'clock?
Not that I know of. My parents haven't called him.
How do you know?
Well,
I mean,
because I've been home with them the whole time.
No, what I'm saying is, but you've been in this room for a long time.
Yeah.
How do you know that I guess you'd have
Oh,
to ask them.
I
but
don't know.
You don't know?
I
Do you
haven't-
think they might call him and say,
I don't know.
Okay.
Because they know that I'm upset with him.
Mhm.
So I really don't know if they would call
They
him.
would call him.
No, I really don't know.
So let me ask another thing that's been kind of stirring, is the day after Randy's murder, you said that David Love was in your bedroom and tells you what happened.
Mhm.
Was there anybody else standing there when this was said?
No.
Okay,
He made sure that there was no one around.
okay.
He didn't shut the door, but he just made sure that no one was in there.
Okay.
Because my son kept coming in, and
Was
I
this-
wanted him to stay, but he wouldn't let him stay.
Were the detectives in the house at the time he said this?
No.
Was this
No.
before or after?
Was it even the same day?
No, I don't think so. This was, I don't even remember what time it was. I think it was maybe 10:30 or 11 when he was at the house.
Okay, the next day.
Yeah. Yeah, he would.
Why did he feel comfortable enough to tell you what he had done?
I don't know.
That's a big admission.
Because I mean, I think about how I would react.
Because I told him, when I saw him that next day, I told him, I asked him, I said,
Well, I did. I asked him, I said, why did you do this? And he said, I was trying to protect you. I said, protect me from what? And he said, from Randy. And then I just walked away. I got mad.
And then how did you get back together where he tells you these details?
Well, I went into my bedroom with my son, and then he comes in and says, hey, I need to talk to your mom for a minute. Would you please excuse us? So Michael left, and I was sitting on the bench, and he knew I was mad. And I didn't say anything. He just started talking to me.
And he tells you all this?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think,
I didn't respond to him at all.
you know, you look at what our normal reaction would be if this had happened to my wife and somebody tells me that. Instantly I'd be angry. Instantly I'd call the police and I'd tell them, this person just said this. What stopped you from doing that?
Because he told me, I told you this. I said, because he told me that if I said anything, that he would go to jail. That he would go to jail. He would be, put in prison or whatever.
Which is where he needs to be, don't you agree?
Yes, totally.
But Teresa, that doesn't make sense to me. This man just admits to murdering your husband. And you're concerned about him going to prison. I don't understand it. And
I understand.
we're skeptical people.
I
okay?
understand.
He felt comfortable enough to tell you about this. And you know what my gut's telling me?
What?
Is that you knew beforehand this was going to happen.
I did not.
Okay? And what I'm saying is this. You didn't pull the trigger. I
didn't know anything like this was going to happen.
Maybe you were taking him saying this not seriously, but my gut tells me something caused you to leave the office, to stay gone, and then you're getting these phone calls, you're getting these text messages, you're getting these voicemails. It doesn't make sense.
I was gone for reasons. I had things to do. If I didn't have my appointments, I would have left the office till 3 o'clock.
Okay.
I had no reason to leave early except for my appointments, and that's what I did.
Sure. And we're just trying to help you because
I know.
if he says otherwise, how is that going to look to us?
The only thing that I can figure is that he was watching me out of somewhere across the street or something, and he knew when I left. Other than that, I have no idea. I have no clue because I never talked to him, never told him my schedule, nothing. Randy didn't talk to him, and sometimes Randy would talk to him and tell him my schedule and stuff like that, and people don't need to know my schedule. Randy and I are the only ones that need to know my schedule. Sometimes Randy would just talk way too much, and he would tell personal things about us that people didn't need to know. But he didn't talk to him that day. I didn't talk to him that day. I didn't tell him nothing about my schedule. No one knew our schedule that day except for me and Randy.
But your actions, Teresa, and let's just look at this. Let's itemize here. We got at the crime scene, the pastor told you to lie to the police. Okay. He told you what he had done sometime during.
Back up, because at the crime scene you get rid of the phone.
You get rid of the phone. He tells you, basically admits to you what he did during the time of, I guess, before the funeral or what have you. These are all actions of somebody who's trying to protect their own rear end. Because, and like again, what we're saying is, this is not somebody who wants to help find a killer. This is somebody who says, oh crap, I can't believe you did that, and you've got me involved in it, and I should have went to the police from the very beginning, but now we have to circle the wagons and hope this just goes away. If we just, your actions speak louder than words today. Your actions tell us this is somebody who was afraid you're going to get in trouble. All right? Not because you would gladly throw him under the bus. He's murdered your husband. All right? And when he tells you that as a grieving wife, you would be more than happy to throw him under the bus. But because you don't throw him under the bus and because you attempt to protect him, it tells us that you're trying to protect yourself as well. You're trying to. There's two people trying to protect themselves. David and yourself.
I don't have any.
Teresa, we've worked other cases
I know that.
similar to this where somebody made an admission to the victim's spouse. And you know what they did? They immediately came to the police station. They were blowing up Detective Rosewarren's phone and saying, this person just told me this. Because they were disgusted.
I know, and I should have come to you sooner.
And you didn't do that. And then you come in here today and you're dishonest about your actions. Detective Rosewarren has to pull it out of you.
Do you not understand that I am scared?
Scared of what?
Everybody's scared.
I'm scared. I don't know what he's capable of anymore.
He's not going to hurt you. He's not going to hurt you.
I told you, he always told me. He told me.
Are you scared because you're scared of him, or are you scared of the law? Are you scared what the law might do to you if you tell us the whole truth?
I have told you everything. I have told you everything.
Teresa,
Oh.
Teresa, we're trying to lay this out gently, and I'm going to be very blunt with you. Your actions are not that of a victim spouse. Your actions, and help us understand this, your actions are screaming, I'm covering up what this pastor's done. I've covered up everything we've been involved in. I've covered up these phones. You know, first you're not honest about when you had the track phone. And then you realized, guess what? They knew I had the phone. And once you realize we have the evidence, you're like, I'll go ahead and be honest about this. Everything has had to be pulled out of you. Okay? I know there's more to this. Detective Rosewarren knows that there's more to this. If you want us to help you, you've got to tell us now. We cannot sit here and do this all night.
But I told you how I feel. I told you that, I don't know why, but I just like you as a person, and I'm being completely honest with you. I don't want to see somebody else get treated better than you because they just happen.
Teresa, he's held us all back. There's 20, 25 people that have been working on this nonstop. And he's the one that's going to bat for you when we're sitting in the meetings with the prosecutor, when we're sitting in the meetings with all the other investigators. This man's trying to help you. He is your only lifeline right now, but you've got to start being honest.
I am being honest with you. I don't know what else.
The biggest thing, I want to know when David got the gun.
I don't know. I'm telling you, I do not know when he got the gun. I have no idea.
Okay, because it's...
Why don't you ask him?
It's really strange for us that Randy has the gun, carries the gun all the time, and then suddenly it's gone.
I haven't seen that gun in a long time. I haven't seen him carry it in a very long time. He stopped carrying it in his briefcase. That's all I know.
How long ago?
Well, what I was telling Detective Rosenborn, the last time I saw it was in October of last year when he purchased that handgun. That's the last time I saw it.
Okay.
And I don't know what else to say.
When was the first time that it clicked in your brain? When was the first time when it clicked that you thought, I think I've even asked you this question already, but when you really believe that there was a chance that David was capable of doing something, or that he might actually do something to Randy, because you said they'd been talking about this for quite some time, but was there a point in time when you realized he's getting serious? He's capable of doing something here. Either through his words or his actions. When did it dawn on you? I think this guy's out of his mind. I think this guy could be dangerous.
The day he came in our office.
The big blow up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've kind of talked about that a little bit, but I don't know if we really got into much detail about how intense did it get? What was said?
Oh, it got pretty intense.
What was said?
Well, he just kept bringing up Randy's past.
Well, start from when he shows up at the office, he
Yeah.
walks in the door.
What are you doing? What's Randy doing?
Well, I'm on the phone and Randy's on the phone.
Okay.
We're both on the phone. So he's hanging out in the foyer there for a little bit.
Mhm.
So I get off the phone and he comes and asks me, how long is Randy gonna be on the phone? I said, I don't know. And Randy knew he was there because he told me later that he saw him walk in, but he was busy on the phone. So he was just making conversation with me, and I didn't want to talk to him. I was too busy. I just had so much stuff to do, so I didn't really talk to him. I just went back and went on to my work. And when I saw Randy get off the telephone, I went in there and I said, "Hey, Pastor's here. He wants to talk to you." And then Pastor walked in, and Randy said, "Pastor, I really don't have anything to say to you. I really don't want to talk to you. There's nothing to say."
Mhm.
And then he starts into Randy's past
What's he
about
saying?
everything.
What's he saying though?
He starts talking to him about his internet problem.
Mhm.
He starts talking to him about his emailing other girls and his pornography problem, stuff like that. That was all that was said for a little bit, and Randy said, "That's all behind us. We've gotten over that." And then he said, "Well, you don't know about Matt Bruner, do you?" And Randy's like, "Well, what about Matt? What happened to Matt? What's wrong with Matt?"
Mhm.
And that's when Pastor told told Randy, and then
What did he tell Randy?
he told Randy that Matt tried to kiss me, and we discussed this earlier about there were other things, but
Mhm.
I didn't want Randy to know about all that stuff.
Did the pastor tell him that?
No, because he didn't even know about any of that stuff.
And Matt said you all kind of started making out and stuff over at your house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the pastor know about that?
No,
Okay.
no. I never told him anything about that. And then he brought up Brother Goodman, and I was like,
Let me stop you right there. How did you feel when he's sitting here telling your husband about Matt?
I felt, what's the word I'm looking for?
Betrayed?
Yes, thank you.
Because I mean, it's from my point of view, you're in this relationship with David Love,
Mm-hmm.
and he's sitting here telling your husband about something that happened with another man,
Mm-hmm.
but he's excluding all the information that's happened with him.
Right.
And so, what does he say after Matt? After this about Matt?
Well, he starts going on about Brother Goodman, and I said, "What are you talking about? What happened with Brother Goodman?" And he starts going on about something that,
What is he saying?
well, he said that he kissed me, and that he wondered how that would feel, or something like that. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't know what he was talking about. He was bringing up allegations that I never even discussed with him or anything. I mean, I didn't even know where this was coming from. And so Randy was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know. I was getting mad. I was getting furious. And then he starts, and then Randy starts saying, he says, well, I think you need to go. And then he starts telling him, he says, well, what is it, pride? Is it pride that's bothering you? Is it Aaron Locke's taking over the bus that's bothering you? What is it that's bothering you? You know, there has to be something that's bothering you or something like that. And Randy said, he said nothing. He said, I don't want to discuss it right now. He said, I just don't want to talk about it. And then he said, and then that's when I turned around and looked at him and I said, you really need to go. I said, it's time for you to leave. And
What was his tone? What was his tone?
whose tone?
David. Was he talking like I'm talking right now, or was he?
Oh, it was a little bit louder. It was a little bit louder. But, and then Randy told him, he said, well, I can't tell you because I don't want to hurt you, you know, and he wanted to tell him about how he felt about his wife and his son, but he didn't because Randy just wasn't that way. He just never did that. So, and that's when I said, you really need to leave. And then his wife walked in and then they left.
Didn't you and the wife have words though?
Yeah. I told her that she wasn't a very good wife, pastor's wife.
Okay. And that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
What
She
was
walked
the
out
reason-
and David
What was
walked
the
out.
reason to get on her case? Did she say something to make you say that to her?
Well, she walked in and it was kind of rude to me. She says, I'm not coming here as a pastor's wife and so and so. And I said, well, you have no idea what it's like to be a pastor's wife. And
Roughly, so I'm clear, what date is this? About when was this?
if I had a calendar, I could tell you. It was on a, oh my gosh.
Before or after St. Patrick's Day?
Middle of March.
After.
Be after middle of March.
St. Patrick's Day was a Thursday.
Let me think. Oh. Yeah, it was St. Patty's Day, actually. Because I was wearing green.
Okay.
It was St. Patrick's Day. Yes, it was St. Patrick's Day because his wife came in all green stuff. So it was St. Patrick's Day. That was the day he came in. That's right.
Now, as heated as that got, and as ugly as that got, how'd you end up with that track phone?
You still had the phone?
I still had it.
Oh, you still had it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I still
So
had
you
it.
never gave the phone back to Pastor Lee?
No. No,
Okay.
I lied about that.
How long did you have it before that? Because we know when he bought the other track phone.
Right.
So we're trying to put in relation as to what caused him to go out and buy the other one. How long had you had that track phone, the one that you were using?
Well, he bought that one for me, and I honestly cannot remember when he bought that one for me.
Which one are you talking about?
That one.
739?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't had, well, he bought that back in August of '09.
Yeah, he bought that one, and then he gave it to me just recently.
Yeah, because he was actually calling you with this one
Yes.
for a long time.
Yes.
Okay.
Roughly when did he give you that phone?
Oh my goodness. Let me think. It was the end. It was either the end of January or the first of February, because it wasn't too long after we got back from our trip.
So when you first get this phone, what number is he calling you from?
Well, it always shows up private, so I don't know. Every time he called me, it showed up private pretty much all the time. Until he bought that other phone. Then
Are you aware when he bought that other phone?
I don't know when he bought it, but he did tell me he bought it, because he texted me and told me that this was his new phone.
And you guys are still on decent terms at this point?
Yes. Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Because he bought the phone the day after the blow up in your office.
Really?
March the 18th is when he bought that phone.
Oh.
He bought the phone the day after.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are still somewhat on decent terms, still talking, because the phone records are very clear.
Yeah.
They indicate.
Well, not the best terms, no, because I wasn't really talking to him that much.
Okay. Well.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that if I was texting him, it was not very nice. I mean, I wasn't
Well,
as nice as
you
know
had
what
that
I'm
big
saying.
blow up, and you're mad at him. But he decides the very next day, I'm gonna go get a track phone so I can continue to talk to Teresa. And then he texts you and tells you, hey, I got this phone now, so like, you know, if you need to call me, call this number.
And then not even a week later, they're coming up to the hospital to see you.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting him to come up and see me.
Okay, but there's phone calls from the hospital to the 217, to his track phone.
So you called him?
Yes, I called him because he kept calling my cell phone. He kept calling this cell phone, and I was tired of it. So, yes, he did call me.
Okay. Take what
I'm
we're
sorry,
talking.
I just forgot
Take
that.
what we're talking about and see how we're having to drag this out of you, and your actions aren't making sense. Because you go back, he gives you this track phone, January, February. You're talking, hold on. You're talking, St. Patrick's Day, there's this big blow up in the office.
Mm-hmm.
He tells your husband that Matt tries to kiss you. And he's stirring up the pot.
Mm-hmm.
The very next day, he buys this new phone, sends you, I've got this new phone, and you guys are talking. He comes and sees you at the hospital, and then it gets real. There's a lot of phone calls after the hospital. You guys are talking even more. That's not behavior that's indicative of somebody who's trying to break it off, somebody who's upset, somebody who is done with all of this.
I never answered his phone calls though.
Okay, that's not what your phone says. There's a lot of phone calls
Okay.
that go to voicemail.
Uh-huh.
Okay?
Okay.
But there's also phone calls where you guys are talking.
Okay.
So,
yeah. But the conversations were not good.
okay, given what you're telling us, this isn't making sense, and then suddenly you get up to about the 28th, and there's a lot of phone calls. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking the 29th, the 30th, the 31st, he's blowing up the phones. There's a lot of phone calls.
Lots of.
You're checking the 739's voicemail all day long.
Well, yeah, when he leaves a message, I
Okay.
checked him, yes.
There's numerous phone messages that are left. There's text messages sent. There's a lot of phone activity.
Yeah. He was trying to get a hold of me and I didn't want to talk to
And
him.
you're saying, I delete this, but on these servers, there's this great technology that we have of showing this is when it was opened,
Mm-hmm.
this is when it was deleted.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not making sense to me looking how when it's opened, it's obviously read, and then at some point later it's deleted. So you know what's being said, and that's what we need you to tell us. We know that you read the text messages.
He's being very vague about the information. Like he said, that particular day was what we're most interested in. But he's like he said, he's blowing up your phone, and text messages are being sent, and voicemails are being left in voicemail boxes. But you know, if you were to look at this whole interview since we've been sitting here, we've actually, as far as that part of it goes, the text messages and voicemails,
Mm-hmm.
we've gotten very little information from you about that. Not a lot of information about the texting.
Tell us about the text messages and the phone calls.
Let
because
me try to be as plain as I can. go back to the 17th?
Sure.
Okay. That night before, his wife finds out about him and I.
How'd she find out?
She found the phone that he went to replace this one with.
She found
Which
the
one?
217?
Yes.
217?
No. What's
Or
that other one?
739. Yeah, it's 217-4363.
No, that's not right. What was his phone number prior to the 217?
This one.
Oh, I don't think,
Yeah,
prior to 217?
This one. This one.
He didn't have that on the 17th.
Well, one of these she found.
She found a track phone?
Yes. She found one of his track phones because,
We got two 217 numbers.
yeah.
8314 and 4363.
I said he was buying
This is the
he was
one.
buying track phones like crazy, and I couldn't keep track of them all.
Where do you buy them?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I cannot tell you that.
So the 17th, she finds a track phone.
Yeah, she buys a track phone, and so she actually, that's why she was at the office. She wanted to come and confront me about it.
And what did she say to you?
She didn't really say anything. She just come in and said, I'm coming in as a friend, not a pastor's wife.
Mm-hmm.
And then I told her, I said, because I was already upset at him, I got upset at her, and I said, you have no idea what it's like to be a pastor's wife. And she walked out.
Okay.
And that's the last I saw of
But
her.
this is where it doesn't make sense to me. The 17th, she finds this track phone.
Mhm.
That track
So
phone.
she still keeps it. She still has it.
Okay, but that track phone is calling this other track phone. She doesn't know that other track phone's you.
Yeah, I know.
So how did she put two and two together?
Well, because he told her. Because of the texts, where the texts were coming from. He left texts on the cell phone that she found. So, and he told her that it was because of some of the texts that I sent him
And what
about.
did those texts say?
One of them said, I am walking Lizzie, and I have a dog named Lizzie, and I'm the only one that has a dog named Lizzie. And I told her, and I said on there that I am wearing, what was I wearing? Oh, I was wearing a Tar Heel sweatshirt, and he likes the Tar Heels. Is that right? Yeah, yeah. So she automatically knew that it was me. And she confronted him about that. And that's how she knew.
Did he tell you that?
Yes.
Did he tell her the whole thing or just the little thing? Did he lie?
No, he told her the whole thing because...
That's been going on for 10 years?
Oh, no, not all that. Just the track phone thing. He just told her...
What was his excuse for you guys having track phones?
That he was counseling me through Randy's time of the internet stuff. Yeah.
And she bought it?
Well, no. No, because it was...
But she comes down there on the 17th to confront you.
Mm-hmm.
But she never gets it out.
No.
So how do you know that she was there to confront you?
Because they called me and left a message on this phone from the church at like 7 o'clock that morning or something, and said that she wanted to meet me at my office.
And she say about what?
He said that she knows everything about the phones and about you and I talking, and she wants to confront you about it. And that's what he said. He left the message because I heard him say in the background, he said, would you like to say something to her, when he was leaving my message.
Almost to let you know that she's standing there. when he said
Exactly. Yes.
So why didn't she confront you if that was the purpose of coming down there? And why,
I don't know.
And why not, I mean, two can play this
Well,
game? Why not? Why didn't she tell Randy what you two had been up to?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if she.
Because Randy's, I mean, the preacher's sitting there diming you out about or Matt in your office. Now she's there and she knows that her husband's been seeing you, and she has a perfect opportunity, since everybody's blowing up anyway,
And
to,
then
to let that dog out of the...
Well, you know,
and then to make it even, to even confuse things more, you're saying that about 2 years after you and David started this relationship, Randy became suspicious. And
yeah.
so he's already suspicious of this, and now he's hearing about Matt, and he's not pissed. That doesn't make sense.
He, well, he told Pastor, he says, well, Teresa and I will continue this conversation after you leave.
Okay, so
And that's what we did.
they leave, and what's said?
With Randy and I,
Mm-hmm.
I told him what happened, and he asked me how come I didn't tell him about this, and I said because I'm scared and I know that you have a bad temper, and I was afraid of what you would do, because I know Matt's a good friend of yours. So he was just real calm about it.
What was the allegation about Goodman? Is it Goodman?
Yeah.
What was that allegation about?
I don't know. I told Randy emailed Pastor and asked him if he would explain it to him, and he never emailed me back.
But what was the pastor, what was the allegation that was made in the office about you and Goodman?
But he said that Brother Goodman kissed me.
When would that have happened? Because he lives in Kentucky, right?
Yeah.
When would that kiss supposedly happen?
Well, I mean, we were down there at Christmas time.
Okay.
But I don't know if Brother Goodman called him and said that he gave me a hug and a kiss on the cheek, but he always does that. Unless he felt guilty about that. I mean, I don't see why he would. But
So if investigators down in Kentucky go knock on that door and say, Brother Goodman, what's the deal with this kiss? Because they're gonna talk to him,
mhm.
and
he's going to know that this is a murder investigation and we're not playing games, so he's going to have to be honest, or he's subject to being prosecuted, and he's going to be made aware of that. So
what's he gonna say?
is he going to say there was something more than that? Probably, because I don't think Pastor Love would be talking about this if it was just a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah.
What happened with Brother Goodman?
Well, it's not like it was supposed to happen.
You know?
Sure.
We just got to know what we're dealing with here.
He just got friendly, and just one thing led to another.
In Kentucky?
Mhm.
This is at Christmas time.
Yeah.
Did you guys have sex?
No, we did not.
What took place?
He kissed me, and do I have to go in detail?
Well, was it like handsy stuff?
Yes, that's all it was.
So he's touching you?
Yes.
All right.
And I was touching him, and
Okay. And you were down there, I guess was it a family trip down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
we went down there to take my son up.
And how do you think Love found out about this?
Because I told him.
You told him?
Yeah, because I felt guilty about it, and I hurt Randy, and I just
Were you trying to get to David? Were you trying to make him mad or something?
No.
Were you trying to make him jealous?
No.
Was there something like that going on?
No,
Then why would you tell him? Because
because
you've been in this relationship with David for 10 years, and you're telling this guy that's madly in love with you, I made out with John Goodman in Kentucky over Christmas. We got handsy. We touched each other. How do you think he's going to respond to that?
he told me that it made him love me more.
Do you find that reaction weird?
Well, not really, because Randy still loved me no matter what I did. With, Matt, he still loved me no matter what. He told me, and he told me, Randy told me, he says, I'm going to keep you close to me. And I said, I wish you would. I wish you would keep me closer to you.
It's almost like you don't trust yourself when you're away from Randy.
Isn't that sad? No, it's not that. It's just that because I know how Randy was when we first got married. I still have no self-esteem. He didn't love me when we got married, and he didn't. He would never hold my hand in public. He was never affectionate to me.
Throughout the course of your marriage?
Yeah. Up until probably about 4 or 5 years ago was when we really started getting close again.
What was the turning point?
When I caught him emailing other women on the computer and found out that he was doing pornography and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I confronted him about it. And I had told Pastor about it, and I asked him if he could help me talk to Randy about it, and he did. I mean, he met with Randy every Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me. He did. He met with Randy every Wednesday morning, and would talk to him about it, and then he would call me and tell me what they discussed. He would tell me how Randy reacted and stuff.
What was the purpose of calling you and telling you what was discussed? Because a normal pastor wouldn't do that.
No, he did it because he loved me.
Did Randy know that he was giving him briefings on their counseling sessions?
No.
Randy never knew? Okay.
No.
How do you think Randy would have reacted finding out that you and Pastor Love have been in a sexual relationship?
He probably would have been angry. I see Randy cheated on me though. And I'm not saying that it was right for me to do that either. But Randy cheated on me a couple times, and I couldn't leave him.
But you're not answering my question. How would he have reacted knowing that you've been in a sexual relationship with Pastor Love? Would it have been over?
No. Mm-mm.
So if he found out you've been with Pastor Love for 10 years, he'd still say, my arms are open to you.
Yeah. Because that's just how Randy was.
He was a real Christian, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He really believed, didn't he?
Yeah. He was, even though he had done a lot of bad things, and I could be wrong about that. He might have said that it was over.
I guess so I'm clear, when is the last time, and I don't want to invade your privacy, but when is the last time that you were with Pastor Love sexually? A day, a week, 2 weeks?
Oh, no, it's been well over a month or so.
Okay.
It's been, yeah,
So well,
probably a month and a half.
So just a week or so before St. Patty's Day.
That sounds about right.
Was it before
I
St.
guess.
Patty's Day? Before the middle
Oh yeah, it was. Oh yeah, it really it has been a while.
Where
I
would you
honestly
guys
cannot tell you.
where would you guys normally meet when you guys were going to be sexually involved?
Well, we never planned it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It just kind of happens. We're like,
And I'm not proud of this, guys.
no.
I'm not proud of this at all.
I know.
Please understand that.
And please understand, we've heard it all too. Okay, we've heard the most. So you're not going to shock us,
No.
or okay?
Because when we were deeply involved, I mean, of course I would call him when Randy would leave,
Mhm.
you know, and if I knew he was going to be gone for, you know, an hour, then he would come to the office if it was convenient for him, but yet his wife kept a lot of, I mean, it was hard for him too because she would call him a lot.
Keep tabs on
Yeah,
it pretty
mhm.
close.
Exactly.
So we're talking your office,
Yeah.
Farmers,
hmm
your home,
Yes.
his home,
Twice. It was harder there.
in his office at the church.
Yes.
Okay. So wherever it just worked out the best.
Yeah. Isn't that awful?
Well, we're just trying to get. The reason we're asking is we're trying to figure out his state of mind leading up to the time when he bought this phone. Okay, we got to figure out what's going on in his head, and of course, sex and all this kind of plays into it. Is what's going on in his head.
I understand.
So, you think about the last time that you guys actually had sex was about a week and a half before St. Patty's Day. Is that what you said?
You know, I honestly cannot remember.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
Okay.
I would say pretty close to about a month and a half to 2 months.
Okay, so somewhere between the 1st of March and the first week of March and the second week of March, somewhere in that time frame. And we're not trying to put words in your mouth, we're trying to understand that we have it correct.
Oh my.
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to think here when I'm trying to think of it was right before Randy played basketball that one Tuesday night before him and Justin got into it. And this was a week before that happened. So it was probably around the 1st of March.
Okay.
End of February, 1st of March, something like that, because it was still pretty chilly outside. So,
You don't know where that gun is now? You give any indication to you where he may have taken that gun?
the only thing he told me what it was 20 miles away.
20 miles.
What does
away.
that mean to you?
I don't know. I don't know where it's at.
Do you know of a place, I mean, you've known him for 10 years, do you know of a place in this area roughly 20 miles away where he might go?
No,
Is he
I-
own property somewhere, have relatives, family lives?
have no idea.
Did he say anything about disposing of it in a certain location?
No, he did not.
Well, how did this come up that suddenly the gun's about 20 miles away? That's kind of a random thing to say.
That's just what he told me.
Okay, what had you been talking about that led into
I wasn't talking. He was telling me everything. I was
Is
just
this in
sitting
your
there.
bedroom?
It
Yes.
was in your room.
I was just sitting there. I was crying, I was mad, I was upset, and I wasn't talking to him.
But you didn't ask him about the gun? You didn't ask him? I mean, yeah, I'm like him, trying to figure out, he's blurting this very self-incriminating stuff out to you, as almost as if he's proud of what he's done, and he was trying to impress you or something.
Yeah, he told
So
me.
we're just trying to figure out,
He told me.
I mean, just how, we're trying to figure out how this all came out of him. If you were asking questions and prompting him
No.
to tell me what happened, or...
Well, you have to understand, that's a huge thing for him to be standing in your home, standing in your bedroom of your deceased husband, and for him to tell you the details that he did about killing your husband.
knowing that all you had to do was pick up a phone, and he'd probably be cuffed up that afternoon and, you know, be carted off to the penitentiary someday. That is a huge leap of faith that he's placed in you. Because killers, you know how killers get caught.
And
They talk
brainwashed
to-
me that
they
he
talk to
would take
people.
care of me. That's what he told me.
Before or after?
All the time. Before,
Mm-hmm.
after. He told me that
So before, when he's talking about doing
everything
this,
would be fine.
he's saying, I'm going to take care of you when this is all done.
No, he never said it like that. He just said that he will take care of me. You know, when we're together, he says, I'll make sure that you're taken care of. And I was like, and I kept telling him, I said, well, we're leaving it in God's hands. He will take care of it if he allows it to happen. And I kept saying that to him over and over and over and over again.
It seems to me like you're not telling this man, no, I'm not going to be with you. It's almost like you're leading him on saying, well, you know, he's making these statements that I can take care of this. I know how to access the gun. Leave it in God's hands. Leave it in God's hands. You're not saying, no, don't do that.
Yes, I said that several times. I said,
well, we're not hearing that.
do not, I told him, I said, don't do anything stupid. Leave it alone. I told him that. I said, don't be stupid. I said, be smart. I said, just leave it alone. God will take care of it. And he seemed to think that Randy was abusing me or something, because he always talked bad about Randy. And I know, yeah, sometimes I would tell him when Randy was, you know, not treating me very well or something, but I never,
And that would upset David.
yeah.
And is that when he would get pissed and make these comments that I can take care of this?
Sometimes, yeah.
Because
And he kept telling me that it's the warrior in him.
the warrior in David,
That is causing him to do this, or causing him to be like this.
now is there a Bible verse that goes with this?
I have no idea. He never told me anything about a Bible verse.
Okay.
Like I told Detective Rosenmore, and he kept telling me that, well, David did this in the Bible, and God still blessed him.
David did what?
He murdered several people
Okay.
in the Bible, and that God would take care of him. You know, and he still blessed him.
Did you think he's trying to feel you out to see? Because by the sounds of it to me, he's saying, I can take care of this. I know where to get the gun. David killed these people. God, you know, let this go. Is he feeling you out to see if you're okay with this?
I don't know.
What's your gut tell you? You're a very smart woman.
Well, I would tell him, I told him, I said, well, that's back in the Bible days. I mean,
But do you think he's trying to feel you out to see, is she okay with this? And then he's not getting really a reaction from you.
I don't think so. I mean, I didn't feel that at the time. I mean,
Okay, but
I didn't
with your
feel
knowledge
like,
now of him saying, I shot your husband, and then you look back in retrospect at what he has said to you, what is your impression of those conversations?
that he's trying to figure out how I feel about if he did something like this.
Okay?
I just,
Doesn't sound, Teresa, doesn't sound like a real strong response when he's talking about that. Because when you say, well, God will take care of this if he wants us to be together, then God will you know, leave it in his hands and so forth. But that's not like, David, you're out of your mind, you're crazy, I don't ever want to see you again, and if anything happens to Randy, then I will turn you in. That's
Now-
not the kind, should have been a response that he got.
Yeah.
But he didn't get that kind of response. You almost gave him a lukewarm response where, you know what? I don't want you to do this. I think you, but you know, we're gonna leave it in God's hands. If he wants us to be together, you know, God will take care of it.
But you're not telling him no.
Yeah, you're
That's
not
the
telling
thing
him
that,
no.
that's the thing I don't understand.
I did.
Okay,
I
but,
never told him. I always told him, I said, David, I said, just leave it alone. I would tell him several times to leave it alone. Leave Randy alone. Everything will be fine. I would tell him that because he would call me and tell me how his night would go with his wife. If she would get mad at him and stuff like that. I don't know if he was wanting me to respond in a way. I just kept saying, oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
let's role play for a second,
what do you want
okay?
me to say?
The day after the murder, well, let me back up again. The day of the murder, you know what you're walking into when you get to that office.
No,
And
I
you're
really
hoping to
didn't.
God, hold on, and you're hoping to God that's not the case. You go in, there's abnormal responses to you stepping over your dead husband to get the phone. You're going outside, you contact the police, and then you dispose of the track phone. You come up here and you're interviewed, and you're less than truthful. The next day, David Love confesses that he murdered this woman's husband to her. What would you think if you were us? Take all that into consideration. And if there's a reasonable answer to this, tell us. But as I'm sitting here talking to you, more stuff comes out. And then it's going to keep coming out. It's going to keep coming out. This is all done. We're walking out of here, if you're honest, and you just lay out what happened. Okay? We're walking out of here. But we have to keep dragging this out of you. You're a good person. You're a Christian. You know that repenting to all of this, that we can get through all of this. And if it wasn't for this man, I don't know that you'd have all these opportunities. But we're sitting here, and we'll ask you about something, you'll lie. We'll tell you how we know it, and then you admit it. This is the time that we need everything on the table. And if you're unwilling to do that, then maybe we need to go another route.
I am not unwilling. I'm trying to tell you everything. I am. From the bottom of my heart, I am trying to be honest with you as far as everything that I can remember. Please tell me what you want me to tell you.
The truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I have told you the truth.
Okay, but you know how many times we've heard that tonight?
Seems like David, it just seems to me like David, because of what I'm learning about him during this interview, and it just seems like he's the kind of guy who, before he does this crazy thing that he did, all right? Because this is the craziest thing a person can do, is to walk in and shoot another human being, all right? But you told me he said he did that. But it seems like he is the kind of guy who is not going to actually do that, actually do it, unless he feels like he's already been given kind of a green light, kind of a go-ahead. Unless he feels like he's got somebody in his corner that's supporting him in this endeavor. All
I mean,
right?
hell, he's even talking about getting rid of his wife.
Yes, he's told me that.
So he's got, I mean, it just seems like before he actually, I mean, talk is cheap. You can talk all you want about, I think I'm going to do this, but having the guts to actually do it, now that's another thing. And he's got to be very, very confident that it's going to be worth it, that it's going to be paid for, it's going to be paid off. To take another human being life and risk going to prison for the rest of his life, there's got to be a payback. There's got to be a reward. There's got to be what he's wanted all his life, for the last 10 years anyway, and that's you, all to himself. But you don't do that and hope that dream comes true. You don't do something that destructive, and because he's destroying his life too if he gets caught doing this. His whole life is over.
Right.
Probably as of right now, his life is over. His life will never be the same simply because of what you have told us up to this point. But for him to take that chance, something in his mind had to tell him, I'm going to have Teresa. I'm going to have Teresa when this is over. He has to believe that.
Teresa, hold on. You're sitting and you're shaking your head no. Okay? You're sitting here, and the whole time he's talking to you, yeah, because you know it's the truth.
What, about what he's saying about David?
Yeah. You know it's the
He had to have
truth.
some affirmation that he knew it was a done deal. Once Randy was gone, he knew he had you, or it wouldn't be worth the risk. He had to be.
I never, ever gave him inclination about anything.
You know what? I'm going to say this, is that you're not being truthful when it's coming to this. And listen to me, and this is why. Because this man is comfortable enough about talking about killing your husband. This man is comfortable enough about talking about killing his wife. He's saying he has motive, means, and opportunity. And then after the fact, you know, he's talking about it before, after the fact, he tells you what he did. And you come in here, and the first thing you say about that letter, I don't know who it would be. And you were hoping and praying that our lab didn't test it and see that that note was a lot newer. And, you know, I want to know what those initials are at the bottom. You don't say you don't know, because he writes this letter. He's not going to write something that
you don't understand. It have to mean something to you.
What does
Um,
this?
This one I've never understood.
What is HP?
HP means honeymoon in Paris. MMT means marry me, Teresa.
Okay. GDB?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what this means.
What about all these? LYP?
I don't know. When he wrote this, he left me a message and told me what all this stuff meant. And I never paid attention to it.
Yep.
Except for just a couple of these two here, just those two.
Did y'all ever discuss marriage if you weren't married? Whether you guys would ever be married someday? He says, marry me, Teresa.
He did. He discussed it a lot.
And you guys from that had discussed honeymoon in Paris.
That was his.
Is that kind of a dream of going there?
That was his idea, not mine. No, I'm serious. He would talk to me about, and I kept saying, yeah, that'd be nice, and stuff like that. I mean, but I never said, David, yes, I'm gonna marry you. I never said that.
But you're also not saying no.
I told David, I said, both of us are married. We are committed to another person. Mm-hmm. We cannot do this. I said that to him several times, over and over again. And several times I tried to break it off with him. And he kept coming back full force on me. I mean, I would ignore his phone calls. I would ignore his texts. And finally I just got tired of it. And I said, David, what do you want? And he said, will you talk to me? And I said, no, I don't want to talk to you. Just leave me alone. And he would just come back at me full force. And he would make me feel bad.
How would he make you feel bad?
Well, he would just say, well, what about all the times that you told me about Randy doing this and Randy doing that? And I would be like, David, I was angry at Randy and Randy was mad at me. And I told you that because I was angry. And, I mean, he did the same thing to me. He would call me and tell me what his wife was doing to him. And just to see what I would say. And I had no response because I didn't think like he did as far as...
Did he ever joke about or talk about how he was going to get rid of his wife?
Yeah.
How?
Well, he never joked about it.
How'd he talk about it?
Oh my goodness. First time he talked about it is he said that he wished he could just break her neck and put her in her car and send her over a cliff. Let's see. What else did he say? He said one time when they were out on a trip that he thought about rolling his car and trying to make it look like, her neck broke in the rolling of the car or something like that.
How recent were these conversations?
That one about rolling the car, that was last year. Mm-hmm. This other one, well, he's mentioned that one a couple of times. Within the last 2-3 months, probably.
When was he going to do this?
Oh, he never told me.
But of course, if he tells you that, then of course the opposite side of the coin is we have to figure out what we're going to do with Randy.
Well,
if you kill her, what we're going to do with Randy, because they both have to be gone.
Well, I told him, I said, David, you can't do that. I said, that's stupid. I said, why would you want to do that? And that's when I kept telling him, I said, leave it alone.
Did you start to think this was credible a couple months ago when he's talking about killing his wife? He's talking about killing Randy. Did it finally click and you say, I think this guy's serious?
It did.
Did that concern you?
Yeah, a little. But I guess I was just too naive to...
But you're not too naive because you're somewhat playing his heartstrings because you're stringing him along. If you truly wanted to end it, you had the perfect leverage ever to say, you are the pastor of this church. If you keep pursuing me, I will expose what we've been doing. And it would have stopped immediately, wouldn't it have? Yeah?
Probably.
And you didn't do that.
No.
And, you know, I'm sure there's some remorse of, I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be involved in this. But it still continued to happen. Let me go grab her. I'm going to grab those phone records real quick. 'Cause there's a,
Is my dad still sitting out there?
Yeah. You're gonna have to have a talk with him. You're gonna have to have a talk with him, and I said you don't have to tell him everything, but obviously he's gonna want to know why this went on so long, and I get this from you and your dad and your parents.
Detective,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, like I said, I don't know what the other side's gonna say on this, but
I don't know.
It just seemed like there had to be a point. There had to be a point when David said, "Yes, I can do it," because Teresa believes in this, or Teresa is okay with this, so I can go ahead and I can do this.
I guarantee you,
Was there ever a point when?
it was that last text I sent him, and I told him, I said, "You have messed up my life. Leave me alone."
Oh,
That was
the
the last.
day
That was that day.
on 31st.
Yes, I
Okay.
texted him and I said, that's because he was bugging me so much. And I
Uh-huh.
finally got tired of it and I said, I just texted him, I said, "You have messed up my life, leave me alone." He texted me back and said, I don't mean to mess up your life, I'm not trying to mess up your life. What else did he say?
Was this after Randy was killed?
No, this is when I was on my way out to my chiropractor appointment.
Okay.
He said, "I'm not trying to mess up your life. He said, I'm trying to make it better." And
On the way to the chiropractor, so that would have been.
I didn't respond.
Between 1:30 and 2?
yeah, I didn't respond to it.
He had to be at a funeral in Gladstone at 2 o'clock. So how could he be watching you if he's in Gladstone?
I didn't know he had a funeral.
He had a funeral, matter of fact, the visitation started at 1.
I did not know that. All I heard was that he was at an appointment, hospital. That's all I heard.
It's closer to 5 or 5:30.
I did not give him no gun. I did not give him no implication of him being able to do anything like this to my husband at all.
What do you want to see? What would you like to see happen to David? What do you think should happen to him?
Well, he's got to pay for what he's done.
What's that mean?
I know I've hurt a lot of people. I know I've hurt his wife, and I know I've hurt his kids. And I'm sorry for all that. But I never ever told him to ever do anything that's stupid.
But if he's charged and
Never.
tried and found guilty, what do you think should happen to him? If you were the judge, it was your sole decision. What would be fair?
If he deserves the death penalty, then that's what he would get.
But you're the judge, so you have to make the decision. I'm saying if you are in charge, what in your heart do you feel should happen to him? What is fair to you?
Well, he took my husband's life,
Mm-hmm.
so they should take his.
You think he should be put to death?
I'm just not that cruel, I guess.
That's why I'm trying to get an honest answer from you. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. I want to know what you really believe. What is appropriate punishment for David? In your heart.
To go to prison for the rest of his life.
Teresa, things aren't adding up with what's being said from other people about your knowledge of this prior. As far as him talking about, this is what I want to do, him talking about what he's going to do with his wife, you know, the marry me Teresa and all this other stuff. Okay? I don't want this man who murdered your husband, who took your children's father away from them. Now, before you answer this, remember your daughter crying and asking or writing in her journal, who's going to walk me down the aisle? He took all this away from them. How does it get to this point, and then after the fact, you lie to us, you don't tell Detective Rosewarren that this man's confessed to murdering your husband? Because I understand you still have feelings for him. Okay, that's clear. Okay, you have to. Because for you not to call the police after this man confesses to you that he put a bullet in your husband's head and took him from your children, there has to be feelings there. There has to be plans afterwards. Do you not think that here down the road, whenever he gets rid of his wife, that even if this would have passed and this goes unsolved, that Detective Rosewarren wouldn't have been able to put two and two together? Because you guys were very careful about using track phones, and you had pretty good discipline on the phone. You communicated with him.
You use voicemail instead of talking directly to each other a lot of times. I mean, all that stuff just shows evasion, it shows covertness, trying to be covert, trying to be slick.
Calls to the office in the morning where you talk for 10, 15 minutes. And, you know,
Well,
I have gone over.
I mean, because he knew that Randy wasn't there. That's why he called me.
Well, we figured that part of out. It's what you guys were talking about is what is the question. It's not.
We did not, I never once talked to him about anything like this, ever. And when he would, I just kept telling him, it's stupid.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Okay, but until a little bit ago, and I'm being honest with you, until a little bit ago when I said, you never told him no. And the next thing out of your mouth was, oh, I did. I just, you know, you hadn't been saying that for the last several hours. Okay? I
did. I told Detective Rosenwarren, I told him, I said,
this is in God's hands. Is
yes.
What you said.
Yeah, this is in God's hands. Leave it alone. You have no control over it, so leave it alone.
Okay. And what does he refer to in there about control?
That he's not in control of things?
Keep reading.
Yet.
Yet. He's telling you he's going to take control. He's going to take control.
And
like I said, we know this.
I didn't get that from that.
Okay.
I mean, seriously.
When was that note? Because I'm not clear on that.
We know this wasn't 3 years old. 2 years old.
No, I told you that. I told you.
When did you tell me you got that?
It was for my birthday last year. Not this past year, but a year
So
ago,
it's about
December.
14 months old, or
Yes.
15 months old.
Yes.
Did David know about any life, did you ever discuss your life insurance policies or the one that Randy had? Was he aware, what do you know about Randy's life insurance policy?
What do I know about it?
What do you know about it?
Well, I didn't really know much about anything until my district manager told me.
What's he told you?
I have one policy that it was a group life policy from Farmers.
Okay.
And then the other ones are going to the kids.
Okay. How much is the group policy?
It's $100,000.
And Michael? How much was for Michael?
$275, I guess.
Closer to 500?
Well, that's the whole amount, yes.
That's what
But
I'm
it's
asking.
split up between the two kids.
Okay, so Miranda's scheduled to get about half of that?
Yeah,
All right. Did the pastor know anything about this money?
not that I know of.
You ever talked to him about it?
No. I mean, Randy always used to tell everybody that, you know, he always made sure that he had plenty of life insurance
Mm-hmm.
because because of what happened to his dad, because he left his mom in financial bind, that he was not going to allow that to happen to us.
Well, because I know that, like I said, the pastor, it sounds like he's trying to get you for himself, but he's also trying to build this massive church complex out there. I mean, do you think money played a part in this as well? Because he may have thought that if Randy died unexpectedly, that might be a windfall for the church. Did that ever come up in the conversations?
It might have a few times, but I never told him. He just always told me that, well, you know, Randy said that he has plenty of life insurance. I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't know how much that is. I don't know how much Randy had. All I did was pay for the life insurance money, or pay for it. I really never knew exactly how much Randy ever had. That's why Robert took care of that for me, because I didn't know how much he had. I had no idea.
You
I
could
knew
find
he
out with
had.
a phone call, or you could even ask Randy.
Well, yeah.
And if David would like to know, I mean, it wouldn't be hard for you to figure out.
If Randy ever, and I asked Randy. I asked him one time. I said, no, I didn't ask him. My parents asked him how much life insurance that he had, and he always said he never would give an amount. He always said that he just had plenty of life insurance money. That's all he said. And I know Pastor knows that, because at one time Randy and Pastor were really close, and Randy shared everything with Pastor.
Mm-hmm.
He shared everything with him. But as far as David and I talking about the life insurance money,
There's kind of one-sided him talking to you about it.
I never said anything to him about it.
Do you think he was planning on possibly using some of this to help kickstart that out there? There's a reason we're asking.
I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't think.
Did he ever talk about how he could use some of that money to help kickstart this big project out there?
No, he never mentioned anything to me about that.
How is he going to get all that money?
He ain't getting no money.
Now, how is the church going to get all this money for all this land out there, for all these buildings?
Church members tithing towards it and
There's only
stuff.
like 250 members. I mean, it's a big project out there. It's
I
going
know.
to take forever to raise that much money
I know.
in a congregation your size.
That's why we would he would come up with like $1,000 clubs.
Okay.
He was trying to come up with, he would always make statements of, if we had so many people give $10,000, we could have it paid off, or, something like that. But he never inclined it to me about anything.
Let me ask you a very pointed question. I need you to be honest about this. After Randy's murder, did you ever see that Glock handgun?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
And that is the truth from the bottom of my heart.
It still confuses me as to why you were so protective over Michael looking under that bed. Did you move the handgun, the box, from
No,
under the bed?
no.
Then why were you so adamant about steering him away from this? I've worked with these others, so has Detective Rosewarne. He's worked with those detectives a long time,
Yeah.
and their guts don't lie to them. There was a reason you did that.
Well, because there was a gun under the bed. And I don't know how the law is as far as guns being in the house, because I don't like them.
Were you afraid the murder weapon was going to be found in your house that day?
No. Nope.
Okay, but that doesn't make sense. You said that Randy kept 2 guns under the bed.
No, he only kept one. The only one that I saw under the bed was the one that I thought was under there.
Okay, so what did you do with the gun when they went down to the basement?
I didn't do anything with it. Michael took it.
Okay.
He took a gun from upstairs, downstairs?
No.
Did you look under the bed after Michael and the detectives left the room? Did you get under the bed to see what was under there?
Mhm.
What'd you see?
Nothing. There was nothing under there. I was expecting
Okay.
to see the gun
Did
under
you
there.
go to your closet to see what might be in your closet?
No, I did not.
So after you looked under the bed, you didn't do anything else? You just waited for their return when
Yeah.
it came back up?
Hmm.
But what doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand that. And
I
I'm
don't.
slow sometimes.
I don't
so-
know what to. No, you're not. I don't know what to tell you.
What were you concerned about being under the bed?
There's
That-
guns in that house.
That 9mm.
Why would you be concerned about that being under the bed?
Well, because I didn't know if I would get in trouble for having it under the bed. Because that I don't have a concealed carry. I don't know the laws about guns.
Okay, but how long has the gun been under the bed? Years,
Yes.
okay? It's never a concern before,
No.
but now the police are standing in your house because your husband's been murdered, and Michael's wanting to look under the bed, and you're pretty obvious. No, go look in the basement, because you do not want them looking under that bed at that moment.
I didn't know where they were gonna go. I didn't say anything. I just looked at Michael and I was like, because I didn't want Michael to get in trouble if he found a gun under the bed.
Why would Michael get in trouble for finding a gun?
He's helping the police.
I know, but I don't know the rules about
Teresa.
guns.
Teresa, listen. There's a reason we're asking about this.
I know that, and I'm
Okay.
trying to be honest and truthful with you.
Okay.
I really
And
am.
your
Seriously.
response isn't making sense, though.
I'm being honest with you. I did not know if that gun was still under there or not. And when I looked under there, it wasn't. Michael told me after they left that he had taken it and put it in his room the night before. I did not know that. He did not tell me that until that night. So that's why I was wondering where it went. Because I know it's always been there. So when he did not bring a gun out from underneath the bed, I was concerned about where it was at.
So would your fingerprints be on the Glock box that was found in the closet?
Probably not. Maybe, I don't know, because Michael found it underneath my clothes, and there's other stuff under there like games and backpacks and stuff like that under there. And my clothes hang down low, so I can't see what's under there, so I'll move the clothes, or sometimes I'll just feel under there, so it might be on there. I'm just being honest with you.
think Michael said, he was home for Christmas, right?
Yes.
I think he said he saw that clock around Christmas time.
Did he?
As early as Christmas,
I don't know.
or as late as Christmas, I guess.
I don't know. That I could not tell you because I was never around them. They cleaned the guns in our bedroom, and Miranda and I, when we walked in and we saw them, we walked right back out.
Why are you so scared of guns?
I just don't like them. I never have liked them because of Randy being in the military and all the guns and stuff that he has handled. I know he's good with them, but I just don't like them. I never have liked them. They scare me.
Didn't you go shooting with them though?
I did, and I was scared to death.
Were you?
Yes, I was.
What'd you shoot? Which gun?
You know, I honestly can't even tell you. I think it was the 9mm. I honestly cannot tell you.
Okay.
I've only shot a gun once, and that was the only time I ever shot a gun. I honestly don't know.
And so, I still just, I guess I just don't understand why you would be concerned about Michael helping the police find a gun.
I wasn't concerned about Michael helping the police at all. I wasn't concerned about that
But
at
you
all.
thought he would be in trouble.
Exactly.
Why?
Or I would be in trouble
Why
for a
would you
gun
be in
being.
trouble for?
I'm just telling you, I don't know how all this stuff works. I don't know what the rules are about having a gun in your house. Randy's the one that dealt with all that stuff, not me. So I just thought if they found that they would question me about why there was a gun under the bed. And it was on Randy's side. It's always been there because that's where he puts it. That's what he used one night when our alarm went off in our house at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's the gun that he picked up. And it just scared me. I don't know the rules. I just not.
You know what?
I'm just not. I'm not the. I just.
Let me ask you this. On this note, this is kind of driving me nuts. What is that?
Honeymoon in Paris. AIE. I don't know what that means. He told me a long time ago, and I honestly I don't know.
How did he tell you what these codes meant?
Well, he left me a voicemail message about the letter and about what each one meant, but I never kept it in my brain.
What about that?
GDB. I don't know.
Just think about it.
I'm racking my brain. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
GDB.
ULUAN.
Oh,
On that far right side.
this one?
Mm-hmm.
What does that say? ULUAN? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
ULUAN. No. I don't know. LYP?
I'm pretty sure I know what that means.
Okay. Do you want me
Tell
to
me.
say it?
Yeah.
Like your. Okay.
Okay.
ROE? ROE. ROE. I don't know. R.
if you look at this, it's IULUAN.
What is this?
That might be IWLUAN, because that should be down there. And how about this? LADY?
That's lady.
Oh, I need you, sexy
I'm
lady. You're
sorry.
wonderful, young, beautiful,
Young, beautiful.
sexy lady.
Okay, this should be up here
Mm-hmm.
because it says happy birthday.
And that should be down here. Beautiful, sexy lady.
Okay.
You are wonderful.
Wonderful. Okay, I
And
got that.
then
AIE. AIE. I mean, he told me what it meant, but I can't remember.
it's all right. Think about it for a second.
I keep thinking it has something to do with an island. But I don't know what. Because his parents were missionaries on an island. And he always talked about how he wanted to take me there. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. I really wish I knew what they meant.
You don't remember that?
I don't.
Did you write
Oh.
these down anywhere?
No. No, because they really didn't mean anything to me. It meant more to him than it did me, so I think this meant get big.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's what I would get out of that.
Okay.
This one, I don't know.
What about these?
ROEI. I don't know. ROE. I don't know. He always told me he, would write silly things down and I don't
How
know.
many other times has he written you notes?
Not very often. Maybe once or twice.
And where are those at?
Probably in the trash from like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Seriously, he never wrote me letters.
How did he give you this letter?
He usually put it in, if he wrote me a letter, he usually put it in the kitchen and I would get it on Sunday morning
The kitchen.
at the church.
Okay. And when did you say this was written? Because I haven't looked at the lab report. I'm going to go do that here in a minute.
It was written about a year this past December.
Because like I said, I haven't looked at it, but I've done this for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at these edges, looking at the corners, looking at everything else, this looks pretty new.
Yeah, it was them. It was
Are you
my
sure
birthday.
it wasn't this last birthday?
Oh, I'm positive. Let me look
Sure.
one more time, please. Well, let me think. Wait a minute. Yeah, because they will be here 11 years in July. So he was talking 9 years ago, so it had to be
2 birthdays.
two birthdays ago, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get, make sure that's correct.
No, I understand.
On this phone, do you have either of these numbers saved in that phone?
No,
Did you at one point?
no.
Okay. How could you remember the phone number to call David?
I never used this phone.
First you guys did.
Yeah, I did it first, yes.
So how would you
I
remember that number?
I just kind of remembered it because I used it, periodically, so I just kind of would memorize it. I mean, you can look if you want.
Yeah, let me see if you don't mind.
No. I know I got 3 messages. I don't even know who they're from.
Can I look?
Sure. I think one of them's from my daughter. One of them's from my sister-in-law, Shannon. I don't know who the other one's from.
Did you have some sort of sale this weekend?
Did I have a sale?
Mm-hmm. Sale.
A sale?
Like a yard sale or something?
No, sir. Why?
I was just curious.
Do you want me to show you how to get to my contacts?
No, I'm pretty good with phones.
Okay.
But thank you. Like when you shut this off and turn it back on, is there a password for it?
No.
So, I guess, Detective Rosewarm has been in here a long time talking to you. And the biggest thing we don't understand is why, after the fact, when David Love tells you that about what he did, why you kept this a secret.
I don't know if I don't know how many times when I was by myself I would say, and I'm just being honest with you, and I know you weren't there and nobody else was there. Why I don't just call and just turn him in.
Were you afraid of what he was going to say? Because I'm telling you right now, he's in a room 2 rooms over. They're talking to him. And that was the text message I got. He is talking. And Detective Rosewarne is trying to give you that lifeline. Because what he was explaining, if you get wrapped up in all this, and you're not on the forefront, and you're not 100% forthcoming, he can't help you.
I understand.
And you've got to think about you, you've got to think about your children. Okay? Not him. So, is there anything you haven't told us? And before you answer, think carefully. Okay? Because you've got, and this is hard, I know it is. But I'm telling you, if David says, she knew I was going to do this, and I don't know what he's saying right now, so let me say this. What would you say if he does say that? If he says, she knew I was going to do this, that's why she left the office, that's why she went to all these places.
Then he is lying. And he lied to me.
What do you mean he lied to you?
Because he always told me all the time. He would just rack it in my brain that he would protect me. He would take care of me. He would do all of this. And
Okay, but he can't do that until you're his.
I know.
Okay? So he's not. He's in save his butt mode.
I never thought he
All right. I'm not gonna let this keep going on, okay? We've been honest with you about everything except one thing. I'm gonna tell you we don't have a pastor, but we want to test your integrity. I am convinced that you're telling the truth, okay?
I am.
But we just wanted to bounce that off of you to see how you reacted, okay? It's just the technique that we use. All this other stuff is true. That's the only thing that I haven't been honest with you about. Remember when we talked earlier, would you be willing to try to talk to David? All right. It would probably go a long way to help you if you would be willing to give him a call. We'll give you a phone. Now, I know he's like I said, I know he's a pastor. He probably gets phone calls in the middle of the night all the time. The
I have
thing
to
is,
call him tonight.
let me tell you something. When we get rocking and rolling on something like this, we can't stop, because if we stop, experience tells us that things just go wrong. Things are going well, but you need to call him and you need to say, David, we have to talk, and we have to talk right now. And you better figure out a way to do it, okay? I don't care if he has to make up a lie to his wife. I've got somebody that's sick or has been rushed to the hospital, but you need to draw him out to where he's at a place where he can talk comfortably. And you can't take no for an answer. Even if that means we need to talk because I got picked up or something like that, and we got to talk right now. But you've got to get him on the phone, and you've got to get him to a place where he can talk. Now, I can't make you any promises because I don't have the authority to do it. But I'm telling you, the prosecutor is already looking at charging you with obstructing a murder event because of all the stuff you've done. This is why you need to cooperate so that we can show the prosecutor that you're really trying to help and you're really being honest with us. This is what you need to do this for yourself. All right? And do you understand why? Do you understand why they might charge you with something? Well, think about it. You got a killer running around in our streets, and you know it, and you've done nothing to help us solve this case until tonight, okay? All right, so that's why you need to call him We're gonna set you up with a phone. I'm gonna bring some tech guys in here and they're gonna set you up. It won't take long, all right? But once you call him and he's able to talk, then you have got to draw some information. You gotta draw something out of him, something that's gonna be helpful. Because right now, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna say, Teresa is a liar. Or he's gonna blame it on you. Or he's gonna say that you said. No telling what he's gonna say. But if you're being completely honest with us, then that should reflect in that phone call in one form or another. All right? Because he's going to. I mean, I don't know what he's gonna say, but you gotta try to get him to talk. To help yourself and to remove this black cloud that's over your head right now. Because there's still some people, I'm telling you, there's still some people that think that you're not being completely truthful.
I don't know how much truthful I can be.
Well, I understand that, okay, but what I'm saying is, this would, if we can get him to talk, if we can get him to talk about what he's done, then like I said, that's going to...
What if he doesn't want to talk to me on the phone?
Well, he may not. There's no guarantee this is gonna work. But I think you might even see if he can draw him out of the house to go meet you someplace. Now, once again, he's a pastor. I'm sure he's been called out in the middle of the night.
What if he wants to meet me in my house?
I'm not saying that you have to meet him. I'm saying you need to draw him out of the house.
Well, if I call him,
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you he's going to want to come to the house.
Okay, that's
Because
fine.
he wanted to do that last night, and I didn't want to talk
He's
to
not
him.
gonna make it to, what I'm telling you, he won't make it to the house.
Oh.
But if he comes outside, we will take care of that. He won't make it to the house.
Oh, okay.
But that's not the only thing you need to do, is to draw him out of the house, all
Right.
right? You also need to see if you can say, look, go somewhere where you can talk. Go somewhere where you can talk, I'll call you back. I'm gonna call you back in 5 minutes or something, whatever you think will work. Because he's probably in the bedroom with Kimberly, all right? So he's got to get away where he can actually talk on the phone a little bit. And even if if he has to go outside, I don't know. But see if you can talk. Tell him you've been picked up. Tell him you've been questioned. Tell him you're worried. And see if he asks you questions. He'll probably want to say, oh crap, what do you mean? So tell him the police came over and they literally took me out of my house. And they questioned me, all right? At that point, he's gonna probably start asking, 100 questions.
He'll probably ask me, what did you say?
Mm-hmm.
What did you tell him?
Yeah.
And what am I supposed to say?
Well, the idea is to get him to say stuff, to say stuff that is going to help corroborate what you've told us in here. I can't give you all the answers
No, I understand.
because I'm just trying to give you the
No.
idea of what we're trying to do.
I understand. Can I ask you a question? Can I take my dad home?
I'd rather make the phone call first, because if you take your dad home, obviously your dad is gonna have a million questions. And if you get tied up with him for a long time, then I'm afraid that, once again, this is never gonna get done, and you're gonna lose your opportunity. Your dad, we've been checking on him.
Is he all right?
He's fine. Obviously, he's concerned,
Right.
as he should be, but he's fine. And like I said, this won't take a long time, I don't think, to get this going. It's just a phone and a recording device, okay? But your job is to sound convincing and see if you can get him to talk. And then get him out, tell him you want to meet him, that you have to meet now, that it is urgent, absolutely urgent, or bad things are gonna happen, because you have to see him now.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you think on that for a little bit.
Sorry, I'm not very good at,
Well,
I'm just, I don't know.
you can do this. You can do it. And the thing is, don't press it real hard where you get him thinking something's not right. I mean, you have to be convincing, but you can't overdo it to where he's
could I ask him? Could I ask him that? I mean, I don't know. You tell me. Should I tell him that they questioned me hard? I mean,
Yeah,
I
what I'm saying is you don't even
I
have,
don't know.
yeah, you don't even have to do this. That was just one scenario. Do you think that there's a better scenario that would get him talking? Could you call him up and act like, I haven't slept for 3 days? Don't even talk about the police. Say, I can't, David, I haven't slept in 3 days. This is eating me up. Says, I know what we did, or what you did, or whatever. And I don't know what to do about this. Maybe you should tell him that I think I'm gonna have to go to the police about this. I just can't live with this.
that's what I was.
If you did it that way and not say anything about the police, that might even be better. You know him better than I do. Whatever you think will work is what we need to go with, because you know him better than I do, and you know yourself better than me.
Okay.
Does that sound like something that might be feasible, that
Sure.
you're about to crack up? You can't live with this guilt anymore?
Sorry, my brain is so fried right now,
I know, and you know what?
and I haven't had any sleep for the last day and a half. Oh.
And so you probably,
Are we ready to make this call?
I think, you about ready? You need about 5 minutes? And like I said, if he wants to meet you somewhere, that's fine, but anywhere he wants to meet, I'm telling you, he's not gonna make it.
Can I just ask one thing?
Mhm.
Can I see my dad, or is that not a good thing?
Well, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
I think he left.
He
he
did?
left.
Yeah, I don't know if he went to get something to eat or what he did, but
We'll
Oh, I just
double
want to make
check.
sure he's okay, because he has
Yeah.
heart trouble.
yeah, no, he's fine. We'll go double check, but is this something that you can call him and spark some conversation on the phone
Who?
with David?
As long as his
No, I'm
wife,
telling you.
Yeah.
as long as his wife is not around.
I'm telling you, just, you know what? Pour on the tears. Act like you're crying and say, I need to talk to you now. You need to get somewhere where you can call me, and call me now.
Well, like I told Detective Rosenborn earlier, I'm so beat
Mhm.
and tired. I don't know if I have any tears
Well,
left.
but that's how you want.
I'm not saying you have to cry. I'm saying, you know what? Act like you're going for an Emmy.
Mhm.
Act like you're trying to get an Oscar, and tell him he needs to talk now, and that he
Okay.
needs to call you back. And then simple, say, I can't deal with this anymore.
Okay.
And
I can't tell you how much, if this works, I can't tell you how much it's gonna help you. It's gonna help you a lot.
It is.
Okay.
let me go get the digital and get this real quick.
Sure. Were there any important texts on there?
No,
Was there any from my daughter?
no, I didn't see any.
Okay.
What's her name?
I used to have her as Sissy.
There might have been.
Okay. I didn't look at it.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. When you call him, act as upset as you can and tell him, go to another room, call me, in the next 1 minute. We need to talk now. And when he calls back, just tell him that you can't live with this anymore. And get him to talk about this. If you have to throw out there, why did you shoot him?
I was getting ready to ask you.
There's really no.
I'm sorry, but I really need to go to the bathroom.
Come on. That ain't no big deal.
Oh. Hold on. I'm so weak. I'm sorry.
This was, we're used to this.
Oh, really?
the chiropractor was telling me that I have a tendon that is twisted, and it affects the whole left side of my body.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh. I can tell my blood sugar's low. I'm shaking like crazy.
Are you diabetic?
No, but every once in a while.
Do you want a taco?
I haven't. Oh, I had some chicken. I haven't really ate all day. It was just a rough night for my daughter and I, and we didn't sleep at all.
What do you mean?
It was just a rough night for us. Just crying and talking and...
What's your daughter say about all this? Do you think her or Michael know about your relationship with David?
No, and I really don't want him to know.
Well, sure. We're not going to tell him. Well, we're waiting for Detective Rosewarren to come back in, and then basically, I'll put the date and time on this recorder. It's not on yet. You'll put this rubber part into your ear, whatever side, and just hold the phone, talk normal. And
So I put that in one ear and
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This in this ear, whatever ear you're going to use for the phone,
Oh, okay.
and then the rubber part into the ear,
Okay.
and then hold your phone up to it
To the same...
and just talk normal.
Okay.
Does it make you nervous that there's two people in the room with you? One person has to stay with you, but if two people make you kind of nervous, one of us can leave.
No, we're not going to
We
be
don't want you to
talking.
be nervous and stuff, but
You're not going to offend either of us. Do you want me to get out?
well, he knows how to work that thing better than I do. Would
Oh,
you prefer to have? Would you prefer to have just one person in here?
I would prefer to have you because
Oh,
you've
yeah.
been so kind and...
So I've been mean.
Okay.
No.
I'm just joking.
Well, go ahead and set
I'll
it up,
start
and
this.
If you want to start it,
I'll
then-
start this and I'll step out, and then,
I do have to admit, y'all were pretty good.
what do you mean?
Were we good enough?
Let
I mean,
me...
did we get out? Did we get everything we're supposed to have?
Yes, you
Sure.
did.
Okay.
Can I talk about me with you guys?
Yeah.
I loved my husband, I really did. And I was ready to start fresh. We were getting ready to go on a family reunion.
Down in Florida?
No, West Virginia.
Oh, West Virginia?
You know, I could see Randy having a heart attack or something because that's what his dad died of, very young.
Do you ever see this?
I never dreamed this would ever happen.
It's time to put him in jail. It's time for him to feel some pain, because I don't think he feels any pain. He went off to Colorado on his little vacation or whatever. And you know what? He still thinks he can play you. I guarantee it. All he needs is 5 minutes and he will.
He wanted to talk to me last night and I didn't want to talk to him.
What is David's phone number?
Do you want the house number?
Whatever you're going to call.
Whatever you're going to call.
Oh, Lord.
What number you want to call? Something you figure he's going to answer. Does he turn his cell phone off at night time, you think? He keeps it open?
You know, I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever tried to call him this late at night?
No.
Okay. Well, that will make him realize this is an emergency or you wouldn't be calling.
What's his house number? Okay. Did he ever say what he did with his phone? The 217?
Didn't I tell you
I remember what you told me. What did you tell me?
he ran over it with his car?
You said he ran over it.
And then he distributed it among several places, but he never told me where.
Okay. Alright, here's your phone. Don't dial yet.
Jeez, I'm scared, guys.
You're okay, I promise. Are you ready?
The idea is to
Don't dial yet.
get him to talk as
Oh.
much as you can before you say you need to meet him. Don't just say you want to meet him, because he'll run out the door. Try to get him talking first and lead into maybe a meeting someplace outside the residence.
But talk to him as much as you can about it. Obviously, we're recording this. We want to get as much recorded as we can about him admitting he killed your husband. Okay? Hold on. This is Detective Sal Rosehorn, Independence Police. It's April 21st, 2010, 12:43 a.m. This will be a controlled phone call between Teresa Stone to David Love's home phone number 816-796-8102.
Let's put that in your ear. Don't worry about this. And when you talk to him, of course, you want that on the same side. Just like that. If nobody answers, we'll hang up, we'll dial again until somebody answers.
Pastor, this is Teresa. We need to talk. Yes, now. You can't talk now on the phone? I can't do this anymore. I cannot live like this. I just can't do this. You got to do something. I said you have to do something. I can't live like this anymore. This is just killing me. Yes, I'm with Miranda and my parents. No. No. It needs to be you and I. No, I need to talk to you. I need to know. I need to know. I need to know everything. I need to know why you did this. I need to know why you did this to me. Can you go someplace else, please? I need to talk to you alone. No, you can't. No. If you don't talk to me, I'm gonna go to the police. I can't do this anymore. You can't come over. No, you just can't. No. I want to know why. I want to know why. You know what? I need you to talk to me alone. I need to know. You know what I need to know, David. I need to know why. I need to know why you killed my husband. I need to know. Please. I can't live like this anymore. Yes. I need to talk to David. I need to talk to him now. Can you just get out of the house? I just need to talk to him. I need to talk to him. I need him to come out of the house. I need to talk to him alone. I'm at home. I just need to talk to him by himself. I need to talk to him, please. I need to talk to him alone. Please, do this for me. I just need to talk to him, please. Yes. No, she can't. I need to talk to him alone. I just need to talk to him alone. I can't. I need to talk to him alone. He knows what I need to talk about, and I need to talk to him alone.
Well, it didn't work out too well, did he say anything about the murder at all?
No, because she's there with him.
Yeah, she's there with him. Was she on an extension phone? Were they both talking at the same time? We'll see if he calls back.
Okay.
Do you think he would attempt to call your home phone if he were trying, if he could get away from home, try to call in a few minutes?
Wow.
Because I don't want him asking for you. I don't want him asking for you, and then Miranda saying she hasn't been here all night.
Well, what if they just come to my house?
Well, I mean, that's a possibility, but if they do, like I said earlier, you'll never make it. You're not gonna make it to your house if he leaves that house.
What was she saying?
Who?
His wife.
He's not getting out of the house without her.
What was she saying to you though?
She was saying, she's acting dumb. Why, all the stuff that you two have done, I would not let him come out alone without me. So,
Okay.
she won't let him out.
What was he saying?
He's like, I'm not getting out without her. Kim's coming with me. He wouldn't even go to the other room.
What did he say when he said, "Why'd you kill my husband"?
Nothing. It was silent. Because she was sitting right there. She said, I probably already know. I don't know what she meant by that.
Mm-hmm.
You heard her say that?
I think I heard that, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that.
So, I don't know.
What do you think your gut is? Are they going to load up and go to your house?
What do you think?
I do.
Okay. Well, when you make a statement like that and call being upset the way you are, and especially you said you were going to go to the police,
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance they will load up.
Yeah.
I'm just worried that they might call your house to try to get a hold of you, and Miranda might answer the phone and say, I haven't seen her all night. She's not here.
Would they call your house or would they call this phone?
Oh, no. They don't have caller ID.
Would
So
they
they
call your
call-
house phone or would they call
They
this?
call the house.
They call the house. They may very well try to call.
Should we have her call Miranda and just say, "I'm okay. I'm up here talking to him still,"
You think she's
If-
awake? Is there anybody else home besides Miranda?
My mom.
and just tell him if David calls, just tell him, "I don't want to talk to him right now." Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Would she cooperate?
Sure.
I can't, just tell her, I can't play 20 questions, but I'm fine. I'll be home in a little bit, but if David calls, you have to tell him.
That I don't.
And
want
I
to
never call him David.
Or whatever.
So,
Well, whatever you need to
Okay.
call him.
no, I was just,
Yeah, okay.
And then don't talk to her about anything. Make it a real short conversation.
okay.
Just say that she has to.
My mom may answer the phone.
Tell her that you're there. You just don't want to talk.
Mom. Hey, Pastor hasn't called the house, has he? Okay. If he does, just tell him I don't want to talk to him, okay? Okay, I'm fine. Grandpa's fine. I'll be home shortly. Just if he,
Tell her to say you're there, but you don't want to talk to him.
yeah, no, that's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine, and I will. I'll be home shortly. But if he calls, tell him I'm there, but I don't want to talk.
And then call you.
And then call me immediately if he calls. On my cell phone. Okay, alright, thanks. Alright, bye.
That should cover that if he tries to call you back.
What if they go to my house?
We're watching the house.
Oh, okay,
So if he leaves the house,
okay,
he won't make it to your house.
okay.
All right. If he does not leave the house, well, our bosses are outside, so we have to figure out what we're gonna do with you tonight. We have to figure out what we're gonna do. It's gonna be in our hands.
What's your gut say? Do you think he's
Yeah.
going to come over?
To my house?
Yeah. With you saying you're going to call the police, that you're going to go to the police.
You thought,
I do. It's gonna be difficult for him to explain it to his wife.
yeah.
I don't know if she heard me say that or not because she was really close.
Mhm.
You could hear her. And I could hear every word she said when I was on the phone with him. And he was just silent. He's not gonna talk in front of her.
Is he always that silent? I mean, you think he's he was hinked up and thought maybe this was a recorded call, or do you think it's just because his wife was there?
It's because his wife was there.
Okay.
It's because his wife was there.
Because he was, I couldn't hardly hear him say a word.
Well, no, she's pretty much overpowering. She's very domineering.
Okay.
So yeah, she pretty much runs the household.
All
I guess you wanna, let's us step out there and,
Yeah.
we'll take your phone in case it calls. If your house member calls, we'll come get you. But let us talk out there for just a couple minutes, okay? Do you need anything right now?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
You did good. I thought you made a very good phone call. I thought it was a real good effort. So I don't blame you for him not talking. I thought you were convincing. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, very convincing.
Yeah, you were very convincing. You did good. Let me grab this.
Okay, Teresa. They did as we predicted. They jumped in the car and they were hauling butt over to your house apparently. So they got stopped. Kim was with him. Shelton was following. Do you have any idea why he would be wanting to jump on that train and run over to your house?
No, I have no
Okay.
idea.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, they're all three gonna be coming up here. All right. Obviously, David's gonna be questioned. We're also gonna question Kim to see what she may or may not know.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go ahead and question Shelton too, just to see what he may or may not know.
Mm-hmm.
This is tough. It's a long night. We understand that. It's long for everybody. But they are on their way being transported up here now. And once they get up here, we're not going to mess around for very long. We're going to get right in there. We're going to start talking to David right away. We're going to see how that interview goes. And see what, if he talks to us, we're going to see what he has to say. Of course, if he does what you did, and he chooses to be truthful about this, then that should be okay, because whatever he says should be pretty close to what you said, right? Okay. If he has, big differences between what's being said, then of course we're going to have to listen to him, and then we may have to come in and bounce some things off of you and find out, okay, why? What's the problem here? All right. So I'm going to tell you, this is not a comfortable room, but I don't want to be moving you around this building, so I want to leave you here.
I just want to make sure my dad's okay.
Your dad actually went home.
Okay.
I guess he finally gave up. So,
Okay.
but you've talked to your mom, so she knows that you're here, and
Are they going to keep my cell phone out there?
yeah, we're gonna get actually. What they want to do is they actually want us to
Call him?
No, get a search warrant for your phone so
Oh.
we can make sure there's nothing in there that might be valuable
Oh,
evidence.
okay.
To be honest with you, they had us work, they suggested that like yesterday or something, so we don't have to start from scratch. The search warrant's actually already done, we just have to change a couple of things, because we thought you had another the night that you came in here on the 31st.
That's the only
I
phone
could have
I
sworn
have.
it was a black, because we had pictures of it, it looked black.
Nope, that was it.
That was
The
the
only
same?
phone I have.
Was that a flip-up phone that you had when you were here on the 31st?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
okay,
It flips that way and it flips this way.
okay, that's
Flips
fine.
both ways.
So probably all we gotta do then is just change it. I think we thought it was black and we put that, but we'll change
No,
that.
it's blue.
Yeah, what we'll do is, very first thing in the morning, we'll have the people that can download all your cell phone stuff, we'll have them do that right away.
Okay.
Make sure we have all that stuff, and then we'll probably get that to you as quickly as we can. So you're gonna be here probably through these interviews, so that means it's gonna be, I mean, you can sleep, you can do whatever you want, try to make yourself comfortable. You can't really make yourself comfortable here. If you need anything at all to go, if you have to go to the restroom again or something, if somebody's not here, just step outside and say, you know, find a detective or somebody. What do you think would happen if, what do you think would happen if you and David got put in the same room together tonight? What do you think would happen as far as a conversation? Could you two even be in the same room knowing what's happened? Well, you knew that he had killed your husband anyway, so. But could you even two even be in the same room together and be able to even talk, do you think? If he has memory lapses, and he can't remember talking to you about anything, do you think you would be able to persuade him to be truthful? If you were in the same room? Okay. I'm not saying we're gonna do that.
No.
I may not have to do that, but if we have problems with him and he's just wanting to be hard-headed, we may resort to that if we feel like it might be effective.
You want my honest opinion?
Mm-hmm.
And I could be wrong. I would hope he would cooperate with you guys, being that he is in the state that he is in. I mean, as a man of God,
Mm-hmm.
he is held liable to the most high God that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I am too. I would think he would be honest,
Okay.
but there might be a side of him that I don't know. I've never seen him mad, so, except for that day he was in Randy's office.
Yeah. You think he might just ask for a lawyer, not even talk to us at all, or do you think he'll talk to us?
No, I really don't. I really don't know.
Okay. We'll see. I don't know either.
I know this is probably absolutely not gonna happen. I don't even know. I'm sorry, that pop is just really making me sick.
Okay.
Oh.
Want a little water? Do you drink pop very much?
No, not really.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
And I
That's
was
hard- that's
shaking
the-
pretty bad.
That's the hard stuff there.
Yeah.
You need something to eat. Would it make your stomach feel better?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if putting him in the room with me, if he would talk.
It hasn't rang or anything.
Do what?
I just don't know.
It hasn't rang or anything.
Has it rang?
Oh, it
Yeah,
hasn't.
it
Right. We're doing the search warrant on this, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so.
I hadn't told her anything about that.
He
Yeah,
just
I
did.
just did. Yeah, we probably, we'll keep it here, but unless it rings, probably, we just don't mess with it, but. What you were saying, that,
Oh,
what did you think?
sorry.
That's all right.
I mean, I don't know if he would talk, if he did see me, if he would, I mean,
Whether he would open up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he can't ignore you. If you're
Um,
talking to him, he can't hardly ignore you, especially in a room like this.
if he,
Is she willing to talk to him when he gets up here?
I think she is, but we're just not sure if he'll be effective or not. And I told her that we don't know if we'll do that.
I'll talk to him, I don't know what,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And we're gonna try to make that not happen. I'm hoping that he comes up here and does the right thing. and he doesn't need to be prompted by you. But sometimes we have those that just don't have the courage to do it. But when they see a family member or a loved one, in this case you are a loved one, see a loved one, and sometimes
Did
that
you hear
gives
what
them the
Kim
courage.
said? Did you hear what she said on the
I
phone?
heard something about, I think you know what you want to talk about. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, she also asked me, she said, did David do something? Did David hurt Randy?
Really?
Yeah, she said that to me.
Okay.
Did you get that on the recording?
I didn't listen to
Oh.
that.
She said that to me. So,
Well, actually, she may be a wealth of information too. Maybe she knows something that she hasn't revealed to anybody. Maybe she's heard something or saw something.
I mean, I was shocked when she said that, to be
Well,
honest with you.
When you said, why did you kill my husband?
Mhm.
I think you probably said that loud enough for her to hear.
Keith,
Yeah.
you want to step out here real quick?
So,
You want to grab that?
yeah. Her stomach's not feeling very good, but they bought somebody about that in case. That'll be better, okay.
Teresa. Just leave your stuff. Go out this way real quick.
What is making me sick to my stomach?
Do you want something else to eat? Okay, just have a seat and we'll be right back with you, okay?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I heard for him. You know that?
For who?
For him.
For David?
Yeah. I don't understand. That was easier. I guess I just wasn't expecting him to be so calm.
It's because he doesn't care. Do you think he cares about taking your husband's life? He sure doesn't.
I don't understand.
He's the pastor of a church, Teresa. He's supposed to be a man of God. And in cold blood, he shot your husband. He took your husband from you. He took your kid's father. Okay? Just have a seat and I'll be right back with you.
Oh, I love you, Randy. I miss you so bad.
All right, we're not gonna make you sit up here all night like this, all right? We're gonna take you downstairs so you can lay down, because I know you don't feel well and it's late. We'll let you use the phone so you can call your mom, let them know. All right, we'll go over here's what the intent to do right now. I'm gonna take you down, you are gonna be booked. What you get booked on is probably not what you're gonna get charged with, all right? But we have to book you on something, because we have to keep you here. We got search warrants that we have to do, prepare, and so forth. Also, like I said, David he's downstairs now being booked. We don't know what he might say later, so we need to keep you here. So we are going to book you probably on the same thing he was booked on. But once again, I don't want you to go down there and freak out. All right? As long as you're telling the truth. Like I said, you may eventually face a charge of some type of obstruction charge, you know, the tampering with evidence, you know, the phone and that sort of thing, okay? You may be eventually charged with something like that. That's something all the lawyers have to get worked out, okay? But the thing to remember is that we're keeping you here because we have to, but I don't want you sitting in this room, all right? Do you want to call your mom? Let her know you're going to be here all night? And that maybe you can explain to her later. what's
Yeah, and
going
real
on.
quick too is, we're gonna be serving a search warrant on your house. Looking for evidence. Is there anything in that house that we're gonna find that you wanna talk to us about now? Cause I'm telling you, we're going through the attic, the basement, every nook and cranny.
I don't have an attic, but
Okay.
that's
But
what I'm telling you.
the point being is, we're gonna go through every inch of the house, okay? And I'd rather have heads up now than we get in there.
We'll find something later, so we're just telling you, if there's something that we need to look for, you need to let us know, because it's gonna be,
Is that track phone in there?
No,
okay.
no.
That went to you told me that went to the gas station or something? That's Enterprise.
Yeah.
Enterprise up there. Where, did you put it like in a trash can, or what'd you do?
I flushed it down the stool.
Can you flush a track phone? Will it go?
Oh yeah, my kids have flushed their phones down the stools lots of times.
Really? I wouldn't think it would go. Okay.
That's why our phone bills have been quite expensive.
Okay. We're gonna let you use a landline or one of our phones out here just to call your parents. I'll let you do that. Now, you cannot, I'll tell you, you cannot tell them that we're doing a search. You can't tell them that. I don't want you to tell them about a search warrant at your house.
Can't you tell me when it's gonna happen?
No, I mean, it's gonna happen very soon, but I mean, but it's not gonna be, you know, where we're kicking the door in and going, we're just simply gonna go knock on the door. We're gonna say we have a search warrant. We're gonna go in there. And even if we get, you know, if we get permission from the prosecutor, like sometime tomorrow morning or something, that you can be released. If something like that happens, then we might even just go over there with you so you can unlock the door and make sure that, you know, but we don't tell anybody that the house is gonna be searched. Cooperate with us on that, and we'll let you make the phone call, and I'll let you talk as long as you want on the phone out here, okay?
I don't have anything at home.
I know, but this is something that the
no,
prosecutor,
I
yeah,
know.
they would hang us if we didn't do it.
No, I know, I
Okay,
understand.
yeah.
He just asked me, and
Sure.
I don't.
Is there anything back at the office? They got moved to the office?
The only thing that's at my house now is just some files that we had written through another insurance company, but I couldn't leave them there at the office with farmers going through the office. I had to bring them home.
We're talking anything that'd be of evidentiary value to this case.
Any
Do you know,
notes?
No.
did you hide anything in the office that you're not, I mean, just anything you think might be, because,
No. I mean, you're asking me about notes.
yeah.
Well, no, we're saying everything. I was just giving you an example.
Oh, yeah.
Because basically, this time we're gonna fine tooth comb the house, the business, and, you know, if something's there,
If they find it, and I'm just being honest with you, if they find it, it's probably something that forgot that was there, and I didn't throw away. But
Okay.
I can't think of anything right now. I don't have anything. You know, I mean, I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So, all my bills, just make sure they don't mess up my bills.
We're not gonna ransack.
Because they're all on my dresser.
Not gonna
so,
ransack stuff. All we wanna do is, you know, if there's, well, you understand.
No, I understand.
This is
understand.
the most important investigations we do is when there's been loss of life.
I understand.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna walk you downstairs. They're gonna book you in. They're gonna put you in a cell, probably by yourself, hopefully. But you can lay down, at least sleep, and lay your head down.
I won't be able to sleep.
Well, you need to try to, though. Okay, you need to try to sleep because you need it. and and then you'll.
I guess there's no way I can see Mrs. Love, is there?
Can you tell me why you don't want to talk to her?
Well, I mean, does she know anything
She's
yet?
being interviewed right now, and she
Okay.
knows quite a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Was there something you wanted to tell her specifically?
No, I mean, I love her, you know, and
I mean, she's going to know the whole ugly truth before she leaves here tonight, because she has a right to know. She has a right to know if her husband was contemplating killing her. She has a right to know that for her own safety.
oh, I gotcha, yeah,
So,
right.
I mean, because we don't know that. We don't know that David Love, for all I know. You know, if he gets charged tomorrow and they give him bond, he's liable to make bond for all I know. And if he gets out of jail on bond, then, you know, she has a right to know that what his intentions were, so yes, she has to know.
Sure, I understand.
But she'll know everything. And I guess you guys will probably eventually we'll have to talk maybe. Okay. All right, let's get you on the phone so you can call home and report in and let them know
And,
that you're gonna be tied up.
and you said not to tell him anything about this.
No.
Just tell them, don't tell them about the search warrant, that we're gonna be doing a search warrant. Tell them that you're gonna be held overnight pending further, what we call pending further investigation. Tell them you're on a 20-hour hold. That's 24-hour hold, that's police talk. That means 24-hour hold means that we have a right to hold somebody for up to 24 hours without charging them or releasing them. So just tell them that you are on a 24-hour hold and there's nothing that they can really do for you until we decide what we're gonna do.
Should I have him, as far as taking my daughter to school and stuff?
If she needs to be taken to school, you won't be able to take her to school
Yeah, I know
because,
that.
so you might tell her, make sure that you take Miranda to school
Okay.
and tell them that if everything goes well, hopefully by maybe tomorrow afternoon, hopefully things will be worked out and maybe you can be home by then. But a lot of it is in the hands of the prosecutor once we brief them tomorrow on what they want to try to do.
Okay.
Okay? So let's use a phone number.
12 hours.
After spending the night in jail, Teresa is brought back to the police station.
Miss Stone. Again, my name is Detective Gardner. Here, let me get these cuffs off of you. Go ahead and lift your arms up. I know it can't be too comfortable. There we go. A little better? Okay. Is your voice okay? I noticed you were whispering.
It's just dry.
Just dry a little bit. Water will help a lot. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Words can't describe what you're dealing with. Okay. You need to understand something. I'm going to ask you some questions. We want to talk about some of the things that happened, okay? You good with that? All right. Do you remember your rights? You read your rights, you signed your waiver. You still willing to talk to me? Okay. So water good? All right. You sure you're not hungry?
No.
Because I can get you a bagel.
No, fine.
Okay. All right. Teresa, a lot of things have happened over the past few weeks. Past few months that, I'm very sure that you probably had no idea what was going on. Right? Right. A lot of things happen. That's okay. You know what? You're dealing with a lot. If you need to cry, you cry. You don't hold it in. You just let it out. I expect you to cry. Okay? Okay. What are you feeling right now?
Scared.
Scared? What are you afraid of?
I miss my daughter.
I know you do. And you know what? Your daughter misses you. Your daughter misses you, Teresa. She's probably wondering what's going on with her mom. Where's my mom? I can't talk to her. I miss her. Are you afraid of anything else? Is there anything else that scares you? Anything bothering you at all? No, I know you had a lot of time to sit around and think. In that comfortable cell down there? Yeah, we know it's not very comfortable. Some of the things going through your mind were, how did I get here? How did all this happen to me? You know, one moment I'm a loving wife and mother. You just got your insurance license, your agent's license. You know, that opens a whole new world to you, Teresa. Your world is looking good. Things are moving for you and grooving. Everything's happening. The next moment, you're sitting in a jail cell. You know what I'd like to know? And I know you talked to Detective Rosewarren quite a bit about a lot that went on. Can you walk me through what happened? Can you walk me through this? You know what? Because it's going to ease your mind a little bit. It's going to ease your mind a lot. It's going to ease the mind of your family, Randy's family. This investigation has been going on for a while. And we've uncovered a lot of information, Teresa. You know, and you've been a great help. I really appreciate you being forthcoming with a lot of the information that you gave us. It's really good, really helpful for us. But I know there's some missing areas, there's some gaps there. And what we want to do now is fill those gaps in. So that when you walk out of this room, all the questions are answered. Yours and mine. Okay? You agree with me? Will that work for you? Okay. All right. So we're not here to hound you. You know that? We just want to get to the truth. We want to know what happened and why it happened.
I don't know why it happened.
You don't know why it happened? Why do you think it happened?
I guess because he was desperate.
He who
David Love.
was desperate for what?
Me. I mean, I knew he loved me, but I never expected him to do anything like this.
Did he ever talk about this? Did he talk about hurting your husband? Taking Randy's life?
A few times he did, yes.
During those times, where were you?
Probably in the car, talking to him on the phone.
You were in his car or you were in your car?
Mine.
And you guys were on the cell phone? And you were talking about, how was the conversation?
Well, sorry.
It's okay, drink as much as you like.
Oh.
You okay?
Oh, I have something stuck in my throat.
It's kind of hard to look at that picture, isn't it? Now you look at the face of that man and you tell me this man had your best interest at heart. Can you tell me that? Can you honestly tell me that? That he had your best interest at heart in his actions? Who do you think he was trying to serve? Please.
Himself.
Himself. He didn't give one thought about Teresa Stone.
I know that now. All the stuff he told me.
The stuff he told you, like what?
and he loved me, and then he would take care of me. I just don't understand.
Did you believe him?
Yeah.
Sure he did. You thought, this guy's a preacher, he leads a congregation. Sure, what he says has got to be true. He's speaking from the Bible. Man, you found out different, didn't you? Teresa, you know what? I know, and we've talked about, you're not a bad person. You got involved in a bad situation. This is the bad guy here. And this guy's not doing you any favors at all. Not at all. We've talked to him. He's doing you no favors. And you thought he loved you? You thought he cared for you? Hopefully this guy's out of your life now. Is that okay for you?
Yes.
Teresa, some of the things that weren't clear during your interview, and we talked about this, some of the things that we just need to really narrow down. And I think you have all the answers. Okay? And I know you do. I know you do.
do whatever I can.
Okay, well, walk me through it. Walk me through that day when Randy was shot. Normal work day?
Yes.
Okay.
We were having a good day.
Did you both arrive at the office at the same time?
No. We hardly ever did. Because I would take my daughter to school, and then I would go into work. And he would come in anywhere between 9:30 and 10. Because he would stay home and work out.
What time did you go to the office?
I usually got there about 7:45 in the morning. I usually work from 7:45 to 3.
Okay. He got there a little later?
Yeah, he got there about 9:30.
Okay. Did you guys talk about much? What was going to go on that day? Anything different that you were going to do? Any plans you were going to make or had made?
No, I mean, I had a chiropractor appointment. Then I had to pick Rand up at 3. And I was supposed to take her home and come back to the office by 4:30 because we were going to work late.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 people that were coming in at 5 and 6.
Who was that?
The person that was supposed to come in at 5 was, her name was Levita Brandon. She's a client of ours,
Mm-hmm.
and she sells perfume and cologne, and I had ordered something from her. I had ordered something from her, and so she was just going to bring it to me. We did have an appointment come in at 11. We wrote up a homeowner's policy.
So anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Nothing?
no,
Your conversations with Randy, what were they like?
they were fine. I mean, I was sitting on his lap a lot, and kissing him like we always do. And we were talking about our vacation, our trip that we were ready to take. He had ordered some tickets for my son and his girlfriend to go to a concert in August.
Mm.
And he was just checking on concert tickets. We kind of looked at that together on the computer, and he said he was hungry, and I said, I hardly ever eat lunch, so I just really wasn't hungry. But he went to McDonald's about 12. Yeah, it was around 12:30. He went to McDonald's and came back, and we ate at his desk. And about that time, it was time for me to go to my appointment. I had a chiropractor appointment at 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I also had to go to the bank because I had to deposit our checks.
Which bank did you go to?
U.S. Bank.
Did you go to any other banks that day at all?
Yeah, I went to Bank of America on the square. That was about 4:40 something like that.
You make a deposit or a withdrawal? Or?
I made both of them were deposits.
Okay.
Bank America was business and US Bank was personal. It was for our personal payroll.
Any other banks?
No.
Okay. So after you went to Bank of America, where'd you go?
I went to the office.
Okay. What time did you get there?
I got there about 10 till 5.
Okay. Explain to me what happened after that. What did you see?
Well, when I pulled up in front of the office, I thought something was a little strange because the blinds were closed. And he never closed the blinds unless it's getting dark outside if he's working late.
Randy never closed the
No.
blinds?
He never closes the blinds. So I thought that was a little strange. Then I thought, well, maybe our computer guy, Tony, showed up early and they went and got something to eat. But he always calls me and tells me what he's doing. We always call each other and tell each other what we're doing. Always. So he never called me. So when I walked up to the door, I unlocked the doorknob. I unlocked it, and I went to unlock the deadbolt, and it seemed really easy to unlock because it's not really that easy to unlock.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that it was not locked. So when I opened the door, I went into Randy's office, looking for him. I went in the back. I walked in my office. So I find him.
When you saw him lying on the floor, what was your first thought?
I just kept yelling at him to wake up.
You knew something bad had happened, didn't you? You knew something bad had happened, and you knew who had done it. Yeah, you kind of had an idea. You know, like...
And why did I say something?
Yeah. Why didn't you?
I don't know.
How long had this been in the works?
I have no idea.
How long had you and David talked about this?
We haven't talked about any of this.
You didn't talk about this?
He always told me...
He who?
David.
Okay.
He always said that he could take care of our spouses if I wanted him to. And I kept saying, no, you're not doing anything.
So when he said take care of, what do you think that meant? Just say it.
Hurt him, I guess. I mean, what else would I think?
Hurt them, take their lives.
Yeah, that's what I kept telling him.
He talked about killing Randy, your husband, and his wife.
Yes.
And why would he do that? Why would he want to kill two people?
To have me, I guess.
To have you? He wanted you that badly?
I guess.
Okay. How about you? Did you want him?
No.
Did you want him that badly?
No.
You guys have been together for how long? You and David?
About 10 years.
Your relationship, your extramarital relationship with David lasted about 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
It got stronger as the years went on.
So it started off as what type
Just
of relationship?
like, close friends, good friends,
Mm-hmm. Then it grew to what?
Sexual.
Okay, now you say it got
lust.
stronger. Sexual lust, and it got stronger. Okay, what's stronger than that?
Love.
Love. So you guys fell in love.
Yeah.
Okay. For that 10-year period when you carried on the extramarital relationship with the minister of that church, David Love, you guys fell in love. And you started talking about getting rid of your spouses.
Well, I never talked about it.
But you listened to him.
I did.
And you entertained his ideas.
I kept telling him, I told him over and over and over and over and over again, David, you know this is not right. You cannot do this. This is not what God wants. You need to just leave it alone and leave it in God's hands. If God wants them out of our lives, He will take them out of our lives. And He always told me that I was the stronger one. He always told me that I was the stronger one and that I was doing what was right. So if that's the case, he's supposed to be the pastor.
Right.
And I tried to break it off twice.
And why couldn't you break it off with him?
Because he wouldn't leave me alone.
He kept coming back?
He just kept calling me and calling me and texting me and texting me and calling me and calling me. And I just got tired of it.
You got tired of it and then what? Go ahead. Okay. You got tired of it?
He just kept making me feel bad.
Okay.
So
while you're in this temporary relationship with this guy, you guys are falling in love now. You're looking for ways to get rid of this guy.
I was not.
No, David Love.
Oh, yes.
Because what?
Because I didn't want to do it anymore.
You were done with him, right? You wanted him out of your life.
Because I loved my husband and I wanted to be with my husband only.
Okay. Did you tell your husband that?
What? That I want to be with him only?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did he know that?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Who, him?
Yeah.
He kept telling me that my husband was a fool. And that he called him Nabal, which is a name of a guy in the Bible who did a lot of foolish things. You know, I know my husband wasn't perfect, and I know he did a lot of foolish things, but he was a very good man. And he put him down all the time, and I just kept saying, just leave him alone.
Yeah.
And
But
I'm sorry?
He wouldn't?
No. Every time he talked to him, he just kept throwing things back in his face. His past. He just kept throwing everything back in his face.
Well, Teresa, you said you love your husband, you want to get rid of this guy, get him out of your life. He wasn't having any part of it. He wouldn't let you go, would he? That's what I'm saying. You're not a bad person. You know, you got caught up in a bad situation with a bad guy and something bad happened. Your husband got killed. I'd even venture to say this guy was probably planning on killing his wife after he killed your husband. What do you think about this guy? Like I told you earlier, he's not doing you any favors. And I want you to answer one question for me right now. Right now. Don't hesitate. I want you to answer one question for me. Did you know he was going to shoot your husband?
No.
Did you know he was going to kill Randy?
No.
Did you know he had an intention of going there to the business that night and shooting your husband dead?
No.
That solves his problem. He's out of the way and now he's got you. And you're all he wants. Did you know he was going to do that?
No,
Did he tell you he was going to do that?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you he was going to shoot Randy that night?
No, he did not.
What did he tell you?
I never talked to him that day.
Did you talk to him at all the day before?
No.
You didn't talk to him the day before? You didn't talk to David Love the day before Randy got shot? Are you telling me no, you did not? Keep in mind, we have all your phone records.
Oh, I know, I understand.
Teresa.
I'm trying to think.
Teresa, you knew this guy was going to kill Randy.
No, I did not.
You did.
I did not.
You went to the business that night. He texted you, didn't he? Didn't he call you and tell you not to go there?
Yes, he did.
Why did he tell you that?
Because I thought they were in an argument or something.
Well, he said don't go. He didn't say don't come. He said don't come to the business. He said don't do the business.
He said, don't go to the business alone.
What does that tell you?
And I ignored it. Because I didn't want to talk to him. I was mad at him. Because he has ruined my life. I texted him and told him that he ruined my life and to leave me alone. And he called me that day and left a message. I got the message. And he told me to call him, and I never called him. So he texted me and said, All I want is for you to be taken care of. All I want is for us to be together.
This is David.
Yes.
Okay. How did you reply?
I did not reply. I did not send him a reply. I did not text him. The only text that I remember,
Is what?
and this may be, I'm just going off my memory here, which right now is not very good.
I understand.
As you're telling me.
I understand.
The only text that I sent him that I can remember was, "You have ruined my life. Leave me alone."
What time did you send him that text?
I sent that when I was on my way to the chiropractor's office. And I can't tell you for sure what time that was. I know he sent me several texts. I know he called my cell phone. He called the other phone. He wouldn't leave me alone. He wanted to talk to me, but I didn't want to talk to him.
This is the man that writes this to you.
I know.
You're precious to my heart.
Mm-hmm. And you're telling me that he hasn't said anything.
No, I told you we've talked to him. And I told you he's not doing you any favors. But the one thing we need from you, Teresa, and I'm going to tell you, we need this from you. Okay? You say you're on board, you want to do anything you can do. Now's your chance to help not only your family, Randy's family, but to help yourself too. Okay? We know that David had Randy's gun. How did he get Randy's gun?
I have no idea.
Teresa.
I don't.
How could you not know?
I
You
don't.
know Randy better than anybody else. You know where he keeps everything.
The only thing that I can think of is that he went in our house while we were not at home and got in the safe and got the gun.
David Love has access to your house
Yes.
when you're not at home?
We give him and we give Justin our garage door code to get in
Right.
while we're on vacation, so they can mow our grass and take care of things. They're supposed to be men of God. We're supposed to be trusting them, right?
This man of God's been having sex with you for 10 years while he's married.
I know that. And believe me, I regret that. I do.
Do you trust this guy? He
No.
told you how he was going to kill his wife? Teresa, how did he get Randy's gun? He didn't take it from him.
I know that.
How did he get it?
I don't know.
Did Randy keep it in his suitcase?
In his briefcase?
Yeah, his briefcase.
Not that I know of. I hadn't seen that gun in his briefcase in a very long time.
When's the last time you saw it in his briefcase?
Sometime last year. Whenever he purchased that little handgun, that's the last time I saw it.
Where did he keep his .40 caliber?
Which one is that?
The Glock. Where did he keep the Glock?
Oh. Well, when he had it, he kept it.
45.
I'm sorry?
Where did he keep the Glock?
When he had it, he kept it in his briefcase. And when he got home, he would take it out of his briefcase and put it under his bed.
Okay, so you saw it in his briefcase?
Yes.
Recently?
No. This was last year, before he bought the handgun.
And you hadn't seen the
I have not seen that Glock in a long time. And I am telling you the honest truth. I have not seen it. The last time that I remember seeing it was when Michael said that they cleaned him when he was home at Christmas time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go in the room when they clean the guns because I don't like the guns.
Are you afraid of guns?
I just don't like them. I am. I have shot one time, and I don't like it. It scares me. It jerks me, and it scares me, and I don't like it.
When was the last time you shot one?
Whenever all of us were out at my parents' house, I don't even remember.
Kind of target shooting?
Yes, that's all we were doing. He even had my daughter shoot.
So you're pretty good?
No.
No?
I'm horrible.
Are you a typical woman?
I am.
You can't shoot a gun?
I cannot.
Okay.
And I'm being honest with you. I am trying to help you. I seriously am. Because I had nothing to do with this. I did not know he was going to kill my husband. I tried to talk him out of whatever he was as in his stupid mind.
So you knew he had something planned. You just told me he had something planned. And I think you knew that something was killing Randy. So you're trying to talk him out of it. Talking him out of it, did it do any good? What did you tell him?
Obviously not.
What did you tell him? Did you tell him to think about it? Don't do it?
Yes, I said, don't do it. I said, you know it's not right.
Sure.
I said, this is not what God wants. That's what I kept telling him. This is not what God wants. And I tried to tell him all the time. When I wanted to break it off, I said, this is not the way God wants it to be. If he wants us to be together, he will put us together. I kept telling him that all the time. And that's when he kept telling me that I was a strong one. Well, why wasn't he listening to me? I didn't know what else to do. I stopped answering his phone calls. I stopped texting him. And he wouldn't leave me alone.
You had done all you could do, hadn't you? You knew he was going to kill your husband, and there was nothing you can do about it. You could have called the police. You could have called Randy. Hey, Randy, this guy's nuts. He's on his way to hurt you. I don't know what's going to happen.
I didn't.
Why didn't you do that? You could have warned Randy. You could have warned your husband that somebody was out to get him.
I did not know what he was planning to do.
You knew what he was going to do because you just said you tried to talk him out of it.
Well, yes, but I didn't know he was going to do something like that.
What do you think he was going to do? Go slap him and walk away? What did you expect him to do, Teresa?
Well, because he's always a talker.
Dave's always a talker?
Yes.
Talks big?
He likes to talk to people.
About what kind of stuff?
Well, whatever their problems are. He's a counselor.
Oh, okay. So he's a talker. He gets in there and he can really convince people to do what he wants to do.
Yes, he can.
Do you think you were under his power? Under his spell?
I know I was.
You were?
And I hate it.
Yeah. He made you do things you wouldn't normally do, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he put you in a situation you couldn't say no. Because this guy is well trained. This guy is prolific in getting people to do what he wants them to do. He's a minister. How long has he been a minister at your church? 10, 12 years? Prior to that? Who knows? He's a counselor, preacher. He presides over funerals. This man presided over your husband's funeral. The same man that put a bullet in Randy's head sent him off to heaven. Can you imagine that?
No.
And what were you thinking about sitting out there in the audience knowing that this guy had shot your husband and he's standing up there presiding over his funeral? That had to make your stomach turn. Your stomach had to be turning. It was just knots.
I was sick.
You were.
I was.
But you couldn't tell anybody, could you?
I was scared.
Of what?
Of him.
You thought he was going to do the same thing to you?
I didn't know what he was going to do.
Did you think he was capable of hurting you?
I would think so, but now I don't know. Now I know he would.
Okay. Teresa, how did he get his hands on Randy's gun?
I don't know.
That's the question I need to have answered.
I don't know.
Why don't you know, Teresa?
I
Do you not want to tell me? Do you think it implicates you if you say, I made the gun available to him. I didn't know what he was going to do. I had no idea David was going to shoot Randy. I made sure he got the gun, though. I didn't know what he was going to do. No, if that's the case, Teresa, that's okay.
I never gave him the gun.
You didn't put the thought in this guy's head, did you? You don't
No.
You don't control this guy. He controls you. You didn't make him go in there and pull that trigger, but you provided him the means of doing it.
I did not give him the gun.
You gave him access to Randy's gun. The gun he used to kill Randy. You think he just went in your house and took Randy's gun? How does that sound? Come on, Teresa. How does that sound?
He had the combination to our safe. He could go in there any time and get it if he wanted to. And I guarantee you that's what he did.
Has he been in your house before without you there?
Without me there?
Yeah. Has he ever gone in your house when there's no one else there but him? When Randy wasn't there or the kids weren't there or you weren't there?
Yeah, he told me he did.
When
we were on vacation.
What did he go there for?
He just wanted to go in and he said he sat on my bed. He went through my drawers.
Because he's still in love with you.
Yes.
Well, he's just kind of trying to get as close as you as he can, no matter how he can.
That's why he told me.
And when was the last time he was in your house?
Just recently. The day after it happened.
So he was in your house the day after the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that, when was he in your house?
Well, they haven't been at our house in a really long time.
How long?
He probably hasn't been at my house in probably, I would say 2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months.
Yes.
So say 2 or 3 months ago, if he had taken Randy's gun 2 or 3 months ago, Randy would have known his gun was missing.
I would have thought, but Randy didn't go in the safe. We didn't get in the safe that much. We had nothing to get in the safe for. I mean, we kept all of our checkbooks and stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
And Randy kept his rifles and stuff in there. Randy kept extra cash in there. We kept our homeowners papers in there, our life insurance papers in there, our social security cards.
You kept the gun in there?
He did. He kept all the guns in there, except for the one that he had under his bed.
Which one was that one?
I think it was the 9mm. Yeah. Because see, I haven't seen the Glock in a very long time. Because Randy told me he was going to sell it.
Did he tell you he was going to sell it too?
No, he did not. I even asked my dad, and my dad said that he even mentioned it to him that he was going to sell it. But I don't know.
So, Teresa, if you
The only thing...
The only thing what?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The only thing I can think of is that he went in there and got it that day. That's the only thing I think of. Because I wasn't home, my daughter wasn't home, my parents weren't at my house.
So
Because he had the combination to the safe.
And you gave it to him?
Well, I was down there one time with him when I was getting into it.
When you were getting into the safe?
Yeah.
So you gave him the combination to the safe?
Well, he watched me open it, so yeah, I guess I did.
He was standing right there while you were opening the safe?
Mm-hmm.
So you gave him the combination to the safe? Pretty much.
Yeah.
How does it make you feel?
I hate him.
What do you hate him for?
I hate him for everything.
Everything he's done to you?
For everything he's done to me and my family. Everything. All the people he's manipulated through our church. All the people he's hurt that I know of that he's hurt.
Teresa, if this hadn't happened to Randy, would you and David still be in a relationship?
No. No. Because as of the 17th of March, it was over between us. I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to see him.
What happened on the 17th of March?
That's the day he came in and started going off on us.
Came into your business?
Yes. And I know you know about that.
Yeah. He told Randy a lot of things that day about you.
Yeah.
Were you getting a good picture of who this guy was then? Or were you really beginning to see who he was, who David Love was?
Yeah, he was trying to ruin my life.
He was trying to ruin your life. You said, this guy told you that God wants you guys to be together, and you said if God wants us to be together, it'll happen. In his mind, maybe he's thinking that killing David was God's plan.
You mean killing Randy?
Killing Randy was God's plan. In his mind. You think he's thinking that?
I don't see how he could think that.
Well, you said that David talked to you a couple times about killing his own wife and described how he's going to do it. Break her neck, roll her car, make it look like an accident.
And then he would say, well, I need to get that on my mind because...
Not too late, he already put it out there. And you knew that. It's already out there. You can't pull it back now.
I just didn't.
You even told, I know in your statement you said that David Love talked about David in the Bible, killing people, and how God forgave him.
Mm-hmm. He always used that as an scapegoat.
An scapegoat?
A cop-out. That it would be right for him to do it. Mm-hmm. And that's what I said. And that's when I kept telling him, that was in the Bible days. That is not right. This is not right. So you can't do this.
So you thought when he was talking about, hey, I can kill Randy and get away with it and God will forgive me because he wants us to be together. I think maybe he even convinced you of that. He convinced you that it was okay. It was God's mind, God's plan that if we get rid of Randy, we can be together. And this is God's plan and this is okay.
No, he never.
Did he convince you of that? Were you thinking that, well, maybe David's right? He's
No.
the minister.
No,
He's the pastor.
No.
I love him. He loves me.
But his love was stronger for me than my love was stronger for him.
Your love was strong enough for him to work up a plan for him to get rid of Randy. To entertain his thoughts and his plans of killing his wife.
And
That's how strong your love was for him. And then when you pulled it off, you're probably going to make, I can't believe he did this. I cannot believe this happened. You walk in there, you see your husband laying on the ground, blood coming out of his ear. You immediately knew that David had done it. I know you did.
I was so stupid for not calling the police and telling them.
Well, and you should have. But you know what? You can't go back and fix that.
No, I can't. Can I?
The only thing you can fix is from this moment on, telling the truth. Just being totally honest.
I
Helping
am.
yourself.
I am.
Teresa, you're not being totally honest. Why are you holding it back?
I'm not
Why are
holding
you
back
holding
anything.
information that you know you want to just talk about? Are you waiting for a better time, a better opportunity?
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how you and David planned to kill Randy.
I did not plan anything to kill my
How
husband.
you entertained David's thoughts and his rantings and ravings about taking your husband's life. You listened to him.
I never.
You probably sat there listening to him. I can't believe this guy is saying this about killing my husband.
That's all
That's
I
what you
did
said.
was listen.
You just listened.
I know, and I kept telling him. I said, "You cannot do this. This is not right."
Yeah. Did you ever say, well, if you want to do it, here's the time to do it?
No.
Here's the best place to do it?
Never.
Here's what you need to do it with?
No.
You never did.
No.
You never told him to
you
go
give
in
me
there
a
at a
stack
certain
of
time
Bibles,
of
and I
day.
will swear.
A stack of Bibles. And
I
you
will
will swear
and
on a stack
I
of
don't
Bibles.
swear.
You don't swear, but you'll swear on a stack of Bibles that you did not have anything to do with
No,
this guy planning your husband's death.
No, I did not.
And you think God is going to say, okay, you're right. Teresa, I know your heart.
Yes, he does.
You're forgiven for all these things that you've done. Is God going to tell you that?
God will forgive me, but God knows my heart, and he knows that I'm telling the truth.
You're exactly right. God does know your heart.
Yes, he does.
And who do you pray to?
I pray to God.
Who do you ask for forgiveness from?
God.
Who do you ask for repentance from?
God.
Who do you have faith in?
God.
Who did this guy say he prayed to?
The same God that I pray to.
You think? You think he did? Are you guys sharing the same God? Teresa.
I thought we were.
Teresa, I need for you to be honest with me.
I am being honest with you. I am pouring my heart out to
I think you think we're here to hurt you, and we're not.
No.
We're not.
I know that. I don't know how he got my husband's gun. I honestly do not know. That's why he told me at the scene that Randy sold it 3 months ago, and I didn't really think of what he was saying at the time because I was not thinking straight. When
He told you
said
that Randy sold the gun 3 months ago, or he told you to tell the police that Randy sold it?
He told me to tell the police that Randy sold his gun.
Then why did you do that if you didn't know that to be a fact, a true fact?
I didn't know. I haven't seen the gun in a long time, so
So you took his word for it? The man who you say stole your husband's gun?
I knew that wasn't true.
Okay. So why'd you tell the police that?
I told the police what he told me.
You told the police what he told you to tell them?
Yes.
What he wanted them to hear?
Exactly.
And you're okay with that?
No, I'm not okay with that.
Don't you know by
that's
telling the
not
police
true.
that, you helped him cover up the murder of your husband?
I did not.
Teresa, you just did. When you told the police a lie, and you knew this guy was lying because you had no idea if he was telling the truth or not.
I don't know why I covered
Why
up
did
for
you
him.
do it?
Why did I cover up for him?
I don't know.
Oh, man.
Because I'm stupid, that's why.
You're not stupid.
Yes,
Like
I
said, you just made a
am.
mistake. You just made a bad choice and a bad decision. But you can turn those bad choices and decisions around right now by telling us the exact truth. This guy had Randy's gun.
I don't know how he got it.
How else would you have gotten it, Teresa?
I just
know
told
said-
you.
I know what you told me. I know what you told me, Teresa.
I am
You know
I
what?
am honest. I am being honest with you. I am being dead honest with you.
If God was sitting right here in this chair right now, right this moment, and you said you had no idea how this man got your husband's gun,
I would look at him in the face and I would tell him exactly those same words.
and what's he going to say?
He's gonna say, "You're right, Teresa."
Teresa, like, we're not trying to jam you up.
I
We're just
know
trying to
you're
get to the
not,
truth.
and
I'll tell you what.
I am trying to be honest with you,
I understand that.
and I cannot believe.
Come on. This is your chance, Teresa, to talk. Okay?
I don't touch guns. I don't like them.
You know what? You didn't have to touch it. Maybe you just moved it. Maybe you left it someplace.
No.
Maybe, hey, let me throw this at you. And I could be totally wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Randy brings his gun to work in that briefcase. Okay, you're in the briefcase because you want to take the gun out. You say, well, I'm looking for an Avon book or something. Randy, why would he have an Avon book in his briefcase? I don't know. Well, say, listen, hear me out. His gun's in there. You take it out. You take it outside. Maybe you lay it by the bush or you lay it somewhere in the front entryway where if someone happened to come into the room, they could find it. Or come to shoot Randy, they would know where to get the gun. This is just a theory. This is out of my own head. How real is that?
It is not real at all.
Not at all.
No, it is a lie.
Well, what happened?
The gun was not in his briefcase. He had not carried that gun in his briefcase for a long time. Ever since he bought the small one, he stopped carrying the big one.
Was it too heavy?
He didn't like it because he couldn't carry it in his pocket. He wanted something that he could carry in his pant pocket or in his coat pocket. So he stopped carrying the big one and got him a little one. And I cannot tell you when he stopped carrying the big one. I haven't seen that Glock in a long time. The last time that I remember seeing it was at Christmas time when they were cleaning the guns on the bed, my son and my husband both. That's the last time I saw it. We were gone, and I can't even tell you when the last time Randy got into the safe.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you that. I wish I could, but I can't. Because I don't know if the gun was in there or not. Because I don't touch them. The only gun that I remember seeing in the safe was the 9mm and his other shotguns. Because he told me he was going to sell that gun. So that's what I assumed he did. I assumed he sold it. And that is the honest to God truth. I am trying to help you. I am.
And I appreciate that. I really do.
I am trying to help you.
Because this is a tough time for you.
This man has ruined my life.
Because you're a victim here, too. You understand that? In some aspects, you're a victim of David.
And I'm an idiot.
And, well, no. You keep saying you're an idiot. You're not an idiot.
Yes, I am.
No. You made some bad choices, and we all do. You made some mistakes, and we all do, Teresa. You do. This mistake cost your husband his life. Your life will go on. You know that?
No, Mom.
And your family, you guys will go on, and you'll do whatever you need to do in order to survive all this. I know you will. I know you will. Because you've got great faith, don't you?
I miss my husband.
I know you do. And he didn't have to die. Randy died for nothing, man. Randy died needlessly. A good man. Loved his wife, loves his family, loved his church. But he encountered some situations in his church that he knew was not godly.
That's why we were trying to leave.
But you didn't.
He wouldn't let us.
How could he have that much control over a man and a woman in his household that he can not leave a church?
We did leave. We left and visited another church.
Okay.
And then that's when he came into our office and started throwing all this guilt stuff on my husband. He kept telling him that he had pride and that he was bringing up all his past and all that stuff. And I kept asking him to leave. And he wouldn't leave.
Wouldn't leave.
No, he wouldn't.
He felt like telling Randy all the bad things that you've done in your
Yes.
life. And you took it. You just let him tell him. Just let him say whatever you want to say. You had no defense for yourself at all?
I told Randy when he's mentioned something about Matt Bruner, I told him what happened.
Right.
I didn't tell him everything.
Would you have told him had that not come up?
Would I have told Randy?
Yeah, would you have told Randy if David hadn't mentioned it?
Probably not. Because we were trying to start a new life. We were trying to move on from a different church. We were trying to put all of that stuff behind us and move on as a new family.
But you know, confession and repentance is key to your relationship with God.
I know.
But you were going to hold that in. You weren't going to confess that. And that was going to be a sin that was going to continue to eat at you. How would you survive that? You would have dealt with it, right? You would have dealt with it. You do. And I know you're a godly woman.
Right now I feel like...
Like what?
I feel like a piece of dirt on the floor.
Is that what God sees you as, a piece of dirt on the floor?
No, he
How does
sees me
God
as
see you?
his child.
He sees you as what?
His child.
He sees you as his child. It's the child he loved from the day she was born. Yes, the child that he loved before she was conceived. That's how God sees you. And you know that. And you know that for a fact. And even knowing that, Teresa, you sit here, you even know that. And you're still holding back.
I am not holding anything back. I promise you.
Teresa, have you confessed all this to God?
I have. What do you think I've been doing down there?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have been praying the whole time I've been in there.
Okay, you know he knows your heart.
Yes,
And he
I
knows
know.
what happened. He knows the situation.
I know he knows. He knows everything.
And he knows how you planned this with David.
I did not plan anything with David Love. Never. I did not plan it. I did not want this to happen. This was not supposed to happen. God was supposed to be in control of this, not him.
God was not going to let Randy die, was he?
No, and I didn't want him to die.
So what did you want to happen?
I wanted to start over. That's what we were trying to do, start over our lives. But he would not leave me alone. He would not leave me alone.
So after this man killed your husband, you continued to talk to him.
He was at my house. What was I supposed to say?
You killed my husband, I'm calling the police.
I should.
Why didn't you?
I was scared.
Teresa, why didn't you?
I was scared. I didn't know what he would do.
You knew what he had done and you thought he was going to maybe do the same thing to you.
I didn't know what he would do.
Teresa, I'll tell you what, I'm going to, like I said, we really want you to work through this and be honest with us.
I am.
I've got somebody I want you to talk to, okay? I've got somebody I really want you to talk to, somebody you know, somebody I know you trust. And I really hope that, you know, in your heart, deep down in your heart, and deep down in your soul, you're able to just come clean with all this stuff. And I know there's some things, I know you're saying you've told and you've talked, but there's still more. There's still more, Teresa.
No, there isn't.
Okay. Go ahead and drink some of your water, and I'll get you some Kleenex. I'll be right back. Hey, Teresa, I think you know this man.
Teresa.
David.
Things ain't good, Teresa. They're not good at all. Okay?
I didn't.
Listen to me, Teresa. Things are not good. And you're here today because you need to worry about you, Michael, and Miranda. That's what you're here to worry about today. Okay? You're not telling the whole truth. Listen to me, Teresa. There's more that you know that you have not told. It's time to tell it. Okay? If you don't, you're hurting yourself. This is not about anybody but you. You understand what I'm saying, Teresa?
I do.
I'm serious. We've known each other a long time.
I know.
Okay. This is about you, Teresa.
I know. I am trying to be honest.
You don't have to try to be, Teresa. You know more than...
I am being honest.
Teresa, you know more than you've told them.
No, I don't.
They know more than you're telling them.
Do you understand that, Teresa? We know a whole lot more than you've already mentioned. And you won't even talk about the things we already know you know.
Don't dig yourself into a hole.
What do you want me to say?
Walk us through the planning of Randy's death. How you and David talked about it.
We never talked about anything.
You did. Teresa, you talked about killing, you said it yourself. David would talk about killing Randy.
Yes, he talked about taking care of Randy and his wife. And I kept telling him, no, he cannot do this. This is not the way it's supposed to be.
But what he wants to know is step by step, word by word, what he said, what you said, what happened. What happened? Don't, you're talking general there. Be specific.
He told me that he could take care of it. He told me that he could free him and I both, is what he told me. And I kept telling him, I told him, I said, no, you're not.
Did you ever ask him how he would do it?
No.
Did you ever ask him how he could do it?
He never told me. Well, he did tell me. He did tell me. He said 1 shot to the head and he would be gone.
One shot to the head, he'd be gone.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say after that?
I said, no, you're not going to shoot my husband.
Did he say 1 shot to the head and he'll be gone, but I don't have a gun? I don't have a weapon.
No.
And you said,
He's
I've got one.
no.
I can get one for you.
No, I
can
did
put
not.
one in your hand.
No, I did not.
What did you say?
I never said anything.
What'd you say?
He's the one that said he could get a gun. He's the one that said he could get one.
Did he tell you where he could get it from?
No, he did not. He never told me where he could get a gun. And I never told him anything. Because about guns. I don't like guns. I don't want anything to do with them. He's the one that told me he could get a gun.
He knew you had a gun in the safe.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What are you trying to tell me?
I told you earlier. He had a way to get into our house. Nobody was home.
So you thought he was talking about stealing Randy's gun and shooting Randy in the head?
I didn't know what he was thinking. But he knew Randy's guns were in there because Randy had taken him downstairs several times and showed him his guns.
And David was, of course, looking over your shoulder as you were getting into the safe, so he knew the combination to the safe.
Yes.
Therefore giving him access to Randy's guns. Which you well knew. You see this puzzle we're piecing together, Teresa? It's already been put together and torn apart and put together again. Now we're giving you an opportunity to put it together.
Opportunity for you to tell your side, the truth, because that's what people's going to hear. That's who's going to decide your future, is the truth. Anything less than that's not going to help you at all. Okay?
I did not.
Understand that. We're not saying that you did. That you just need to tell what you know from the beginning, step by step. That's what you have to say. And I'm not going to tell anybody. I haven't said anything to anybody about anything. I never will.
No.
It's for you. It's your time to tell what you know. It's not going to go away. It is not going to get any better. And the only thing that you can do is tell what you know step by step.
Teresa, this gun didn't just magically appear in his possession.
I did not give it to him. I did not give him no gun.
What are you thinking if you tell us that you did give him the gun? What do you think it's going to do to you? Is it going to make you look bad because you provided the weapon that he used?
If you are telling me that because if you want to say that he was downstairs, he watched me open the safe, he knew the combination of the safe, he knew where the gun was, if you're saying that that's the way that I
That much we know.
provided him the gun,
That much we know, Teresa.
then that is the only way.
And that's not the way I'm saying you provided him the gun, though.
I never gave him no gun. Never. I am telling the truth, David.
Okay.
I never gave him a gun.
Okay.
I never gave him any sign to do anything like this.
Go back to what you said earlier about him telling you specifically 1 shot in the head. How did that come about? When? Teresa,
He only mentioned it one time,
when?
just a couple of months ago.
What month?
I don't know.
Do you remember what was going on that time of year? You know, was it warm, cold, close to a holiday?
No.
Where you were at?
What brought it up?
He always brought up the conversations. I never did.
Okay.
I always tried to discourage it and get off of it.
Okay.
I always did. I always told him. This is not the way it's supposed to be. This is not right.
Have you thought about, you're saying that you just don't know how this happened as far as him getting a gun and stuff. Have you thought, in your own mind, how do you think this happened? Has that crossed your mind since Randy's death?
I don't know. I don't know.
You've been through a lot. And you're going to be through a lot more.
I don't understand. I don't know why he would do it.
You said why he would do it.
Well, he did it because he wanted me.
There you go. Now.
But because I stopped talking to him.
You made a decision, right?
Yes.
And he made a decision also, didn't he?
He made a decision that if he couldn't have me, nobody could.
Okay. And that's why we're here today, is because people made decisions. And today's about a decision for you. And Teresa, the decision is, you gotta just lay your cards on the table the way it is, okay?
I am. I didn't give him the gun.
Again, did we say that you physically handed him the gun? Nobody said that. How did he obtain the gun?
I'm telling you, the only way he could have done it is just went in our house and took it out of the safe. He had the combination to the garage, he had the combination to the alarm code, and he had the combination to the safe.
He had it all. He had everything. Because...
And how long has he had that?
Probably when we went out of town to Argentina in December.
Prior to that, he never had that?
No. Because Randy was just having him, take our mail in, our paper, and stuff like that.
And take it into your home? Or take it home to
No. Take it in, lay it on the kitchen table.
So you're saying the gun safe he got when you all went out of town on this trip?
I cannot tell you when he took it.
I'm saying the combination. We ain't talking about when the weapon's missing.
Yeah, he could have gone into it then.
Randy wouldn't have been aware that the gun was missing from whenever the trip was. Wasn't that around Christmas or Thanksgiving?
That was after Christmas.
After Christmas, so we're talking a couple months here. He wouldn't notice that it's missing.
But he just doesn't. Well, because they had already cleaned the guns before we left and put them back in the safe.
Who's they?
Michael and Randy. They cleaned the guns when Michael was home during Christmas, and then we left to go on our trip. But I never...
You know more than what you're saying, though, Teresa, and that's the whole point, is there's more information. And some of the things you said have not been the truth. You have not told the detectives, listen to me before you start talking, okay? I don't want you to justify yourself. You do not have to justify yourself to me, okay? I am not setting in judgment of you, Teresa. I am not in any way, shape, or form setting in judgment of you. What I'm telling you is we're talking about what happens from here forward and how that affects you. Because people have already made decisions. You made a decision. David Love made a decision. And this is why we're here today. It's for that reason. And so where we go from here doesn't affect me, Virgil. It affects you. It affects your children. Where do you want to go to from here?
He's making sense, Teresa. He's here to help you.
I know. And if you could just tell me where I am missing out, I am not remembering, I guess.
You're not remembering?
You're telling me I'm leaving stuff out. I don't understand.
Okay, let's back up to when David Love told you one shot to the head. Let's start there. During that conversation, you said, okay, all right, one shot to the head. That ends our problems. But then we have one more problem. We have his wife to deal with. He already told you had a plan for her, right?
Mm-hmm.
Break her neck, put her in a car, make it look like a rollover accident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then it's the two of you guys. Wherever we go, to the islands or Vegas or wherever you're going to go. Whatever your plan was, whatever God's plan was for you according to David.
I didn't have a plan.
Okay.
David had the plan.
David had a plan, and you were just kind of going along for the ride. And you didn't set all this up. But you know what? You were part of the plan because he told you about it. And you never even bothered to pick up the phone and say, go talk to your mom. David's talking crazy. You didn't do that. You kind of went along with his plan. You said earlier I caught you said you're stupid. You're not stupid. You just made a bad choice, man. You understand that? Bad choices? You talk to your kids about bad choices and bad decisions, and you talk, once they make a mistake, what's the best thing for them to do? Confess it. Talk about it. Put it out there. Only way you're going to get healed or help is to talk about it. You're in that position. You're in that position that you put your kids in sometimes. Okay, Mom, I'll tell you the truth. And then what do? They tell you the truth, don't they? And what do? What do you do once they come clean with you? Once they're honest with you, what do? As a loving, caring mother, what do?
I try to tell them that that's what they should always do.
Yeah. Every day, with every choice that they make, put God first, like you said. Because God knows your heart. And we're sitting here, and Sergeant Ison has talked to you, and you've known him, you've called on him, you've talked to him a couple of times. He's told you some things, today he's told you things that could help you. And you're still holding on to that sin because you don't want to let it out. You don't want to say, okay, I knew he was going to kill my husband. This is what kind of plan, the way the plan went. I don't think I want to talk about that because it's going to make me look bad, like a bad person. Teresa, you planned this with this guy, David. He told you what he was going to do. And then he carried it out. He did it. He made you accessory to everything he did. You provided him with a gun. You told him what time would be the best time for him to go down there and shoot David. Yes, you did.
I did not.
You did. You told David, go there in the evening.
I did
There's not going to be anyone there. You make sure. But he said, no, I've got a funeral to do that day. I don't know if I can get it done.
I never said anything. I never talked to him that day.
You didn't talk to him that day at all? No phone calls, no phone messages, no texts, no voicemail?
He left me a voicemail, and I checked it. And I told you that's the same day that I texted him and told him to leave me alone. He has messed up my life.
He wasn't about to leave you alone because he cranked it up a notch, didn't he? He cranked it up a whole lot when he went in there and one shot to the head. That was his plan. He told you about it, and he did it. He executed your husband for no good reason, Teresa. And you're fully aware of it. And the next day he's at your house. And I asked you, why didn't you just pick up the phone and call the police? The man that killed my husband is standing right here in my living room. And you didn't do it because you're scared of him. Teresa, your husband's dead. Your husband was shot in the head in a business he built for him and you and your family. And you could care less about that.
No.
You could care less because you want to move on with your life.
That is not true.
Well, you tell me what's true, Teresa.
I did not expect him
What did you
to
expect?
kill my husband.
What did you expect, Teresa? Look at this man. Listen to what he's done to you over the past 10 years. What do you expect him to do?
I was trying to get him to leave me alone.
You didn't do a good job of it because he didn't leave you alone. If anything, he did something that's going to bring him closer to you. Eliminate the problem for him, which was your husband, Randy. And he did that.
I never asked him to kill my husband.
You may not have asked him to kill your husband,
I
Teresa.
never said anything to him about killing my husband.
But did you say, don't you do that? You did not tell him not to do it.
I did too.
What did you tell him?
I told him, don't you ever do that. I said, don't do that. I said, you're not, that is not right. You're not thinking straight.
What did you tell him he should do then? What was the alternate plan?
I told him to let God deal with it.
Let God deal with it?
Yes.
How?
If God wants them out of our lives, He will take them out of our lives. I told him that over and over and over again. I don't know how many times I told him that.
And what did he tell you?
He said, you're the strong one. He said, yes, I got to get this out of my head.
He told you you're the strong one.
That's what he always told me. He said, "You're the strong one."
Is that a position of power that he put you in, or is it a position of power that you earned?
I don't know.
He told you were the strong one. You told him if God wants those people out of our lives, if God wants your wife dead, he'll kill her. If God wants my husband dead, he'll kill him. And what's David hearing all this time? Go ahead and do it, David.
I never said that to him, ever.
Go ahead and do it, David. Kill Randy and we'll be together.
No.
What'd you tell him then?
Nothing. I didn't tell him to do anything.
In his mind, he's thinking, okay, David in the Bible did some killing and God forgave him. David in the Bible killed a man whose woman he wanted. He killed Uriah.
I know
You understand that?
Yes.
Who did he want? He wanted Uriah's wife. Guess what? Here's David, love, not in the Bible, killing a man because he wants his wife. And you're right along with the plan.
I was not along with that plan.
You didn't do anything to stop it.
I didn't know he was going to do it.
You had every reason to know he was going to do it. To suspect he was going to do it. He told you.
He did. He told me what he wanted to do,
He told
and
you
I
what he
told
wanted.
him, no, he
And then
is not doing
Did the
it.
conversation end there? Did you
Yes.
stop talking about
Yes.
it? Did you talk about it anymore?
No.
After that? No more?
No.
So what'd you talk about after that? Did you move on to something else?
I was trying to move on with my life. I was
Okay.
trying to get out of his life, and he would not leave me alone.
Well, you told me that. You told me he wouldn't leave you alone.
He would not leave me alone. He called me, he texted me, and I wouldn't answer. And that made him more mad.
And matter. Because he's closer to you now because he's eliminated the problem. He's eliminated your husband. He's got no reason to believe that you guys can't be together. Only one more person stands in the way. Thank God he got caught. Or his wife would probably be dying too. Do you ever think about that? Teresa, here's your opportunity. And that's why we brought David here to talk to you, so you'll know. You know the monster this guy is. You know the monster David Love is. And for some reason, I think you're still trying to protect him.
I am not protecting him. I did not know that he would go through with this. And that is true. I did not think he could do something like this. I never told him to take Randy out of my life. Never.
But you told him if God wanted him out of your life, he would do it.
That's right. In his timing.
In his timing?
In God's timing.
In your mind and in his mind, it's okay to do it now.
It wasn't in my mind ever.
It was in David's mind.
Well, it wasn't in my mind. And I told him that time and time again.
Did you do anything to take it out of his mind?
Yes, I kept telling him to stop thinking about it. Leave it alone.
Did you ever tell him that if Randy is dead, you and I are still not going to be together? Did you tell him that?
Yes, I told him that. I said, we are not going to be together until God puts us together.
And he's thinking, now you're leaving the door open. You're not closing the door, Teresa. That's a closed door. That's an open door. Every time you said, until God puts us together, that leaves the door open for him. Every time you don't kick his butt when he says, I'll shoot your husband in the head, that's leaving the door open for him. Every time you listen to his little weird plans, and you're entertaining him, you're just sitting there, the door's open for him. He's thinking, it's okay. She's not told me I can't do it or don't do it.
If I ever said anything against him, he would get mad at me.
Would he ever hit you?
No,
Okay.
he never hit me.
Did he yell at you? He's mad at you, so he's sitting there staring at you, so he's mad at you. What does he do to you? What does he do to you?
No.
What does he do that scares you so much, Teresa?
You're afraid of him, aren't you?
Yes.
And that's obvious.
That's the only thing that's going to change. You're protecting yourself. You're making yourself safe today being here. It's time for you to make yourself safe.
This guy's a monster. He's a monster, Teresa. What he's done to you and your family is unforgivable. Help us put him away for life.
I am trying to help you put him away for life.
How did he get the gun?
I don't know.
What time did he go buy the business?
I don't know.
He called you.
I was already on the road.
Did he call you and tell you don't come here until a certain time?
No, he did not. He told me, he texted me and told me, he said, urgent, seriously, do not go to the office by yourself.
What car was he driving that day?
What car was he driving?
Yeah.
His car, I guess.
Which is what?
Silver Buick.
Did you see him in it?
When he came to the crime scene, yes. They told me he had a funeral And they told me he was at the hospital. That's what they told me. That's all I know. I never talked to him that day except for listening to a message that he left on the cell phone. That's all. I texted him, he tried to call me and I wouldn't answer. I texted him and I told him, "You're messing up my life, leave me alone." And I never talked to him anymore after that. He tried to call me several times. I think
Why should you go to the worry about going to the office alone? Who was you supposed to take with you?
I don't know. I was supposed to go to the office. We were supposed to be working late.
And if you all had this broken up relationship, why is it he coming to tell you at the crime scene what happened to the gun? Why was that important?
I don't know. I don't know, David. He had this all planned out and did not tell me anything about it.
But you probably surmise a few things. You probably have an idea why it happened.
I did not tell him
Did I
to
say
do
that?
anything.
Teresa, I didn't say anything what you said. I said you have a belief, an ideal, knowledge
I didn't.
of why it happened.
I didn't.
Didn't say that you told anybody. I said you have knowledge. Okay? Why would he tell you not to go there by yourself? Who were you supposed to go with? Was you supposed to go there at all?
Yes, I was supposed to go there.
Why?
Because I was working late with Randy. We had an appointment coming in at 5 and one at 6.
I was supposed to go back to the office. Those were our plans that we talked about that day. Our appointments. We were supposed to start cleaning the office up and just get rid of stuff.
If you're afraid of him, why are you trying to protect him?
I am not protecting him at all. I want him out of my life. I just don't understand why he did it. Randy and I were trying to move on. We were trying to move on and get away from them for a while.
And you couldn't get away from him.
He came to the office that day. Randy emailed him. He sent him an email. And he never responded. So Randy decided that we were not going to go back. So we didn't.
What day?
We were not going to go back to church
You
on
said
the following
that
Sunday.
you emailed him on that day. What day?
I don't remember the email or when he sent it. I'm thinking it might have been the Friday before. He emailed him.
The Friday before Randy was killed?
Yeah. He emailed him everything that he felt about stuff. How he felt about the church and stuff like that. Randy and I were trying to move. I told Randy, I said, I will do whatever you want me to do. If you want to leave, we'll leave. I was ready to go.
Okay. But again, going back, gaps that are missing here is he told you, David Love told you about putting a bullet in Randy's head. That's what you told Virgil.
Yeah.
Okay?
He said
There's
that
a
to me.
timeline when that happened. There's a time that he got into your house because you guys gave him access and he had the ability to get to the safe. Not saying what you did, we're saying what he did. That's what they're asking here, is what did he do that you know? That's what they're asking, and you're sidestepping most of these questions.
I don't know. I don't know when he did it. I don't know when he went in my house. I have no idea. I'm not home during the day. I work. I pick up my daughter at 3.
Things that he told you.
He didn't tell me anything specific. That was the end of our conversation that time. Because I told him I didn't want to talk about it anymore. This was stupid.
But again, you didn't say when that was. When was that? Compared to some. I know you don't know the exact date and time, but you know whether it's warm weather or cold weather. You know where you were at when this occurred. Close to a holiday, close to some other function that you can kind of remember.
No, it was just,
The rest of your life's dependent on it.
I know, David, I know that. It was just a couple of months ago. I can't tell you what day. I can't tell you what time. I can't give you any of that because I don't know. Because we talked on the phone so much, I don't know.
Teresa, what's your best friend's name?
Christina.
When was the last time you talked to her?
I saw her at my house yesterday.
Okay. Did you see her on the 19th? The
19th.
day Randy was shot? I'm sorry, the 31st. Did you see her?
I don't know if I did or not. I honestly can't remember.
Don't remember. What's her phone number?
Her home number is
How long have you guys been friends?
well, we've known each other since high school.
Spent a lot of time together.
Well, just recently because they just joined our church again.
Okay.
So.
Her and her husband?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't her husband Carl related to Randy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're cousins.
Cousin.
Yeah. If I knew when he was planning doing all this stuff, I would tell you.
I understand. They want to know what you know.
I'm telling you what I know. But I did not know he was going to do this.
He told you he was going to.
He told you he was going to do it and told you how he was going to do it. And it sounded like a workable plan to you. My question is, who was going to take his wife out? Was that going to be your job?
No.
I mean, he's taking a lot of responsibility on here.
I would never do anything like this.
And I don't doubt
Never.
that. I don't doubt that under the right normal conditions. But you were in a situation where you've been impressed by this guy for 10 years. This guy had a major influence in your life for the past 10 years. He pretty much owned you socially, sexually, physically, spiritually. He had a hold on you that we can only imagine. And that's got to be some tremendous pressure for you, Teresa. That's got to be. I can only imagine what it would be like living under that kind of shadow. Doing things you wouldn't normally do. But I think in this situation, you allow something to happen that did you, when I asked you earlier about gun, you said you weren't really good with guns, but you shot out of your family's
My parents'
car? Your
house.
parents' house? Okay. And it was Randy's gun that you shot.
I don't know which one it was. He just handed me one and said to shoot it.
Did you shoot all of his guns?
No. I only shot one gun one time.
Which one's that?
I think it was the 9mm. They asked me that last night.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was sometime last year. I don't know.
And this last time you shot, you fired a weapon?
That's the first time and the last time.
Really?
Yes.
Now, here's the situation. Imagine this. For instance, say we brought in a polygrapher or polygraph machine and we set it up and set you up on it and ask you the question, when's the last time you fired a weapon? And you would answer,
Sometime last year.
okay, sometime last year. Now, with that machine, would it indicate that you were being honest or dishonest? What do you think?
Honest,
Why?
because that's the truth.
Okay. If I brought the machine in here again, and one of the questions was, did you know David was going to shoot Randy? And your answer would be yes or no.
It would be
It
no.
would be no. And how do you think that machine would indicate your truthfulness or your deceptiveness?
Truthfulness?
It would indicate that you're being truthful?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I brought the machine in here again and asked you if you loved Randy, and you would say,
Yes.
and the machine would indicate that you're being truthful or deceptive?
Truthful.
And you're sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be opposed to that? Would that be an issue for you?
No.
Would you be opposed to taking a polygraph test? I mean, it's entirely up to you. Because, I mean, there are a lot of questions Dave and I have been posing to you, and we're just curious about a lot of things. And you understand, we're not thinking you're just being forthcoming with us for whatever reason. And it could be that influence that David has over you. You yourself might not even be able to identify it. Teresa, you understand that? You may not know the power he has over you.
I'm telling you everything I know. I am being honest with you. I am.
Teresa, God knows your heart.
I know he does, and I am telling you.
And he knows what you did.
That is true.
Does he know what you did?
He knows what I did. I did not do anything. He knows that I had a relationship with David. He knows what we had talked about. And he knows my heart. And he knows what I tried to do.
And what did you try to do?
I tried to tell him to leave it alone.
And he wouldn't. What do you think should happen to David? What do you think should happen to David Love?
I don't know.
What do you want to happen to him?
I want him put away for life. He took my husband's life.
What do you want to happen to you?
I want to come back to my family.
The only person that can do that is you. Nobody else, Teresa.
I am telling you the truth.
You're not telling all of the truth.
I am too.
Teresa.
I don't understand what you want from me. What else? I know I'm not missing anything. Please help me if I am. I want to know if I'm forgetting something, but I know I'm not. I never told him to do anything like this. I never told him to go into my house and get a gun and kill my husband. I never said anything like that. I told him no. No, I didn't want this to happen. I didn't want anything like this to happen. I was trying to get away from him. I wanted him to leave me alone so I could start fresh with my husband.
Right now is your time to start fresh.
I am telling you everything.
There's more.
Like what? Please.
Teresa, you're talking very general. You're not talking specific.
Pacific what? I don't know any Pacifics. I know no Pacifics. I don't know what was in his head. I don't know what he had planned. He never told me anything.
You want him to go away for the rest of his life, for taking your husband's life, for taking Randy's life, and you said that he told you he was going to use a gun to put a bullet in Randy's head, and you just said that he went into your house and got that gun out of there. That's what you just said.
Well, that's the only thing I can figure, because I, from the bottom of my heart, the truth, I never, ever handed him any kind of weapon whatsoever.
I believe that. I believe that.
None.
I do. I believe she never actually handed David Love a weapon.
I never told him to go do anything like this.
You're talking about handing and knowing, you know.
I did not know he was gonna do this. He talked about it, and then he would say, "No, I can't do that. That's not right." And I was like, "No, you're not doing that. That is not the way God wants it to be." And he would say that. He would say, "No, I can't do this. I can't think this way. That's not right." I mean, he would say that.
How many times did he say that?
Well, he only talked about the one time about shooting Randy in the head. He only said that one time.
And what did he say exactly again?
He said, "I can do it with one shot to the head."
I can do it with one shot to the head. He was talking about himself, saying, I can do it with one shot to the head.
That's what he said.
He didn't say, you can do it with one shot to the head.
No.
He said, I can do it with one shot.
That's what he said. He said, "I can do it with one shot to the head." And I said, "No, you're not." I said, "You will leave him alone and you will stop thinking this stuff. This is not right.
That's good. That's good.
God is the one that is in control here, not you." I kept telling him that. You are not in control. God is in control. Just leave it alone. I tried to tell him that over and over again. Every time he would say something he would tell me that his wife made him upset or something like that. I think he was trying to get me to say, "Well, what do you want me to do?" But I never would, because I'm not that type of person.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I need some water. I was just thinking about one thing, though. When I asked you, what do you want to see happen to David? You said, I don't know.
I want to see him put away for life. That's what I said.
I think if someone had just shot my wife in her head, had just walked into her business and pulled the trigger, shot her in the head.
Would I like to see him?
I'm thinking I would have been so pissed. That's just me. That's me. I would have been so mad. I would have known exactly what I want to happen to that person. I don't think I would have said, I don't know. Maybe I think you're still trying to cover up for it a little bit.
I am not.
Yeah.
I want him out of my life. I want him out of my life forever.
Okay. How's your water holding up? You good? You good? Yeah. We'll be right back. Teresa.
Why are you doing this to me?
Teresa, we've known each other a long time. And as I told you earlier, I'm not here to sit in judgment of you. I do not sit in judgment of you. And I will say nothing to nobody that we know about anything that you've said or anything that I've learned. But I'm going to be very honest with you because you're not being completely honest. And the reason I say that, look, I'm not calling you a liar, but I know that you've been through a whole lot in your life, especially in the last 10 years. There's been a lot going on. But when you talk about things, you're very general in what you're talking about. And you say these overall things. But you talked to detectives last night, and you told them specifically what David Love told you that he did to your husband Randy.
At my house.
At your house?
Yes.
When and whoever else was there? Was there somebody else present?
In the room with me?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
He didn't want anybody in there.
Okay. Those are specific things you said, and you've not gone into detail, so you know.
Well, I didn't know he wanted me to tell him that. I thought he was talking about in the past.
The whole thing, Teresa. Like
I'll tell him what he told me.
Listen to me, okay? What you're doing is you're kind of going around the bend a little bit. You're not getting straight to where they're wanting to go. And like I told you earlier, this is about you, all about you, because the rest of your life depends on the truth. And it only comes from you. Okay? So you need to go back and be specific and talk about what he said, that he did, and why he did it. And here's what the problem lies with you. Where you have a problem is you said you wanted to get away from him because you're fearful. You wanted to end this relationship, go on with your own life. He's taken Randy's life. He's told you that he did it. He told you how he did it. And yet he's in your bedroom the day after it happened. Now, if somebody else sits in judgment of you, and mind you, it's not me, somebody else will sit in judgment of you, what are they going to think? That you're not telling the whole truth. And so that's why it's time right now for you to tell everything you know. Not what he asked you, but everything that you know, okay? Do you see where I'm coming from here?
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. You had a conversation with David Love at your house.
And mind you, I didn't want him in my house.
When we talked earlier, you knew what he had done when he was in your house. You choose not. Okay, that's then. Tell us about the conversation you had with David that night. The night after your husband was killed. In your house.
He sat down on my bed and he told me that he shot him.
Who told you that he shot who?
David told me that he had shot Randy.
Okay.
And that he didn't even look. He just pointed and shot. He said he had on gloves. And he took the gun and threw it 20 miles away.
Where?
I don't know, he didn't tell me. And I was so mad I didn't ask him.
Teresa, the night, who else was in that room?
No one.
You were in your bedroom?
He wouldn't let my son come in.
You were in your bedroom, all right? Who else was in that room?
Just him and I.
No one else?
No.
Who else was in the house?
There was a bunch of people in the house.
Name everybody that you know that was
A lot of people, huh?
Well, this wasn't in the evening time, it was during the day.
What time of day? Approximately.
Well, it was right around 11. It was right after he got done picking Michael up from the airport on that Thursday.
Okay.
So who all was in the house?
Well, it was Michael and Jesse and Justin.
Okay, let's go. Jesse who?
Oh, Michael's best friend.
Okay. And the next person?
Miranda.
Your daughter?
Uh-huh.
You said Justin. Who's Justin?
Justin, our youth pastor at church.
And what's his last? Okay.
Miranda's boyfriend, Kyle.
Kyle one. Is it the other one's son, Justin's son?
No.
Different.
Different.
Okay.
My parents.
Anybody outside family or friends?
Oh my goodness.
How about Randy's family? Parents, brother, sister, cousin?
They weren't there.
Anybody outside of the immediate family there? Because what you're talking about, immediate family and church people. Is Mrs. Love there?
No. No, she was not there. Trying to think. I think Carl and Christina were there.
Who?
Carl and Christina.
Carl and Christina Holzkamp?
Uh-huh.
Any other church members?
People that weren't church members, somebody outside that maybe you didn't know as well?
Neighbors?
No. Oh, goodness. I can't remember.
Okay.
So he's telling you,
I can't.
he's telling you that he did it. Is that the first time he told you that he done it? He shot Randy? How'd you feel when you first told you that?
I wanted him to die. I was so mad. I was sitting there praying the whole time he told me. I just wanted him out of my life. I was trying to get out of his.
Teresa, didn't you know before you guys went in your bedroom that you knew he was the one that shot Randy? Him telling you, was it just confirmation?
I don't know why he told me.
Yeah.
I didn't ask any questions. He just started talking.
He just say, I want you to know something, or I did it, it's done, we can move on to the next, what? What was his reasoning?
He didn't have any. He said, he kept saying he did it for me.
Right.
And I think I might have said, no, you didn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
You did it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all I said. I'm just sure that's all I said.
Because you knew how badly he wanted you, and he was willing to go to any extreme to get you, all to himself. And him doing it and then telling you that he did it?
He did mention to me several times in the past. He said that he would kill for me. He said, I will do anything for you.
Now think about it. All these years and all these months that you guys have been talking about this, he's dropped, well, no, not planning Randy's death, but just talking about the things, listen to his mind, how his mind works, all the things he's been talking about he would do for you.
That just started like within the last couple of months when we were trying to slowly but surely get away from the church.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he started coming on strong.
Stronger?
Yeah.
Okay. Because after 9 or 10 years together, I mean, for him to really start coming on strong would be something really blatant, and something really noticeable. What day was this note written?
That was written not this past December, but the December before that.
December 2008?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I take it by these codes here, you guys are pretty hot and heavy. I mean, you were really into your relationship, you and David.
Yeah.
Okay. And did David mail you this letter? Did he hand it to you? Did you find it on your car on the windshield? How'd you get it?
he would leave notes in the gym, kitchen.
Is that, you worked or volunteered there sometimes? So he left that in the gym kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
You would have had to know specifically where to go to get it, otherwise somebody else could have picked it up.
Well, he
right?
told me where it was at. He would leave me a message and tell me that he left a note for me.
Okay. Would you guys leave little notes around for each other, things like that? Gifts?
He wrote me notes. I hardly ever wrote him anything.
Did you ever buy him anything? Well, we know he bought you gifts, but did you ever reciprocate? Did you buy him things?
Like for Valentine's Day, I would buy him a card or maybe a teddy bear or something.
Mm-hmm. Something rather innocuous. I mean, it wouldn't really stand out. It was where his wife would see, but something he would know was special from you.
I bought him a ring
Did he wear it?
when his wife wasn't around.
So when his wife wasn't around, was she out of town or something? Was she?
No, if she was ever out of town, he would wear it.
And you guys were kind of like, it's like you're married. You had a marriage relationship with this guy, David, for the most part, when your spouse and his spouse wasn't around.
You could say that.
Yeah, yeah. So it was like you were, and in this marriage relationship, you kind of acted out being married, just the two of you. Then all of a sudden, during the course of that, Randy and...
Well, he kept telling me what wonderful things we were going to do together for God. He kept telling me that
For
all
God?
the time. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He kept telling me that all the time.
What were you thinking? Did it sound good to you? I mean, being a preacher's wife probably was appealing to you.
Because, and I know this sounds hypocritical, but I do love serving God. I do love doing things for Him. I enjoy serving Him. So, and He knew that, because He knew I had a servant's heart. And He knew that I would enjoy serving other people as His wife, as He would say.
How about you? Did you get the same enjoyment? I know you enjoyed serving, but just serving as a preacher's wife, did that appeal to you? It did. Yeah.
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. But you couldn't, because you were married to Randy.
Right. He always told me Randy was holding me back.
Do you believe that?
Do I believe Randy was holding me back?
You did, didn't you?
Sometimes, because I enjoyed being at the church doing things, and Randy would kind of balk at it sometimes. And I wouldn't do it because, Randy was my husband, so I would do what he wanted me to do.
Sure. How was it that you and David were able to carry on this quasi-marriage relationship for almost 10 years? In that while, I mean, that sounds like a weird question, but how was it? I mean, Randy didn't, he was there, he was at home, and so was David's wife and his family, and you guys are in the church and people are seeing you, and you guys are kind of high profile.
I never made it obvious in the church.
You think people in the church knew about it?
No.
They didn't know?
No. His wife had some ideas. I know she did.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
By the way she approached you?
Not me, but him, because he was always around me.
Mm-hmm.
I never went around him. He always came around me.
Mm-hmm.
And he always wanted to be with me and around me, and
so he made it kind of obvious.
he did, yes, in many ways.
During that night when he told you that he shot Randy, and you said you continued to pray as he was talking to you, and he had gloves on, what did he do with those gloves?
He just told me he threw them away. He didn't tell me where. He just said he threw them away. And he didn't tell me where he tossed the gun.
Mm-hmm.
He just said it was 20 miles away.
That's his exact word?
That's what he said. The gun is 20 miles away from here. He didn't say east, west, north, south.
Did he say like he threw it in something, hid it under something?
No, he just said he just threw it away.
Okay, so he throws the gun away. So you guys, how much longer do you stay in your bedroom talking to him?
As soon as he told me all that stuff, I walked up and left. I went into the living room.
Where did he go? Where did David go?
I have no idea. I'm sure he was still at the house somewhere, but he wasn't around me.
Okay. When did you talk to him after that?
When did I talk to him again after that? Well, he kept coming over the house.
Do you know why?
Well, because he's a pastor.
Okay.
That's what he does to family members.
That's what he does to family members.
He was trying to be a pastor. You know.
Was he there to comfort you?
Well, I assume that's what he was trying to do.
Even though he just killed your husband?
He kept telling me everything was going to be fine. I believe he said that he asked me if I had confided in anyone about what he had done.
Okay.
And I said, no. He said, you know I'll go to jail. And I said, yes, you will. That was pretty much the end of that conversation.
That was it? Nothing more?
No, because there was a bunch of people around, so.
Did you guys get together, just you and him, after that?
No.
And talk?
Nope.
He hasn't come over when it was just you at the house?
Nope.
How about church on Sunday?
Nope.
He didn't pull you off to the side and talk to you about anything?
No, I haven't been back to church, because I was gone the Sunday after this happened. I had to take my son, and I took his girlfriend home.
Right.
So I was not there on that Sunday. Now he did try to call me on my cell phone that Sunday morning. And he did text me.
Sunday morning?
Mm-hmm.
Would it have been during a time where he would have been on the pulpit, where he would have been preaching?
Oh, no. This was like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, before church.
Yes. He did try to call me. And he texted me, and I'm trying to think of what he said in his texts.
Teresa, earlier you was talking about, he told you, he went through and told Virgil and I about how he come into the bedroom, told you what he had done, that he shot Randy, and then he wore gloves, and he threw this gun away.
Mm-hmm.
What gun was it that he used? I mean, what gun was this?
He told me it was the Glock.
What's a Glock? I mean,
He just said it was a Glock.
okay. Does he own a gun?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so
but
whose
I
gun
have no
was it?
idea. Well, I would assume that it was Randy's.
Okay, so he just said I shot him with a Glock?
He said he didn't say he shot him with anything. He just said I shot him in the head. I just pulled the trigger and didn't even look. I just shot him.
Didn't even look?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, and so then how does he come up talking about being a Glock?
I don't know.
Because that's the gun that Randy owned?
And he knew Randy had one.
So when did he say that?
When did he say what?
That it was the Glock?
Well, that's when he told me the night that it happened at the crime scene. He told me to tell you guys that he, I don't remember what I said, that he sold the Glock 3 months ago.
Right. And what you did?
That's what he told me to say.
Okay. So you're, we're not asking you, hey, what did you say earlier? What did he say to you? That's what the specific question is.
Well, he didn't specifically tell me any kind of gun. He just said I shot him in the head. I didn't look. I just pulled the trigger and closed my eyes. That's what he said.
Okay.
He didn't tell me what kind of gun it was or anything like that.
But he told you threw the Glock away.
He told me he threw the gun away. And I don't think he said Glock. I'm pretty sure he just said gun.
But specifically that night after it happened, you were all at an insurance company. He said, verbatim, what was it he said?
He said that tell them that Randy sold the Glock 3 months ago. So he knew what he was talking about as far as the gun. But he just didn't tell me when he was in the room with me. But he did that night of the shooting.
Okay. Did you have life insurance? Was there some life insurance?
Well, there is. He had one group life policy with farmers, and the other is for the kids. So.
Okay, what's a group life insurance policy? What's that? Just something that he gets as being
something
an
that he
agent?
gets being with farmers.
And how much is that?
$100,000.
And who's the beneficiary?
Me.
And the one that was children?
For the kids, yeah.
Okay, that was on the children or on him, and they
It was
were,
on him, and they were the beneficiaries.
and how much is in?
I think Robert told me it was a total of $500. So the kids would get half. Each one would get half of that, which was what, $275, I think.
500,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
they would get half of that.
And they were named the beneficiaries,
Yes.
not you.
No, it was not.
That's kind of unusual. What usually you, especially with ones in school and the other ones in college, why were they the beneficiaries of a larger policy than you? Seems like you're the spouse.
I have no idea.
Never said.
Nope. He changed it. My district manager told me that he changed it in 2005. That was at the time where Randy and I were taking a bunch of trips overseas together with farmers, and he wanted to make sure the kids were all taken care of if anything ever happened to him and I.
Sure.
So that's why he
So
did.
specifically in the past, prior to 2005, it was in your name, and then when...
I assume it was. I don't know. I never looked at the policy. I
Okay,
never
but
saw
you
the
said
policy.
somebody told you. What did they tell you?
Robert Davis told me that in 2005 that Randy had changed it over to that. So I assume I was until then, yes.
Okay. And had David Love been interested in that life insurance at all?
I never told him anything about it. Now, sometimes Randy would tell too much information that didn't need to be told.
Mm-hmm.
To who?
To just a lot of people. He just talked, and I got on to him about that. Told him that, honey, people don't need to know everything about our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Don't.
Okay, what is it that he said that you're talking about specifically here? You're kind of talking in generalities again. What specifically did he say that you...
Well, like personal things, like if I would go to.
Okay, but we're talking about the life insurance policy.
Well, I don't know if Randy ever told him about the life insurance policy or not. He always, he would tell people that that he always made sure that he had plenty of life insurance because when his dad passed away, he left his mom in a financial bind, and he didn't want to do that to our family if anything ever happened to him. Those were his exact words that he would always say. He would never give a specific amount or anything like that.
So it's just something he talked about.
That's just
life
something that he
insurance.
talked about.
Okay. Did, after this has happened and you all were talking in the bedroom, because obviously, David Love has talked, you've talked several times, you told Virgil that you all have spoken several times since Randy's death. Did he ever ask about the life insurance?
No. Never said one word to me about the life insurance.
Never asked how much it was or who the beneficiaries
Nope.
were or...
Nope.
But you said David was aware of the policies.
Yeah, he knew because Randy had, like I said, told him because that's what he did. He was a salesman. He tried to sell life insurance, and we had their insurance. So whenever we got their insurance, he would always just try to sell them life insurance, and he would always tell them that he always had plenty of life insurance on him.
So he sold the Love's life insurance policy also?
Well, he tried, but
They didn't have any life insurance through Farmers?
no.
Was there another policy that you had? Was there one for 800,000 that Randy had for his family?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Just 100,000 on him from the Farmers, and the other 500,000 that you'd taken off?
Yeah.
So you didn't have any other, you weren't the beneficiary of any other policies?
No.
Were you aware of any other policies that he had?
Nope. He had everything with Farmers that I know of, and Robert Davis is the one that told me all that.
And who's Robert Davis?
He's our district manager. Because he has access to all that stuff.
No way that David Love ever asked for any of it for the church or for...
He never mentioned anything to me about any life insurance. Money,
You guys didn't talk about money much?
no.
Where are they getting the money to build that big church farther?
Well, it's like I told them last night, he'll have like $1,000 club or $2,000 clubs, or so many people give. If he could get so many people to give 10,000, towards, which we've never done that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's asking a lot.
Yes, it is.
They've had that property for a lot of years. Where's all that money at for that property?
Well, we're still paying on it.
So the property's not paid off?
Nope.
Do you know how much is owed on it or anything?
I do not. I honestly do not know.
Well, David wants to walk away from this thing clean as a whistle.
I'm sure he does.
And he's got no problems leaving you holding the bag. You sure of that too, right?
He's not saying anything, is he?
Well, we can't really tell you what.
I know.
But you gave him a good piece of advice last night by telling him that you talked and kind of opened his eyes. And that's good. Appreciate you doing that. All right, Teresa.
Somebody's going to sit in judgment someday, and they're going to look at everything that everyone talked about. And if you were somebody on the outside looking and you found that no, and your long-term relationship, how they going to feel that you were involved in this? If you were somebody looking on the outside looking in, what would you think? They'd think that you were involved, wouldn't they? That you hold as much responsibility as he does, don't they?
When's your birthday, Teresa?
December 6th.
Just kind of a birthday note. You are the center of my world. Do you believe that? You're the center of David's world?
Sure.
You can't control what he does and where he puts you in his mind, but you can control what he lets you be a part of. And he made you an integral part of this whole thing. Teresa, one of the things that I know we didn't talk about today, and I think you talked to the detectives last night about, was that the night you confronted or were confronted by Dave Love's wife, did you guys...
Today at the office?
Yeah. Was that St. Patrick's Day?
Mm-hmm.
Did she make any threats to you that night?
No, she came in and said, I'm not here as a pastor's wife, I'm here as a friend. And then I told her, I said, you don't know what it's like to be a pastor's wife, which I apologized to her about.
But you did tell her that, because you were the pastor's wife.
No.
You were more of a wife to him than she was.
Well, that's
Right?
what he told me.
That's what he told you, and that's what you believed.
And she walked out.
She didn't say anything else?
Okay.
She didn't call you?
No.
What did Randy say?
He asked why she came in and why she was so mad when she walked out. That's all he asked.
Randy's a smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
He put it together. He knew what was up.
With David and I?
Don't think so? You said you don't think anybody in the church knew about it.
I mean, I don't think so.
You said she knew.
Yeah, she had an idea.
You don't think David had an idea?
I don't think David had an idea?
Yeah.
About what?
About you and David, or Randy, you about you and David.
Well, at one time, he questioned me about it. And of course, I denied it.
He was curious. He felt something. Men feel that stuff, just like women. If he was having an affair, if Randy was having an affair, don't you think you would have known? You would have picked up on it?
Oh yeah, I confronted him several times.
Yeah, did he ever confront you other than that one time?
No.
Why do you think that was? You just wanted to make it all go away? Wish it never
Did
happened?
he?
Yeah.
I honestly can't tell you.
You don't know. You wouldn't. Unless you're in his head, you won't
I
know.
don't know.
But he was aware. He knew what went on. So based on the information that you've provided so far, and the statements that you've made regarding your knowledge of David and what his plans were, do you think you could have done anything to change that? What could you have done to change the outcome, Teresa?
Well, I was trying to get away from him.
Okay, I know you said, well, what could you have done to change the outcome? Once you knew exactly what David was going to do, what could you have done? What should you have done?
I wanted it to be over. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to end it, is what I was trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I was...
I know you say that, but I don't think you wanted to end it. I don't think you wanted to end it with David.
Yeah,
I think if you did, you would have done it a long time ago.
Well, I tried a few times. But when he came in and started accusing my husband of a bunch of stuff, that really...
Accusing your husband of what?
Well, he wasn't really accusing him. He was just saying that he had a lot of pride and that he was... Maybe the reason why we were leaving is because he was upset with the bus, you know, because someone had taken over his bus, which he was thrilled to death that these people had taken over the bus.
Randy was?
Yes. He was excited that they were taking over the bus. Pastor just didn't like it because Randy always disagreed, not always, but sometimes disagreed with the finances.
Because Randy knew something was amiss.
Yeah, he didn't like everything that went on, no.
Right, he may not have known what, but he just didn't know.
Right. And he emailed one of the deacons, and the deacons asked Pastor about it, and Randy didn't like the idea of Pastor responding to his email instead of the deacon responding to his email.
You call him Pastor. You've always called him Pastor?
Yeah.
What about when you're, when it's just the two of you, when you're married and you're...
When we're together?
Yeah. What do you call
him? David.
Call him David. What does he call you?
Teresa.
Does he ever call
My
you?
wife.
My wife.
Mhm.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what he calls you. Because in his mind, you were his wife. He just had to get rid of your husband. So Teresa, I'll ask you again. Kind of like beating a dead horse, isn't it? I'll ask you again. I'm not saying you put the gun in David's hand. You know, I'm not asking you that. I'm not even saying that. But I am saying that you provided a means for him to get the gun. You made it readily available to him, Teresa. Is that an issue for you? Is that a concern for you? Considering the outcome? Yeah. I know. You made it available to him, and then afterwards he told you what he'd done. Then he probably told you, I've got to get rid of this gun. I've got to throw it away. He told you he took it 20 miles away and threw it away. All this time you're along for the ride with him. Wherever David's going with this, you're going too, and you're just okay with it. You see the problem that we see there, Teresa? And I know you're saying don't call yourself stupid again, because you're not. You got caught up. But a situation prevails and presents itself to you to get out, and you didn't get out. You didn't try to get some help after you knew what had happened. See, that's the problem. That's what people are looking at.
I understand.
That's what people are going to continue to look at.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you need to say or can do to clear any of that up?
All I can tell you is that he told me not to tell the police that he would go to prison.
You didn't want him to go to prison. Because in prison, you'd be safe. He wouldn't be a threat to you anymore. But you didn't want him to go to prison. Okay.
Yeah, I really did.
But
I just made the wrong choice.
Teresa, if we hadn't come to you, would you have ever come to us?
Yes.
When? When are you going to do it? If all of our evidence hadn't led us to you, would you have come and found us and said, hey, I got to, because you know about confession. You talked about it earlier. Confession is good for the soul. Repentance. God forgives those who ask for forgiveness. I think you would have walked around with this forever.
It actually hit me Monday night. And I was actually planning on coming up here anyway on Tuesday.
Last Tuesday?
No, yesterday.
But
And then the detective called me up here.
so you were coming anyway.
I was gonna come, yes.
But you were supposed to come earlier yesterday. Remember? You were supposed to come maybe early afternoon, late morning. And you called to reschedule. You said you couldn't get here until like 6.
Well, he told me that he had several meetings that he had to go to, and I had an appointment at 10, I had an appointment at 11, and I had an appointment at 1.
So you couldn't have made it late after.
And I had to
late
pick my
morning?
daughter up from school, so I couldn't.
Mhm.
And I tried to call him to come in earlier,
Mhm.
and he didn't call me back. He was in a meeting.
Okay.
So
But you were going to come up Tuesday night on your own?
I was gonna come up Tuesday. After I got done with all my appointments, I was gonna come up.
You know, you could have just come up. Anyone would have been able to talk to you.
I know. I know. And I don't know what to say. I was stupid
There you go again.
because I just
Okay.
and I'm sorry. know I should have done it sooner.
Yeah. Okay. You need water, bathroom?
I'm fine.
You're good? Okay. You hungry?
No,
Bagel?
no.
Sure. I'll be right back with you. Hey, looks like you've been thinking. Looks like you've got a lot on your mind.
I'm just tired.
You are. You're wiped out, aren't you? One question for you about this note here. Who tore it up?
I did.
You did?
Mhm.
Who'd you tear it up?
Probably a couple days before Randy was killed. I was making a dentist appointment for Miranda, and I was getting my card out, and
Out of your purse?
yeah, I have a little change purse thingy, and I found it in there. I forgot it was in there.
Why'd you keep it? I mean, if you say he wrote this note in December of 2008, yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
You don't want nothing over a year.
Well, I forgot it was in there because that's probably where I put it when I first got it, and I just forgot it was in there because I have all my credit cards in there, and it's just kind of smashed. And it's so little that I didn't. I forgot it was in there. Honestly. I mean, I never kept any of his notes. That's why I forgot it was in there, and so I just wanted to get rid of it.
Did he write you lots of notes?
Not a lot, maybe once a week, maybe.
Yeah, that's a lot.
On Sunday.
That's a lot of notes.
Yeah, he wrote me a lot of notes.
Wow. Were they all kind of like that? I love you. You're the center of my world. I want to be with you.
Yeah.
I need you. I miss you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would you keep them?
Huh?
Would you keep them?
Would I? Or
You
did
kept
I?
this one. Would you keep any others?
No, I don't have any more.
You don't have any other notes from him in your house?
Okay. Not that I can. They asked me that last night, and not that I can remember.
Are there going to be any notes from you in his house?
No.
Would he have any notes from you in his wallet or in his car, in his person, on his person? In his Bible, in his favorite books? Books that only he reads? Would he keep notes from you there?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. How many notes have you written him? If he wrote you once a week, how many times did you write him?
Hardly ever. Because I'm not.
You don't communicate that way, huh?
No. No, he did this.
That's
He
all him?
wrote the notes, and he put all this stuff down here. He thought that was, he said it may
All
be
these little
silly.
codes?
Yeah, he said it may be silly, but it means a lot to me or something. And half of them I don't even know what they mean.
Did he explain them to you?
Well, he did. A long time ago, he left me a message about what each one meant, but I couldn't tell you what they are now.
Okay.
I know what this means, and I know what that means. HP means honeymoon in Paris. I guess that's where he thought he was going to take me. Marry me, Teresa. This one's kind of funny.
You laughed.
I'm sorry. It's get big. Yeah. I don't know where he came up with all this stuff. I really don't. And this is lick your pussy.
L-Y-P?
L-Y-P.
Okay.
I don't know what the rest of those mean. They asked me last night, and
You don't know what this one is? You can hardly tell that.
it's A-I-E. And I honestly, I tried to rack my brain last night to tell you, to tell them that I cannot for the life of me.
Okay. But you tore this up a couple of days before Randy was shot?
Yeah, because that's
You
when
just
I
kinda-
found it.
Where'd you put it?
I just put it in my trash can.
Okay.
I mean,
Were you mad? Were you mad at Dave? Is that what you
I
told
was
him?
just trying to get everything out of my life.
Because you carried it around for a long time.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I forgot it was in there. Honestly, I did. I forgot it was in there. Because I had to take everything out, and I was trying to find my card, and I was like, oh my gosh. Forgot I had that thing. So, Yeah, I just tore it out through the trash.
Okay. Do you have any other notes from him?
No, not that I know of.
Nothing?
Nothing I know of.
Okay.
I mean, if I was allowed to go home, I would sure be happy to look for you.
No, I know you would. Would you put him in books? Because, you know, guys come, you know, I think preachers maybe stick things that are important to them in Bibles or biblical readings.
I do have a book and I do have a Bible that I read.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I had them, they would be in there, but I mean, I read my Bible every day.
Right.
And I don't
That's good.
think it's in there. I'm just positive. I know it's not in there. I mean, I don't think I have any more. I'm just being honest with you.
Okay.
I don't.
You said he writes down a lot of things? He does a lot of writing. Does he write down plans and like the things he's planning to do or wants to do, or his dream list or wish list, or if I could list? If he did, where would he put it? Where would he have that kind of stuff? That'll help us get a better handle on him.
Sure.
You know, what his plans were. And he may have written everything down that he told you.
I don't know.
If he's talking this stuff every day for years or months, and then he all of a sudden he does it, I'm sure he wrote it down someplace.
Well, I know he did mention to me that he does have a book that he marks in whenever we meet or whenever we talk or something, but I can't honestly tell you where it's at.
What kind of book is it?
I don't know what kind of book it is. I don't know if it's a journal or if it's an actual reading book that he just marks in. I don't know. He never did tell me. He just said he has a book that he keeps markings in. That's all he said.
Does he keep it at church, or does he keep it at
I think it's in his office.
his office at church or at home?
No, I don't think he has an office at home.
He doesn't?
Huh.
Most preachers do, or pastors do.
No, I think
No.
not in this house. They don't. Yeah, because they're actually buying his parents' house that they live in right now.
Mm. Where are his parents?
In Georgia.
So he has a book or something he writes in or he marks in, but you don't know where it is. It's maybe in his church office.
I know it's in his church office.
Okay.
Because he told me.
What kind of book is it? I know you don't know what kind of book it is.
I'm
What does it
sorry.
look like? Is it a big book, little book, paperback, hardback? Don't know.
I can't tell you that. I'm sorry. I've never seen it. He has just told me about it.
What's he passionate about? What does he do? What is his reading like?
What does he read?
Yeah, what does he like
He
to
loves
read?
history.
History books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he loves history.
Well, that may help us to locate some more letters that he's.
I'm sorry?
That may help us locate more letters that he's written that you never. He may have written letters he never gave to you.
I don't know. That I couldn't tell you either.
He may have written down plans to what he's going to do to
That
Randy and to his wife.
That
he
I
never
couldn't
shared
tell
with
you
you.
either. I could not tell you
But
that.
by the fact that he's a writer, can help us. Gives us something else to look for.
Yeah. I'd be happy to look.
Okay.
I really would.
Well, hopefully you'll have the opportunity. Appreciate that. I want talking about the house and David in your house.
Mm-hmm.
How would he get access to your house? I know we talked about that, kind of touched on it, but who gave him the codes to get in your garage?
Well, Randy's given him the codes because when we go on vacation, they would bring paper and they would bring our paper and our mail in to watch it, to take care of it before we're gone.
Mm-hmm.
He did that a lot he asked them to do it, and he asked.
So Randy asked the Loves to do it?
Yeah. He would mention it to them, and he would ask them if they would, and then he would, if they weren't available, he would ask Justin, to keep an eye on things around the house. My parents would sometimes too if they weren't out of town.
So they all had access to your house when you were gone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you felt like you can trust him,
Oh,
so.
Sure.
What are we, supposed to do?
I wouldn't think Randy would trust this guy. I really wouldn't think Randy would trust David.
Well, him and David were really good friends at one time, believe it or not. They were really close. We used to do we used to go over to their house a lot and play games and have dinner. They used to come over our house a lot and play games.
Wasn't
and
that
have
odd for you though? I mean, wasn't that odd feeling?
Yeah, it was.
How'd you do it? How'd you get through it? You just get used to it after a while?
I just hung to Randy closer. Seriously. I was just closer to him when he was over the house. And he was closer to Kim. I mean, that's how he would. He would be all over her when he was at our house. So, that's just, it was hard for me to talk to him, you know, have a kind of a, I tried to have a normal conversation with him, but it was kind of hard sometimes. You know, it wasn't hard for him. It really wasn't. It was easy for him.
I'm sure it was.
It was, I mean, it was really easy for him. But it was really hard for me.
Is that when you think Kim may start suspecting something?
No. She didn't really suspect anything until just recently.
Recently, was that when she saw, go ahead.
When she what?
When she saw a ring?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the ring.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. Sore subject?
No, because I never asked him to buy it, and I didn't want it.
But you took it, and you wore it.
Yes, I did. He gave it to me in the Walmart store.
Is that where you got it from?
No, he got it from K Jewelers, but he gave it to me in the Walmart store, and I didn't want to take it. But Miranda came up behind me at the time, so I didn't have a choice but to take it because he was holding it out there right in front of me.
So you just happened to run into him in Walmart?
Yeah, Miranda and I were there. Miranda and I were there just doing some shopping. And I'm walking down this aisle, next thing I know, here he is. And he's like, here, I bought something for you. I was like, what? And he's like, here, put this on. He's like, this is my promise ring to you or my engagement ring to you or something. I'm like, what did you do? He said, I told him, I said, I don't want that. I don't want to take that. He's like, yes, just take it. Just take it. And I didn't have a choice. Miranda was right behind me. I had to like grab it quick.
What was it in? How did he hand it to you?
He just handed it to me. Just the ring.
No
Wasn't the
box.
box, just the ring. And
Wow.
I only wore it that one time.
Obviously, once was enough.
Yeah, I know. Go figure.
So what happened?
Well, he told me after she found out about the ring,
Mm-hmm.
they called my cell phone, I don't know how many times, from like 1 o'clock on to 7 o'clock that next morning.
They?
Well, he called once to let me know that she had
Kim
found
knows
out
about the ring.
Yeah, she found out about the ring and stuff, and he was leaving me messages. He just kept calling me. He must call me 8 times. I think I had 8 missed calls, 8 voicemails. He called me. Took me forever to check them, but he kept calling me and I don't even remember what he said. Half of them I deleted because I was just like, okay. The only one that I know of that I can remember is that they wanted to meet me. She wanted to meet me at my office that morning to
Kim
get the
wanted to
ring.
meet you at the office?
Mhm.
What day was that? Do you know?
That was the 17th. That was St. Patty's Day.
Okay.
So,
Were you ready for that?
no, not
You
really.
knew all hell was about to break loose, didn't you?
Yeah. So, and I had even told him just recently after he gave me the ring, I was just like, you know, I really don't want this. You need to take this back. I don't want this, you know. And I tried to get him to take it back, and he wouldn't do it. He would not take it back. And I tried. I should have just taken it up to the church and set it in front of his office. But I didn't. I just left it in my drawer box. So, but she came in my office and she asked for the ring, and David already had the ring, so she grabbed it and left.
What'd she say?
No, she didn't say anything. She just said, I'm coming in here to get the ring.
Is that when you told her she wasn't much of a
Yeah.
preacher's wife?
Yeah.
Did you tell her you were more of a preacher's wife than she was?
No, I didn't tell her that. Kim and I have had our differences, but I love her to death.
Mhm.
I really do. She's a very special lady, and I love her. And she sure doesn't deserve who she's married to. But we, you know, we talked. We had a great talk, and you know, got everything.
You and Kim?
We had got everything straightened out, and
So are you guys good now?
well, we were.
Well, she doesn't know you were sleeping with her husband for past 10 years, though. She probably thought it was just a fling. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Because people in church didn't know about what was going on with you and David, right?
Well, they told me last night that she was gonna know.
She was gonna know?
Yeah.
I thought she already knew.
No, not about him and I. Well, she knew about him and I talking and stuff, but she didn't know about us having sex or anything.
So this is kind of all new to her.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's killing her, and I don't have the words to say. Sorry is not enough. Seriously.
Man, that's tough. That is tough.
Is Rose Warren working today?
Mm-hmm.
Is he?
Yeah, he'll be back in later on this evening. So there's a lot more to do on this case.
I guess I'll still be here.
Looks that way. Looks that way. Is there anything else you can share or shed to kind of help us make a determination with you in some way, shape, form, or fashion?
I've told you
Jonathan?
everything I know. I've told you everything that I know.
All right. When David was at your house that night, when he told you about the shooting?
That next day, yeah.
Did he told you he was taking the gun 20 miles away?
That's what he told me.
He was going to take it? Did he tell you where?
No, he said he took it 20 miles away.
He didn't tell you where? In what
No,
direction?
he did not.
North, south, east, west?
Nope.
Who do you know that lives? Who do you know that he knows that lives 20 miles away?
Well, I was sitting here thinking when you were out earlier, and well, he was on his way to the hospital.
Okay, so you think he dumped it somewhere around?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that I'm asking you. I don't know where the hospital is at, so I have no idea. I don't know anything about where he went as far as the hospital. I don't know the name of the hospital. I don't know anything. So I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm just running that through my head. And that's probably what he did when he was going that direction. Because someone told me, I think Mrs. Love told me when we were there at the crime scene that he had to go like an hour away for the hospital. That's what
Was he going to see someone in the hospital?
Yeah, he was going to see a church member of ours.
Which one?
His name is Richard. His parents used to be members of our church. Don't ask me what his parents' names are because I can't remember.
Richard Hawes. Name sounds familiar.
I used to go to school with him a long time ago.
Really?
Oh yeah. He's a pretty big guy. I don't know what he looks like now. I haven't seen him in probably 10, 15 years. But, I mean, I just overheard them, saying the conversation when they were talking to him on the phone that he was an hour away.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. That just may be something for you to check out.
When
That's
was
just
this
what I heard him
conversation?
say.
When was he supposed to have been an hour away? Was that the day after?
That day.
That day?
No, that day.
Before he came to your house? Or after he came to your house?
No, this is the day that Randy was shot.
Well, he was doing a funeral, right?
His funeral was at 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And then you say he went somewhere, he went to a hospital after that?
Well, about 5 o'clock, he was on his way back from the hospital. But they said that the hospital was about an hour away. That's what they said. I don't know. I don't know where he went to the hospital at. So I'm just going by what I heard.
Okay, well, we'll check that out.
I'm thinking, I thought maybe Detective Rosewarne said it was St. Joseph Hospital, or I think that's what he said last night. But I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll ask him.
I think that's what he said. But, I mean, you might want to check it out.
I'll ask him. When you, that night, when you got to the insurance agency, you found out Randy had been shot, who drove you around? Who took you away?
Aaron.
Aaron, where did he take you?
Well, he just walked me.
He walked you away?
Walked me away. They made us move the cars, so my dad moved my car, and I think my mom moved her car away from the scene, and then that's where we went back.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a little media there that separates like two parking lots, so we were down in the lower parking lot area.
Okay.
Is where they had us go.
Okay. So you were kind of distraught. He kind of comforted you.
Yeah, he was the first one on the scene.
When you left, who'd you leave with?
The detective.
That night?
Mm-hmm.
When did you take your cell phone, another cell phone, and put it in the toilet?
Oh, when Mrs. Love took me to the bathroom.
Mrs. Love took you to the bathroom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And she's the one that took you down to the Enterprise?
Mm-hmm.
That's an odd place to go to the bathroom, isn't it?
There was no other place. That's just where she took me. I didn't tell her where to take me. That's just where she took me.
Wow. Enterprise leasing.
Mm-hmm. They were closed, but they let me in to go to the bathroom.
Right there down the street, 39th and Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you flushed the phone down the toilet.
Yeah.
I wish you hadn't done that.
I'm sorry. I wish I hadn't either.
And your reasoning for doing that was just what? Covering up for David?
I guess you could say that. Another stupid one of my mistakes, huh?
Bad choice. Bad decision.
I know.
You know, one thing that's curious though, it looks like David had been talking about this stuff, and talking about hurting people and hurting Kim and hurting Randy, and then once he got his hands on the gun, he just kind of went from 0 to 60.
It's like a different person.
Yeah, up until, a few months ago, it just been all talk. And then here, a month ago, maybe a few days ago, it became more than talk. It became an actual plan in the making. Plan in progress. And he felt like putting it into action. What do you think spurred him on? What do you think made him cross that line? I know you said earlier that he called you and you...
I texted him.
Oh, texting. That's nothing, phone calls.
No, that's sorry.
So, and you texted him.
Because we were leaving.
Yeah. And that's what pushed him over the hump.
Yeah. He didn't want Randy to take me away.
Did you want to go
And
away?
I was ready to go away. I was more than ready. I'd had enough. I'd had it. I had made amends with Kim, and I was just ready to just...
Well, you'd only made amends with her as far as the things she knew about. You didn't tell her about it. You know, we're talking about being open and coming clean with everything.
Sure, yeah.
Like you said, you didn't tell Randy about, about all the things that had gone on.
I understand. I
with
understand.
the Kansas City officer and everything like that. And that's stuff you were just kind of glossing over and you didn't tell Kim.
Yeah.
And
I know.
but I think you were expecting it just to get absolution, just to kind of be okay with it. Out of sight, out of mind. People don't know about it. Can't hurt them.
Yeah. It's kind of how our minds think sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. But how do we? But isn't that odd though? Because we think God knows everything. God's going to judge us, but
I know.
we're gonna keep this stuff from people, even though God knows we're keeping it from
I know.
people. You see, you can't
I
be
know.
fully in line with that when you're not in line
I
with
understand.
down here.
I understand. I know.
I know you know. See, this is stuff you probably been taught, over the years. And you find yourself in a situation where you're living it out. And you should have been the student instead of the teacher.
I know.
So you see why I keep talking about the same things over and over again? Because I want to make sure that we're clear on all the facts.
I understand.
Don't know if you're going to get to talk to David. I'm not really sure if that's going to happen or not. Let us know. Have you made any other phone calls? Have you called anybody?
No, no one told me I could, so I didn't.
I think your phone's working in the cell.
I don't know how to use it.
Oh, okay.
No one showed me how to use it, so sorry. I don't know how to use it.
Alright. Well, just ask one of them down there and they'll help you out.
So I'm not gonna get to go home tonight.
I don't know. Again, we'll have to.
What time is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's 3:45.
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
They asked me last night if I wanted to have my lawyer here, and I've never been in this situation before, so I don't
Sure.
know what is expected of me as far as that.
Mhm.
I mean, do I need him here?
It's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you. You can make that call. I can't advise you either way. But it is your call. Whatever you want to do. If you need to.
I was sitting down there thinking about that, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking God to help me make the right decision.
Sure. And I do appreciate you talking about the things that we talked
And
about.
I don't know.
And being open and forthcoming about a lot of the things.
I just don't know. I've already made myself look bad.
Well, you know what? That started a long time ago. That process of unwinding started some time ago. So, don't think you began to look bad just overnight. It's a slow fade. It's a process.
That's a Christian song.
What?
It's a slow fade. But on my and my husband's favorite movie,
Is there what movie is that?
Fireproof.
No, don't tell me you saw Fireproof.
Oh, we have the movie.
Don't tell me you own Fireproof.
We watch it all the time.
Don't tell me you and Randy sat there and watched Fireproof.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And cried
Okay.
every time we watched it too.
Well, what was going through your head? Teresa? What was going on in your mind?
Mind is a crazy thing.
Crazy place, man.
And you know that. I know. You don't think that I am ashamed of what I've done in my past? Are you kidding me? If I could do it all over again, I would change everything, and you know that.
I know you would. We just need to focus on making things better now.
And I'm trying to. I am telling you everything that I know.
I can't believe you watched Fireproof. Teresa. I'll be right back with you.
Thanks.
That's
Makes
a
me
good
feel
thing.
bad.
That's a good thing. No, that's a good thing. I can't believe you watched Fireproof and then, get convicted were broken by the things that you saw about the relationship and the meaning of the relationship and why it was, you know? That's what surprised me.
And I did.
You were broken.
But do you know how hard it is when you are, and how long has our relationship went on? What, 10 years?
That's what you say.
And
What? What?
as many times as I have tried, and he just gets mad at me every time I try to break it
Who
off.
cares about what he feels or what he thinks or why he gets mad?
But he won't
Why
leave
is
me
that
alone.
important to you?
But he won't leave me alone. I don't care if he gets mad, and he got mad, but he just won't leave me alone. He wouldn't stop texting me. He wouldn't stop calling me.
You could have put an end to it. You could have told his wife, hey man, your husband, he's not who you think he is.
I know, and I should have. You're right. I should have.
You should have done a lot of things, Teresa.
I know that. I know that. You don't think I know that?
No, you do. I just have to say it. You know, idiot. You know what's going on. That's what makes it even more unbelievable. Because you're a smart woman.
Guess I wasn't as smart as I thought I was.
Yeah, you were. You just got outsmarted. Outwitted.
You know what I'm praying for?
What?
I was sitting there praying for you. You walked in. That he would just tell the truth. Just confess it.
Keep
He
praying
knows
that.
he did it.
Keep praying that. We need your prayers. He needs your prayers. You know how to pray. Teresa, I know you know how to pray. And you pray for forgiveness, and you pray for guidance, and you pray for wisdom in the past.
And I'm going to keep praying until.
Don't stop praying.
Dear God, please help me, Lord. Please, dear Lord, that he needs to come. Please, Lord. You know you did it. He knows. Oh God, please. I'm asking you to forgive me for everything I've done in the past, Lord. I want to renew my life with you.
You okay? Come on, let's get you out of here.
David Love pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Teresa Stone was charged with conspiracy to murder. She pleaded guilty to reduced charges and was sentenced to 8 years in prison.